Ladies and gentlemen, Fab friends and foes, welcome to the July edition of the Arcane Games and Events Open Series. Last month, we took you through a gauntlet of limited play with several drafts. This week, we are back to basics in CC Battle. We've taken the best of Southern California and pitted them together to make one of the most amazing competitions in Flesh and Blood.
Arcane Games and Events July Open. Looking forward to the action today. But before we get into that, we have a couple stories to cover, namely the Battle Hardened.
We've got Battle Hardened San Diego coming up next month. This is the second to last Arcane Games and Events Open Series before we head into our Players' Championships. We are partnering the Battle Hardened in San Diego next month with our final Arcane Games and Events Open Series, and that will lock in our leaderboard for the top 16 for the players that will duke it out at the Players' Championship.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that event and the continuation of the Arcane Games and Events. Both of them feature really awesome prize pools for the players participating. $2,000 on the line for first place, or is it a accumulation of 2,000? Regardless, we've got $2,000 on the line for both days, in addition to 2 PTIs for the Battle Hardened, 1 PTI for the Arcane Games and Events, and a gold foil for each. So a lot on the line in terms of prizing for both of these events. And tickets will be selling out. These are expected to sell out completely, so make sure to get your tickets. You can get them at www.age.events. The tickets are available now, but they are selling fast. So if you want to attend and have a shot at glory, make sure to go there and pick them up as soon as you can before they sell out.
That's right, folks. Plus, it's just going to be a heck of a lot of fun. You'll be able to interact with all of the regulars that you see here at Arcane Games and Events. Talon Stradley, for one, Fuzzy Delp, Chris Iaali, and all of our friends here.
Yeah, come meet your heroes.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe take them out. Talon is hanging out right back here behind us, building his deck.
Oh, yeah, there he is.
I hear he is abandoning Riptide today and going for Azuri.
Whoa.
No, that's not true. He's absolutely on Riptide, 100%.
Like, what the heck?
In other news, we've got some bans that just came down.
We do.
The ban hammer has been utilized on our fair Zen Tamer of Purpose. Bonds of Ancestry has been reduced to just red copies. It's basically been made a majestic. How do we feel about that, Michael?
Well, first of all, I think the flavor of that ban is fantastic. I love the idea of turning a card into a majestic. Like, that's what they are. There's only 3 of them. There aren't yellows and blues, or there aren't whatever other color there is. And in terms of keeping the game feeling right, it just, like, it felt good. I mean, I know there's a lot of players that are somewhere on the spectrum of ecstatic and frustrated about the ban. It's a big hit, you know, but I think at the same time, a lot of players are saying that, well, Zen's still the top deck. Maybe not the biggest hit overall. The ceiling comes down a little bit. I'm not sure about the consistency. The thing about Bond's lines was that they were very, like, they required a lot. You could go so tall, but then at the same time, if you didn't have every single piece lining up, maybe wasn't quite as tall. So the thing that happens when you turn this into a majestic is you end up with maybe even a more consistent deck. I think that's what a lot of people are realizing now as they try to rebuild their decks and work with the ban, is that you can have a very consistent aggro deck still, and maybe more consistent with less top end.
Absolutely, and it definitely doesn't seem to hamper those really big pop-off turns.
Right.
Sometimes if you find the bonds, then it can still happen, right? So it'll be really interesting to see how it influences the play today, because today is one of the last opportunities for all of these players to get some high-level play before the looming Pro Tour in Amsterdam coming up just next weekend. So I think a lot of people here are looking to finalize 80s, maybe even still lock in hero choices if they've been waffling between a couple. So this will definitely be a proving and testing ground for that Tier 4 event.
Yeah, and I am looking so forward to the Pro Tour Amsterdam. I mean, all of these events are starting to shape up the meta as we know it, as we head into the future, getting closer to Worlds. we want to know what decks are powerful, what decks counter those powerful decks, what to look out for, and what the sleeper picks might be as we go in. And Pro Tour Amsterdam is going to be the showcase of that meta. We've got a little bit of flavor here. We're going to get some of the scents and spices of it, but we're leading up into this massive Pro Tour event, and along with it, a couple new reveals from the next set, which I don't know about you, Bryce, but I am looking so forward to a Wizard Runeblade set. I love arcane damage.
Absolutely.
And I can't wait to see how the game incorporates a lot more of it into the meta and into the game plans that come from these wizards and runeblades flooding the scene.
Absolutely, Michael. It's going to be incredibly exciting to see. And since we're on the subject, why don't we throw to some of these spoilers? First up, we have Aurora, the Lightning Runeblade. Her hero text reads, once per turn instant, pay 2 resources, create an embodiment of lightning token, activate this only if you played a lightning card this turn. And of course, she has Essence of Lightning, so all those lightning cards can come into her deck.
Yeah, we've gone and split Briar into 2 different heroes. And one of the cool things about this hero is that lightning was really underexplored ever since the Ball Lightning ban, which, if y'all were around during Tales of Aria, Briar started out as a Lightning Cheerios deck. That was the meta. That was the way to play it. And she seemed like a Lightning hero that kind of avoided Earth. And then one day we kind of had people sneaking in with some Earth builds, even while Lightning was still extremely powerful. And then Ball Lightning got banned, and that was the end of the Lightning Runeblade era.
Also, of course, Briar got errataed.
Well,
no longer could she stack all those Embodiment of Earth tokens.
So there was a lot of changes to the Tales of Aria set with bans and erratas and suspensions that basically made Lightning Runeblade not a thing for a long time. So seeing 2 different Runeblades that are sort of going off into those different directions, into those different niches, I'm so excited to see how a true Lightning Runeblade and a true Earth Runeblade would function, kind of with different abilities and different strengths and weaknesses.
Absolutely. On a personal note, the first deck I ever constructed was a Blitz deck with Lexi. It was that Death Dealer Lightning.
Oh, I remember. Yeah,
so
Lexi Stan over here.
I just had such a blast playing all of those Lightning cards. So I'm really excited to see this hero.
Yeah.
How do we feel about that hero text, though, Michael? You were saying it feels a little bit lackluster to you before we went on.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of precedent for the 2-cost go again. We were talking about Numenaris, the Luminaris that came out originally with Prism in Dusk Till Dawn. Really fell flat, and I think a lot of players were, Prism was not considered a good deck, which, by the way, now she is, but that was because it was too expensive to just pay 2 for Go Again. So I'm very, very curious to see what LSS decides to do to make this hero power something worth using and worth paying that expensive, steep cost of 2 resources for an embodiment of lightning. I'm expecting some kinds of synergies that we just don't see yet.
Yeah, perhaps like Max having a 1-cost weapon that directly synergizes with her hero ability, making it worth value-wise.
Right. And I imagine there may also be certain things that, like the embodiment of lightning token, may be possible value that you can gain just from the fact that it is an embodiment of lightning rather than, say, a quicken or an agility. But, of course, we're in the dark as much as y'all are, and so we're just going to have to wait and see. I'm very, very excited for these spoilers. I know I've been gushing about that, but this is one of my favorite sets, I think, that they've printed in a long time.
You're in good company, Michael. I'm beyond stoked as well.
Yeah.
Let's go to the next spoiler, please.
Yeah.
Next up, Felling of the Crown, a 3-cost at red. If there are 4 or more Earth cards in your banished zone, this gets +4. Decompose, a new keyword. When this attacks, you may banish 2 Earth cards and an action card from your graveyard. If you do, each hero puts a card from their hand on the bottom of their deck. This is one heck of a card. Even if you're not able to hit that first line of text, it still is basically generating value because you're ripping a card out of your opponent's hand.
Yeah.
It's one of these Codex of Frailty effects where it is not... It doesn't cut both ways if you can empty your hand, basically, right? So I think this card is going to be an absolute staple in all of these new Earth decks.
Yeah, the 3 cost, allowing it to be a 2-card play. And we all know how good the 2-card 8 is. We're sort of out of the 2-card 8 meta right now. It's not quite good enough. We need some disruption. but guess what? This does that too. So when you've got all modes activated, you're looking at, you know, if we value a card at 3, well, 8, 9, 10, 11. This is a 2-card 11, which is extremely powerful. Looking forward to seeing how this gets utilized in the different decks. And one of my favorite things about it, I've been looking at Terra. And, well, this is just an Earth card. So even the Guardian will be able to play this, and we all know how much Guardians love to block out and then swing back with that 2-card 8. That's their bread and butter. Well, this does everything you can want it to do. So there's going to be a lot of interesting use cases for this card being just an Earth card, blocks 3, costs 3, and there's also, I think, the decompose keyword is something that is particularly interesting to me. I don't remember. Oh, I wish I could credit the person who brought this up. I was watching a stream or a YouTube video about the theme of this set, and it was just such a beautiful breakdown. They were talking about how the seasons seem to play into the design of this, and James White is just so smart about the way that he artfully crafts these. You know, we heard him talking about when you're pitching the chi, you're elevating it up and pulling it out of the sleeve, and there's this elevating process. It's like there's art to the process of playing the card. And here what we see is a fall themed Earth thing. So the rune blade seems, if you look at the art, it's very fall themed, and we have decomposition. Things are falling and decomposing into the ground, and so there's still the earth element, and there's decomposition, where on the flip side, if you look at Florian, there's this spring kind of feeling, and we don't see any keywords, but I'm expecting, or I'm hoping, that there's maybe something on the other end. I mean, the gaining of life, right? In spring, life is created, and in fall, life is dying. Well, going into a slumber is maybe a better way to put it.
Perhaps beginning the cycle anew.
Absolutely. But the flavor of this card and the flavor of the seasons that are going into the set is just, it's so beautiful to me.
Yeah, right you are. What an amazing perspective. I mean, Flesh and Blood, we talk about the math behind Flesh and Blood a lot, but the flavor is what I think gets us into the game and keeps us here.
Sure. If these were just equations on cards, I don't know that we would be so enamored with the game. But with the way that it is, with the beautiful mixture of math and value, and then theme and art, and, you know, being able to be like this super thematic, like fall, death, decomposition rune blade that's still kind of like attuned with nature. I mean,
I always like to say, like, I had absolutely no understanding of what a rune blade was as far as a fantasy trope goes, but when I saw Viserai, I knew I was looking at it. Right? It was just one of those, like, beautiful clicks in my mind.
I even remember when Briar came out, and I was like, wait, you can have a rune blade that's using like a leafy Rosetta Thorn weapon. I just it expanded my idea of what a rune blade could be.
Absolutely.
And now we kind of see that expansion even further as we incorporate other elements into the class. So excited.
Very exciting indeed. Yeah. Let's go on to our next spoiler, shall we?
Yeah.
Channel Lightning Valley. This is a 0 cost at yellow. It's a lightning instant aura. The first time you deal damage, any damage, mind you, to an opposing hero each turn, draw a card. Channel Lightning, as we know, put a card from your pitch zone at the bottom of your deck.
Yep.
If it's lightning, then this gets to stick around, and that perpetuates with flow counters. This card seems absolutely insane. We know nothing about Acilio except for his weapon.
Right.
That being said, this definitely feels like an Acilio card.
Oh yeah.
And anytime I'm drawing cards, I'm a happy camper. So I've got my eyes on this card for sure.
Do you remember if the I think it was just any lightning card played? It didn't have to be an action, right? For the Acilio weapon? We'll get to it, but I think it says if you've played a lightning card, amp 1 more for each one you've played, in which case this is not only providing that value, but then the opportunity to draw another lightning card. We can really start to see the way that lightning, and the fact that it's an instant, again, so thematic, lightning strikes at an instant. And so the ability to do these things at instant speed and react quickly to outmaneuver your opponent, you know, what else could you expect from someone moving at the speed of lightning?
Yeah. I love the way you're weaving this tale. I just like hurling lightning bolts.
Yeah.
And I love that we can appreciate it on 2 different levels.
Well, I think lightning for me has these sort of 2 elements. You have the speed at which it strikes, but then you also have there needs to be time to recharge.
Yeah.
And so there can be like this charging up aspect. I haven't seen that yet in these cards, seeing as there's what, like 6, maybe 8 that we've seen so far. But I think that lightning can have those 2 angles of like rapid succession and speed, but then also like this time to gather energy and do these massive strikes. So I'm looking forward to seeing more of these cards revealed. In fact, that weapon is a great example of it, right? You're charging the power until you have amp 3, amp 4, and you're sending this massive arcane spell that has just been charged up with energy.
And then, of course, if you've got Channel Lightning Valley out, drawing a card afterwards.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're going wide. This is a lightning deck. We're going again and again and again.
Which is usually not something you kind of expect from Wizard. I mean, Kano kind of goes wide, right?
Yeah.
But it's on a combo turn.
Sure.
It's after a massive buildup. So it's really interesting to kind of pontificate about what a lightning wizard that goes wide turn cycle to turn cycle might look like.
Yeah, channel. The other channel, was it lightning?
Thunderstep?
Thunderstep, thank you. Channel Thunderstep, pay 1, gain go again. So absolutely this wizard will be able to do go again on some level, which is not something any wizard has been able to do so far.
And it's important to mention that Channel Thunderstep is any action. It's not just attacks.
Right.
So
non-attack actions,
tomes. Any wizard non-attack.
Yeah.
Right?
He's going to be doing some really gross stuff.
Yeah. I hope so. I honestly am very, very excited to play Acelia. I'm excited for pretty much every hero in this set.
I can't pick.
No, exactly.
Which is tough because I need to. I can't play 4 heroes at the same
not?
time. Well, I guess, you know, I do have an income that I have to be somewhat thoughtful about. I wish I could spend every single last dollar I make on flesh and blood, but there's this thing called food and housing that unfortunately sometimes takes priority.
I hear cardboard has really good fiber.
Ah, that's true. That's true.
Eat your cards. Keep playing.
Do we have any more spoilers?
Let's see the next one.
Oh, there it is. Volzar the Lightning Rod.
Take it away, Michael.
Yeah, if you control an aura permanent with Sigil, I forgot about that part.
Yep.
With Sigil in its name, this costs 1 less to activate. So we haven't seen any new Sigil permanents. There's one that exists, and if people have been digging and trying to figure out how to break this card, the only one out there is it's a ward aura. It's Sigil of Protection. It costs 1, and it comes in rainbow, so it wards 2, 3, or 4, and it just goes away at the start of your next turn. So it's just kind of like this temporary wall that you can put up. Doesn't seem like it has synergy in a deck that wants to go super wide, but it's certainly an option. But I'm really expecting that we'll see more of these Sigil cards coming out as time goes on and we get more and more spoilers. So that's an interesting extra piece of text. But the really important part, once per turn, instant per turn, so you can use it on your opponent's turn. I'm not sure how you're supposed to chain lightning on your opponent's turn, but maybe you can. Amp X, where X is the number of lightning cards you've played this turn. So there it is, lightning cards, instants, non-attack actions, attack actions. We might have a very interesting combination of attacks and non-attacks coming out of Acelia, this almost like hybrid. It would be like an arcane leaning rune blade in a sense, where, you know, the rune blades are like attack heavy with a little bit of peppering of arcane. It might be arcane heavy with some peppering of attacks.
Could be very interesting. Critically also, that ability is reduced by the Sigil. So the one you're talking about, Sigil of Protection, is it? That one cost that's attached to it basically pays for itself.
That's true.
With Volzar. So maybe not going to be a mainstay in the deck, but you can kind of see where that synergy
and
is
you know, a sideboard piece, if you're looking to have some kind of defense, wizards are not known for their defense usually. So having something in there that synergizes with your weapon that, you know, can
and we've
ward.
seen the advent of pitch stack Kano, using D-reacts and the like. So it's not off the table.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, lots to figure out still.
And it's such an exciting place to be in where we know so little. I love this first little burp of cards, shall we say, of each new set, because there's so much discussion about what could it be, how is this going to look. And it's just such an exciting time every time you set.
I've just been checking the Discord every couple hours, like, have they released anything?
Yeah. Next slide, please.
All right. We have the heartbeat of Candlehold. So Verdance, a healing earth wizard.
At least in the form of Heartbeat of Candlehold, right?
Oh, yeah.
We still don't have hero tech, so we don't know exactly what she does. But a life gain wizard is an incredibly exciting prospect to me, namely because I think it kind of implies, especially with the wording on this card, which, by the way, is gain 1 life, comma, gain 1 life, comma, gain 1 life, go again. I think the implication here is that somehow Verdance is going to be able to utilize life gain in an offensive way. And that is such an exciting concept to me. I mean, my Magic Commander deck was Karlov of the Ghost Council. It was all about gaining life, gaining life, gaining life, and using it to destroy your opponent in the end.
Oh, yeah.
And that is just... that is something that is so fun to me and still is untapped potential in Flesh and Blood, and I can't wait to see how this hero shapes up.
It's so interesting to think about how a true life gain deck would work in a game like Flesh and Blood. We've never had anything that gains more than like 9 life through just the use of 3 red Sigil of Solaces, and even that is a lot of life to gain. I know that when I've faced against the Dromais back in the Dromai meta, and I'm trying to kill them, and I've got them low, and then Sigil, and they're back to 9, and I'm just like, oh my god, what do I do here?
Yeah.
To have a deck that has the potential to just keep going and have the endurance through the healing to just weather the storm, I'm very excited to see how this plays out. The other thing that's interesting about healing is that it seems to me like its natural weakness would be on hits. So, you can't stop an on hit if you're just healing. So it's another kind of piece to this meta, this rock, paper, scissors that I think we see right now of on hits beat combo aggro beats defense, and defense kind of stuffs the on hits. Well, this is like a defensive deck that seems to be not good into the on hits. So is it good into the aggro? And if it is, how much healing are we going to see?
And of course, we can't mention life gain without that tricky little card, Poison the Well.
Oh, yeah. I saw the price of that one.
Yeah, skyrocketed, right?
Quick. The speculation is that you're going to want that one. So if you haven't picked one up already and you want to get that before it goes through the roof, I definitely recommend going and picking up a couple copies of that. Could be wrong, but I don't know. We had some speculation about this recent miss set, and a lot of those speculations turned out to be right. We saw Amnesia go through the roof. We saw Codex of Frailty go through the roof. And it seems like the people that are thinking ahead have a pretty good idea of what's to come.
Or at least a good speculation.
Absolutely.
We'll see what the truth will be in the future.
Yeah.
In the meantime, let's take a look at our standings. This is the Arcane Games and Events Championship point standings at the moment. We talk a lot about who's in first place, who is basically locked for this Players' Championship. Your Chris Iaali's, your Charles Dunn's, your Talon Stradley's. I think the most interesting part of this bracket is more geared towards the 12th to 16th range, because what you don't see in like the 17th to 22nd is a lot of people that are about 1 to 2 points in range of this Players' Championship. I think we're going to see a lot of flux today and in the August Open.
We've got ourselves a real battle, a contention for these top 16 spots, because as we know, the final Arcane Games and Events Open will only feature these top 16 players as they battle out the best of the best that have been doing this. How long have we been in this season?
Of AG?
Yeah.
Since the beginning of the year.
Since the beginning. So we've been 7 months now, and fighting it out for 7 months for a spot in the finals, there's a lot on the line. And as we get closer to the finish line and we look at these 41, 40, 40, 39, 38, you can kind of see the way that it curves off, and it just flattens out even more as we get to 17, 18, 19, and so on. So anyone in the top 30, maybe even 40, still have a shot.
Right, you are. There is a lot on the line and still a lot of flesh and blood to play. Let's see what our players are playing for besides points today. 5th through 8th, it's going to get that $50 cash reward. 3rd through 4th, $100. Second, $200. Our winner will get $400. And, of course, the gold foil Arcane Lantern, which signifies that you are an AGE champion.
Yeah, absolutely. Arcane Lantern Gamer.
Absolutely. I still have yet to add one of those to my collection. It is
the gold one or
the cold foil one
cold
for
foil,
winning
yeah.
an AGE.
Oh yeah, well, you got to be pretty good to win an AGE.
Yeah, that's right. I've been close, but no cigars
as
of
tough.
yet.
Yeah, very tough competition. And looking at these AGE open points that are available, we were just talking about how everyone is within 1 point, 2 points, 3 points of coming up and taking that top 16 slot. 8 points for 13th through 16th. You don't even need to make top 8 here to secure your final. So
could be very relevant. Those 13th to 16th places.
All the players today are going to need to play their absolute best to make sure they make it into the top 16 and cut their way into that top 16 slot for the finals.
But if they don't, Michael, there's one last chance.
Absolutely.
And that last chance is Battle Hardened San Diego and our final Arcane Games and Events Open Series of the year. That'll be happening in San Diego, August 24th and 25th. You can get your tickets now at www.age.events. And those tickets are going fast, aren't they, Michael?
That's very fast. We mentioned it earlier. For those of you now tuning in, Battle Hardened San Diego is taking place, and we expect it to be a full house. We expect all the tickets to sell out. It's in a great city, very accessible, and it's a fantastic event. A lot of people want to go and try their hand at the 2K prizing, the 2 PTIs on the line, and this is just for Battle Hardened, and a gold foil, as well as Arcane Games and Events the following day on that Sunday. We have another PTI on the line, another $2,000 prize pool, and another gold foil. Arcane Games and Events it's a tournament, guys. I mean, they all are, but when you've got this kind of prizing on the line, you've got reputation on the line, and you've got these trophies to fight for. I mean, what's not to love? A gold foil in your collection, the ability to go to a pro tour and have a chance at even more glory, even more valor, and even more sweet, sweet prize money.
You heard him, folks. Join us August 24th and 25th for a very fun time in San Diego and meet all the people that you've seen on stream for the last 2 years. We would love to have you. We are getting closer and closer to the action now. I believe we are close to gearing up to our players meeting.
Yeah.
All right. And so we're going to go to a break. We are going to have our players meeting, and we will see you in round 1. Don't go anywhere. More Flesh and Blood after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is time for our round 1 pairing, and we've got a treat for you. We've got Chris Iaali versus John Abanto. It's a Prism v Riptide, round 1.
Spicy matchup to start things off. And what's really spicy about it, I think, is that we used to think both these decks were terrible, and now they're sitting very, very clean in the meta. So looking forward to this match and seeing how they pair. I don't know that I've seen any Prism versus Riptide matches. I've seen plenty of each, but not facing each other, and certainly not in a big tournament like this one.
Well, boy, howdy, are you going to see a throwdown today, because we have 2 titans in their craft. Chris Iaali is no stranger to the stream at AGE.
Yeah.
He is the captain of the Arcane Games and Events Pro Team, and John Abanto is just an all-around good player.
Yeah.
He's been playing Rangers since the Lexi days. I've taken a lot of advice from John. He and I faced off in the finals of a ProQuest at a Hidden Fortress. And I just have a lot of respect for that guy, and I know he's going to show us something special.
Sure. Do you know if he plays on a team?
I actually don't.
He's a solo dolo Ranger stan. Maybe.
Yeah, I believe he tangos with the San Diego crowd, if I'm not mistaken.
Got it.
I don't think I never see him wearing the Humongous Games shirt.
Well, we all know that San Diego likes to come here and just stomp out the locals at these Arcane Games and Events. San Diego just known for their flesh and blood talent.
Absolutely, and that's why Battle Hardened San Diego is such an exciting event, right? All of these players who have been commuting basically every single month all the way up here to Lawndale are going to get to show us what they can do on their home turf.
Yeah, the San Diego locals, absolute menace of a group of flesh and blood players. Glad to have to share a state with them when we're doing out-of-state competition. That's who I'm rooting for, along with our Arcane Games team, of course. But when we're local, I got to pick sides. And Chris Iaali right now, Arcane Games pro team captain. I mean, obviously, we want to have a good game. We want to see these players play their best. But, boy, am I a fan of Chris.
Yeah, I am as well. I would follow him anywhere, namely into Tier 4 events and so forth.
Yeah.
And he has been really taking a long time to decide on what deck he is going to bring to PT Amsterdam. And this is one that is at the forefront of his mind. Prism, Awakener of Soul.
And look at this. We see the Stonewall Gauntlet pulled out. I wonder if that means that Chris is expecting Riptide to have wide turns. That card really kind of needs the combat chain to stay open.
So Stonewall Gauntlet actually has a really interesting interaction with Bolt and Shot.
Right.
Usually Bolt and Shot is going to be coming in for 1 over its base.
That is such a good
block
point.
with Stonewall Gauntlet, you take away Go Again, and end your opponent's turn.
Yeah.
Starting off the game, turn 0 goes to Chris Iaali.
Yep.
Incoming is Herald of Triumph at 7.
Yeah.
This is going to reduce the power of any poppers that John throws in front of it, and hopefully get into Chris's soul, get his first fingerprint on the board.
Yeah, so this is one of the most important cards in the Prism deck. The ability to take those poppers, those 6 attacks that normally can destroy the attack and end the combat chain, those don't work against the Herald of Triumph. And so we see a lot of Prisms bringing this card in as an absolute staple to be able to have these wide aggressive turns that are really difficult to disrupt. And so we see John just coming out 3 cards blocking.
One of those critically is a piece of equipment. So getting an equipment block on turn 0 is Chris Iaali, and he's always happy to see that.
Yeah.
Following up the red Herald of Triumph with a yellow.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, Chris leaving himself without an arsenal going into the rest of this game. Must not have really liked the tome at the moment, or that other card in the pitch, which I can't quite make out.
And so we see a full block. Interesting choice to use the equipment early, but I think it may just have to do with John wanting to be able to use it as soon as possible. With these battle-worn equipment that have a really strong ability, you want to make sure that you've gotten the value out of them before you crack them. And so John playing into the ability to possibly even use it on turn 1 as soon as possible.
Premeditate coming out from John, activating Riptide and reloading, incoming E-Strike. This is one of the powerful moments, powerful parts of Riptide's text, right? He can play a pump that only works on cards in Arsenal, reload any freaking card in his hand, and send it. So it looks like it's going to be an E-Strike for 10.
Yeah, and we were just talking about how the bread and butter of Prism is these Heralds of Triumph. Well, the Premeditate in Ranger is an absolute banger of a card. Creating that ponder token and allowing you to refresh the card and draw an extra one for Arsenal. It looks like he won't get the full value out of it because he has a card in hand right now, but those ponder tokens are so strong when you can use your full hand.
John gesturing to his Dreadbore saying, hey, you can't play D-Reacts from hand. Luckily, E-Strike is not an arrow, and so Chris is given the green light, or the yellow light, as it were, to play his Soul Shield. Looks like he's saving another one for Arsenal. Chris being a gentleman and showing that to us, so we'll know for the rest of the cast. Drawing back up, passing over to John. Let's see what John can do with a 5-card hand.
Yeah, I like the way that Chris played that out. I think that one of the difficult things for Riptide to do is be both extremely defensive and extremely offensive at the same time. Similar to the weaknesses of Guardian, sometimes you can just have a card of all D-Reacts, a hand of all D-Reacts, and that doesn't do very well offensively. So Chris playing patiently.
And perhaps John finding himself in that exact situation with his Arsenal, because he trenches away the Arsenal, gets himself a resource, uses it on that Dreadbore to load an Endless Arrow, and he's kind of flipping through his cards. I'm wondering if we're seeing a pretty buff light hand. We might see himself give Riptide an intellect penalty just because he can't send all those cards. Let's take a look at what's in the hand. Yes, we see a lot of arrows. We see an Intoxicating Shot. We see a Scar for a Scar and an Endless Arrow, none of which are going to have go again.
There's the use of those gloves right away. So John just anticipating the potential for this and keeping the pedal to the metal, figuratively speaking, allowing this to come in for 9 instead of 4. Very important for Riptide to be able to keep the gas on when he has the tempo.
Unfortunately, fortunately, he got his block value early, but unfortunately, you're having to use this half glove really early, and this is usually a get-out-of-jail-free card.
Right.
You don't want to find yourself in one of these clunky situations quite so early.
Yeah, this is a tough thing to use so soon. That's a very good point you've got there, Bryce. As we see Chris Iaali sending the Soul Shield out, allowing the arrow to hit, and I think he recognizes that the ability to get that back into hand isn't all that bad for him when John already has a card in hand. So the pseudo draw effect is not really effective in that scenario.
Exactly. Chris identifying the moment when the on-hit is not super relevant, and also noticing that the Riptide just hasn't been able to apply that much pressure. So incoming is another Herald of Triumph. This one for 6 should be pretty easy for John to block out, and it's critical for John to do so. The longer you can deny Prism her ability to tutor and activate her Figments, the longer you have kind of a fair game on the other side of the board.
You know, speaking of the game, I'm kind of want to zoom out a little bit and talk about what the sort of win conditions are in both of these decks, how they're going to play against each other. One of the things I think that John on Riptide can do is use those traps to ping 1 damage if the angels come out. So Chris is going to have to be very careful about playing out those ward angels and losing a lot of value swinging in and potentially getting his turn ended by one of those trap pings. So we see him really heavily focusing on the Herald game plan and churning through a lot of those Herald of Triumphs early on. This time we've got a Herald of War Tune Herald, excuse me, 1 for 6 in yellow, and this will have go again, I believe.
Indeed, we have a yellow card in the pitch. War Tune Herald is going to get go again. On hit, goes to Soul, finds Chris a Figment. He's got 2 cards in hand, so you know there's going to be a follow-up after this. The blocks are 2 cards from John Abanto's hand, covering it up nicely, and it's another War Tune Herald coming in right behind.
Yeah, so we have a very defensive match on our hands. Both John and Chris really sort of respecting their, or protecting rather, their life totals as Chris goes down to 27 to John's 38. Still hasn't been hit yet.
And it's soon to be down to 25 for Chris, probably. He's choosing whether or not to pitch to this Pitfall Trap, which came from the arsenal of John Abanto.
Yeah.
1 damage is taken by Chris for the Riptide ability, and then looks like he throws that last card that was destined for Arsenal into the pitch to cover up an additional 2.
So he ends up valuing his life total more than his arsenal, which is not always the case in a match of Flesh and Blood, but here it seems like both players have figured out that in this matchup, it's really, really important to stay healthy and play efficiently rather than trying to do aggressive plays where you're just taking a bunch of damage, because on the side of Riptide, you have the ability to ping with traps and do this true damage effectively that can't be stopped. So Chris needs to make sure to keep his life total high so that he has the resources to work with to end the game. And John, being the defensive deck and having all of these traps and tricks to shut down all of this highly offensive value that Chris can throw out, is also kind of playing into a similar game plan. I'm really curious to see how this ends up. If this is like a match of attrition, we may see this go into a sort of fatigue where we're looking at, you know, how many cards are left in your deck rather than how many life points do you have at the end of the game.
Certainly could be. Chris Iaali, first round of the Arcane Games and Events Open Series July. Still with no Figments on the board. We've got a blue Herald of Triumph coming in.
Yep.
John Abanto, unable to pop this with a 6. Thinking about a 1-card block, it seems.
Gives
Blocks
up the
2,
Scar for Scar.
And we have another trap.
Okay.
This is the Buzzsaw trap. This is one that John would much rather see on a Herald being affected by a Pierce Reality or some other pump.
Right.
However, in this case, it'll still cover it up and deny Chris that critical Figment generation. Followed up by a blue Herald of Protection coming in for 5, threatening both to Soul and a Spectral Shield token.
Yeah, it seems like part of John's game plan is starving the Prism of Soul. We can see that the Prism has 2 cards in Soul right now, but the more Soul the Prism gets, the more ability she has to set up the loop. And, you know, the, what is it? The
Arclight Sentinel.
Arclight Sentinel. Thank you. The Arclight Sentinel loop is one of the win conditions that Prism can set up. For those of you not familiar, Prism has the ability to recur Arclight Sentinel over and over again with the right setup. And this could be something that Chris is playing towards. If this goes to fatigue, that would allow him to basically keep sending attacks without expending too many cards in his deck to do so.
John Abanto sending over, it should be, yeah, it's an Endless Arrow for 7, pumped up by a Premeditate, and a Codex of Frailty on the board. Very powerful 2-card hand from John. Let's see how Chris decides to respond. So far, the block is 1 card. John is getting in by 4. Looks like the blocks are good. Chris takes 4. John generates an additional Ponder token, and also Endless Arrow comes back to hand. So John is going to have 3 different choices as to what he arsenals.
Yeah, that is a valuable thing for Riptide. His arsenal is so important, being able to send these traps and then reload them, and you know, just his Riptide hero ability can get you so much value. As a Ranger player, I'm sure you know the importance of getting things into your arsenal. So
Rangers definitely care about their arsenal.
Yeah.
Back to Chris Iaali. Incoming is another Herald of Triumph. John is checking the graveyard because I'm pretty sure we've seen a Herald of Triumph at the beginning of pretty much every one of Chris's turns.
And that was something I was noticing earlier. You know, we talked about this card being so important when you're playing against a tech that can pop your Heralds. And seeing them all this early, I think on the one hand is really nice, but on the other hand, we're going to expect that later on in the game, those won't be available. Maybe John thinking about how that affects the way that he plays moving forward if he can anticipate them starting to dry up.
And Chris is probably just trying to get as many cards out of John's deck by choosing to prioritize these Herald of Triumphs, because it's always going to require a 2-card block.
Yep.
There's no popping here. There's no card efficiency on the blocking end. It also might force John to play those early 6 attacks when Chris is totally fine blocking them.
Yeah.
Murky Water, that's a card that you really want to hit if you can afford it.
Yep. Yep, absolutely. And we're just seeing these players kind of trade cards rather than trading life. Of course, John has been able to deal some good damage to Chris. Looks like he's done 11 so far, so we're about a third of the way through the life total, whereas John has not taken any damage yet. So being extremely, extremely proactive with his blocking while still sending meaningful stuff. This is an 8 damage endless arrow with a ponder on hit and the ability to return it to hand. So he keeps sending these threatening attacks while completely stuffing Chris's ability to do damage.
This is John's final premeditate in the deck. He's played the other 2. Endless arrow coming in for 8. Also with Dreadbore text. This is not an E-Strike. Chris cannot play D-Reacts from hand. That being said, he's got 2 Soul Shields in Soul at the moment. The likelihood of him having the last one is pretty low. It could still be really awkward for Chris. Let's see if we can see what's in his hand.
Yeah.
We got Herald of Erudition. Looks
and
like
a Genesis.
Possibly 2 Figments as well. That's a really low block value hand right there. And Chris is forced to take it.
Yeah. So I think Chris knows that his win condition is going to be to build up that board, and the illusionist game plan typically likes to trade the life total for that board state in order to create momentum on their side. And we see exactly that as Chris gets the Genesis out, one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful auras in his deck, which are actually very difficult for John to clear. He doesn't have a weapon, so he's going to have to send cards at that Genesis if he wants to clear it, which can give Chris a lot of breathing room on the other end.
And because Chris's life total is lower than John's, we've seen a lot of instances where John has drawn up Scar for a Scar, which is usually a dependable source of go again for a hero whose life starts below the base value that heroes normally do. In this case, he's not able to use that for go again. So having a turn that deals damage and removes an aura becoming more and more difficult for John.
Yeah. John really thinking here about whether or not it's worth it to block this out entirely. The 7 breakpoint is very difficult to deal with. If you give 3 cards here, can you even send anything meaningful back with the Genesis on the field? You're certain to lose tempo in a position like this.
And we're showcasing the power of Herald of Triumph. John's got 2 poppers in his hand, if I'm not mistaken. He's got Weakest Link and also Murky Water. That might be an Endless Arrow, actually.
Okay.
I'm mistaken. It's just 1 popper, but he's not able to utilize it here.
Yeah, he has not popped any of the Heralds yet, as these Triumphs just keep coming out and providing value. And we see him blocking with 2 cards from hand and his Balance of Justice, once again stopping the on-hit, but he is running out of equipment. He has just the boots left to block in the trench, which you really do not want to give up until the last possible moment.
I think Nathan Crawford said it best. If you're blocking with the I would sometimes rather lose than block with trench.
Well said.
And John still holding on to the Perch Grapplers. Usually the use case scenario for those is one of those really threatening and scary Herald of Eruditions.
Right, which we did see, but Chris ended up putting that into his soul rather than keeping it, probably because he knows that it's not very useful as long as those boots are out on the field. I'm sure Chris is very happy to see the Balance of Justice taken. Now he only has 1 more piece of armor to get through before those eruditions become extremely powerful.
Unfortunately, Chris also had an incredibly awkward hand from a blocking standpoint when he was holding the Herald of Erudition. That was Genesis plus 2 other non-blocks. Another Codex of Frailty coming out from John. I believe this is the 2nd one we've seen so far. This time, he's got resources floating, so he's going to be able to find a much more threatening arrow or attack than Endless Arrow.
Yeah.
Possibly even a Weakest Link.
And it looked like he put a card on the bottom of his deck. He arsenaled it and then trenched it. Of course.
That he did.
Very heads-up play there, being able to get a resource out of the card rather than just discarding it.
John finding himself a Battering Bolt, which is going to be quite the choice here because Prism has a lot of cards that are not actions. And if Battering Bolt connects, it's going to reveal Chris's hand, destroy all the cards in that hand that are instants or non-actions, and then make Chris pay for it.
Yeah, Battering Bolt is one of the strongest arrows in this meta. It's like a second copy of Weakest Link. It's so powerful into these heroes that have actions or instants that don't block.
Furthermore, in this matchup, specifically, it's normally a popper, as long as you're facing something that's not Herald of Triumph.
Very well-rounded card.
Chris discarding a Merciful Retribution in exchange for the red Herald of Triumph that he's put back into his arsenal because of John's Codex.
Yeah.
Incoming Battering Bolt is just going to be for 6. It's not affected by Dreadbore, because Dreadbore was just used as resource fodder to get a card out of John's hand, so he didn't have to discard it to Codex.
Yeah, that's a very critical breakpoint that John wishes he had, but the 6 power still pulling, 2 cards from Chris's hand.
And it totally makes sense. There's no reason for Chris to be losing more life here than he already has. John getting his Ponder token, resetting the arsenal for the next turn.
Yeah.
Chris likely going to activate Genesis here with that last card in his hand. Hope that he draws something that is resource worthy of that red Herald of Triumph in his arsenal.
Yep.
He's just hoping it's not a red right now.
And seeing this Genesis stay out in the field, it almost feels like all the work John has done to prevent these heralds from going into soul is being undone, as Chris now has 4 soul to work with.
Interestingly enough, Chris decides to IP himself. He did draw a resource card that could have been used for that Herald, probably thinking that the Frailty token just makes it not worth it to throw that Herald, because that critical breakpoint of 7 just becomes an easy 2-card block for John.
Yeah, having not done any damage to John so far, it's pretty clear that his game plan is very happy to give up 2 cards, 6 power Herald, and just get it out of the way. So Chris valuing keeping it for a more explosive turn later on and making John be the aggressor and show him that his hand actually isn't clunked up with D-reacts.
John Abanto kicking it off with a Trench activation and E-Strike. Mode chosen is likely Go Again. We don't know. Yeah, it must be Go Again because we don't see a 7 represented. He also activated Riptide static ability and reloaded a card, ostensibly an arrow to follow up.
That would make a lot of sense. We'll have to see which arrow when he reveals it after this block is declared.
This is a turn where John could be utilizing the Go Again from E-Strike just to put a little bit of pressure on Chris's life total, and then use that follow-up to remove that pesky Genesis that is stuck around for a couple turns.
Yeah, Riptide has to have a deck filled with a multitude of cards that sort of play different roles, but E-Strike is one of them that kind of plays all the roles at once. He's playing it right now as an extender, which is, I think, a term that I learned recently that really helps me understand kind of like what the cards do in this game. An extender allows you to obviously extend your hand and get more value out of what you're doing. And here we see John finally getting a window thanks to the extender of being able to not only pressure the life total, but also take out the Genesis, which is a very important thing to do if you're going to prevent that Arcane, and there it is, the Arclight Sentinel loop that I talked about earlier.
This Arclight Sentinel, unfortunately, going to the pitch zone, not to the battlefield. Kicking it off with that red Herald of Triumph that has been sitting in Chris's arsenal since the Codex turn. This is 7 Go Again. John is going to really have to think about whether he wants to finally let Chris get a Figment.
Yeah, and critically, I think that Genesis was cleared just in time, because if Chris was able to get the Arclight Sentinel out, that protects the Genesis, and if he then has to clear it, puts the Arclight Sentinel into the graveyard, which is exactly where he wants it to be. So pitching it away means that he has to wait a little bit longer to see the next copy of that in order to start any kind of defensive loop that can keep him from losing more of that life now that he's sitting at 11 to John Abanto's 38.
We're finding John again with a handful of poppers that can't do anything against this Herald of Triumph. We've got a Battering Bolt, a Weakest Link, neither of which are going to really matter and in terms of removing this Herald. However, I do believe I see a Tar Pit Trap, and that will at least turn off the on-hit ability of Herald of Triumph, still preventing Chris from fetching one of those really important Figments.
Yeah, maybe we'll see John take the first bit of damage, as I think the thing that he really cares about is the on-hit. But it looks like he really does value his life total a lot.
And this is critical. Here comes Frailty Trap from John's arsenal. Not only is it going to ping Chris for 1, but it's also going to give him a Frailty token. So much for your beautiful breakpoint, Chris. This one's going back down to 6.
Yeah.
But luckily, we can follow it up with another Herald of Triumph, another breakpoint. We might finally get there and get a Figment out on the board.
It feels like Chris is running 30 copies of this card. We've seen it every single turn, and now here twice in one turn. I mean, I know that he recurred one of them from the Codex, but my God, that's a lot of these Heralds, which is the toughest version of the Herald for John to deal with. We've seen him have a popper almost every single turn, just go blocking without doing the popping that it was supposed to do.
There is a reason that Prism players run the rainbow copies of Herald of Triumph, and it's this right here. So poppers are basically ineffectual. For that reason, I mean, my Azalea deck for a long time was running 0 poppers, just because there's no point against Herald of Triumph.
Yeah. I'm really curious about this use of the Perch Grapplers. I don't know if there's a particular critical mass of soul that John is trying to avoid, but it seems like with 4 already, you know, allowing 1 damage to leak through might have been okay. I'm not sure if he's just valuing his life total or keeping that soul low, if there's a certain number that he's trying to avoid.
Well, critically, that soul means diddly squat if you have no figments out.
Right.
You have to use them as a resource for your angels. And if you can't get any angels out, you're basically just treading water until Riptide gets you down to 0.
And we know that Riptide has very good counterplay into the angels. Whenever a trap is activated, it can deal a damage, which will pop the angel. So it's interesting to see how much John is valuing preventing those figments from coming out in the first place.
A blue pitch for Chris Iaali. Looks like this is the turn. He's activating his helmet. He's finally going to be able to find a figment, draw a card, possibly have quite a wide turn. This could be the instance, now that Vestige of Soul is on, that we finally find that ALS and start probably not looping John yet, but maybe at least getting some space.
Yeah, I think Chris needs to have a Genesis on the field. I don't know if he needs to get it down right away, but at some point he needs to make sure that he has both the Figment of Rebirth, the Genesis, as well as the ALS. So if he's going to put that combo together, it's tough. He needs to make sure that he's got all the pieces and they come down together. He can't be doing one at a time and giving John time to clear it out.
Figment of Erudition is the choice off of the tutor from the helmet activation. Immediately, he flips it into Soraya, which is going to allow Chris to draw more cards when he attacks with this angel.
This is a very, very powerful angel attack. Basically, the angel version of Erudition as it draws the cards even before it hits. So there's no counterplay to this once it's on the field and attacking.
John immediately activating his Balance of Justice. He's already got his block value. He might as well get the card draw as well. Incoming is 4 Go Again from Soraya.
And this is the moment where I want to see if John has the trap to pop this. If he does, that is a huge, huge swing in his favor. And if he doesn't, and he doesn't have a good ability to clear this, this could be Chris's ticket back into the game.
We have seen a good number of those go-again traps. Oh, no, and he finds the perfect one. It's Collapsing Trap. Oh, this is going to completely discard Chris's hand, and then Chris is going to have to draw back up to -1 of what he discarded.
Yeah, this is the trap that John wanted to see this turn. In addition to, the very important part here is that the trap is active, which allows it to deal the 1 damage.
Yeah, which will destroy the Herald unless Chris has some counterplay into this. Okay, we're going to draw some cards. We're going to see what we can find. This is all in response to both of those traps that are still sitting on the chain. Furthermore, Tar Pit Trap is activated. So we have 2 damage coming in, 2 instances of 1. Chris is going to have to cover up both of them if he wants to protect this angel and continue this turn. Furthermore, even if he does, Tar Pit Trap is going to make it so the next attack action card doesn't have an on-hit.
Yeah. Absolute critical turn for John. The ability to shut down one of the most powerful cards in Chris's deck, and it just lined up perfectly for him. Chris is in trouble here as he's thinking about what his outs are, trying to figure out a way around this blowout as he's thumbing through his cards.
Yeah, this is a rough situation for Chris to be in, but on the other side of the table, this is the kind of turn that makes a Riptide player. This is the kind of turn that makes somebody come back to Riptide over and over and over again. It's Collapsing Trap on a really juicy go-again attack.
Yep, and we see him basically just pitch his entire hand. Wow, look at that. So critically, getting out the ALS in addition to, is that the Figment of Rebirth?
It's a Figment of Triumph.
Figment of Triumph, okay.
Yeah, reduce all attacks by -1. I'm not sure how Chris... Oh, I'm so sorry. The traps don't trigger because Chris is attacking with an ally.
That was not a weapon.
Yeah, exactly.
Or an attack action card. Wow, okay, that is good catch there, Bryce. So
Chris still got his power turn. Nothing got turned off.
Wow. Okay. That's a very, very, wow. So the Angels are very robust in that sense, as Chris gets to keep it and swing again.
So the traps will activate because they're sitting on an attack with go again. However, the text in Riptide says ping whenever you activate a trap, ping the attacking hero. There's no attacking hero here.
Okay.
That's how the semantics play into what we just saw.
Well, Chris, thankful for that, I'm sure, because that would have been a blowout. I think I'm a little bit happy that it wasn't, because now he's got a real fighting chance. His board just exploded. He had such good counterplay into that. He was about to have to discard his hand, and rather than John having the perfect answer, it was actually Chris that had the perfect answer to that blowout and just said, oh, I have to discard my hand. Well, I'll just play it all out instead. And now he's got one heck of a board as he's swinging and drawing cards and now flipping this figment of Triumph, thank you.
Showing us Victoria. Every time he swings, he's going to be able to choose to banish a card from Soul. If he does, John is not going to be able to pop much. Basically having Herald of Triumph's effect on the back end of it. But finishing out this turn is just going to be a Herald of Protection, pumped up critically by the Pierce Reality. This is going to land. If it connects, it'll give Chris a Spectral Shield and make it that much harder for John to snipe the Angels with these traps.
Yeah, and wow, the momentum just swung massively. 8 damage coming through. 2 Angels flipped on the board. Chris is effectively sitting at 18 now with those 2 ward.
Chris definitely establishing a board presence here, but still not looking super comfortable.
Yeah, he's going to have a few more turns of clawing his way back. He took a lot of damage to build this up, whereas John, he's only taken 4 damage through the entire game so far.
Let's take a look at John's hand. I think we might, we're holding on to a Pitfall Trap, which is difficult to use because you have to play it from Arsenal. Likely John does not, he does have a trap in hand, it looks like, which is going to allow him to reload off of Riptide static text, the Pitfall Trap, and play it out onto this chain. That one will definitely be pinging Chris and force him to choose to keep, whether or not he can keep this Angel around. Likely not.
Yeah, so those pings get so much value. And it looks like both Angels are taken out by those traps. So that is a huge swing for John. Really interesting that this Herald, which seemed to be, 8 power coming in, doing so much, actually kind of got his Angels killed.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of those things about the Prism Riptide matchup. Riptide has and we see a pop on the last blue Wartune Herald there. So as quickly as that board came, off it went.
Yeah, wow.
And this is showcasing why Riptide is kind of a pick in this meta now, right? Usually, Illusionists are just a non-game for Riptide. However, these new Illusionists, the way LSS has been designing them, gives Riptide the game to get there. It's a really interesting play.
Yeah, and here we're seeing another aura come down.
And this is a big one, Michael.
Judgment.
Merciful Retribution.
Merciful Retribution. The Merciful, is this the one that if you would deal a damage, deal an additional damage?
No, that would be Ode to Wrath. Merciful, this is the one that combos really well with Merciful Retribution. This one says anytime basically a Herald is popped or an aura, including Merciful Retribution, is removed, ping your opponent for 1.
Ugh.
And critically, this works on all of those Outsiders tokens that Rangers love to give their opponents, right? If you give Chris a Blood Rot at this point, when it pops at the end of his turn and pings damage to him, it's also going to ping you for 1. But on John's side, we've got E-Strike with Go Again, followed up by a pesky Remorseless.
Yeah.
That's 5 plus 5, possibly more if the Remorseless connects. Chris, not going to allow it.
Yep. Chris going down to 5 life. It is looking rough for him, but Herald of Erudition, this man is not going down without a fight, as that now comes in for 9 with the double Pierce Reality on the board, plus 4 on top of that 5. And John, well, I'm not sure what's in his arsenal, but even if it was a trap, he's got a lot to cover up. He would need to get another trap in there.
What he really, really needs is a buzzsaw trap in Arsenal, and we already saw it play earlier. So we know that is not a possibility. We know that no Murky Waters have hit. However, a popper will do it.
That's true. Wow.
So unfortunately, the Herald of Erudition that could is no more. And Chris will have to just draw back up.
Yeah, he still is able to put that Herald into Soul due to the Merciful Retribution. Big, long text, a whole paragraph even of stuff that it does, which is what makes it such a powerful aura and allows him to still get the Figment despite the Herald being popped.
And Chris finding Figment of Protection, which will also supply him with a Spectral Shield. Incoming Dreadbore activation for a blue Infecting Shot, it looks like.
Yep.
Incoming 4/4. Critical Breakpoint, which can be covered up very easily by a card in that Spectral Shield.
Right you are, as Chris...
Back to the tank for Chris Iaali.
Yep. And we see a Fabled in his hand there.
That would be
Great
the Library of
Solana. Yeah.
Let's take a look at what else he's got. Looks like it's otherwise a very Herald-rich hand. So block value of 9 in this hand. Should be a pretty easy cover-up. Chris probably just thinking over the finer points of his turn.
Yeah, he needs to pull the tempo back and never let it go while he's sitting at 5 life. He has very little life to work with. Can't afford to be taking hits from those extenders and wide turns that John has been putting together anymore.
Interesting. We see the pitch for the Phantasmal Footsteps in addition to the Stonewall Gauntlet block. Stonewall Gauntlet is effectively going to block 2, one by the Spectral Shield, one by the Phantasmal Footsteps, which will stick around because that attack was not 6 or greater.
So it looks like he chose to do that so that he could afford to flip this Figment.
Which makes sense. That's such a clean use of your pitch card, right?
Yep.
And now Chris is going to be able to start off this turn again with a Herald of Erudition for 9, asking John once more. You got a popper?
Yeah, except that's not what he's doing. It looks like he's sending in this...
Oh, it's coming, Michael.
Figment of Protection here, or rather Angel. Really, really important at this stage in the game to get as many of those Spectral Shields out. He needs to be able to take hits in order to establish a board. If he's blocking with his whole hand, he is not presenting any kind of pressure. And he plays that out along with the great Library of Solana, a card that I don't think I've seen played since original Prism.
It has been making its way back into these newer Prism lists, and it is a force to be held. 5 Intellect is one heck of a drug, Michael.
Yep. 5 Intellect is impressive, and it also is very hard to remove. You have to discard 2 yellow cards. Not a lot of decks are running yellows, so the agency is all on Chris to basically keep it as long as he wants to.
An incoming Murky Water, which can just be covered up by the Angel and 2 Spectral Shields that are sitting on the board. We'll see if Chris wants to go that way. Chances are he'll be able to throw a couple cards in front of this. But yeah, we'll see what he decides to do. Obviously, this is the prospect of giving a 2-card block is kind of nothing when you have 5 cards.
Yeah. One point I want to make here is that it looks like Chris is out of soul. So even if he keeps that Angel around, it isn't necessarily going to keep generating him those Spectral Shield tokens unless he can fill that soul back up. But speaking of filling the soul back up, he's got the Light of Soul in his hand, which will allow him to pitch and reveal the top card of his deck. If it's yellow, it goes into his soul. As I'm saying it, it happens. So there's some more Spectral Shields on a stick.
He's also able to stack it so that the Light of Soul happens first, and then he gets the option whether or not to banish to Aegis.
Yeah.
Forgo again is the ask from Chris Iaali with 2 Spectral Shields on the back end.
And this is what I love about watching Illusionist games so much, is you think they're down and out, and then they keep just kind of clawing their way back into the game, building and building. Those Spectral Shields are life. So, you know, if he can get enough of these wards out, he effectively goes from 5 to 6 to 7 to, you know, +4. He's at 12 right now.
Having another discussion with John about the efficacy of this Frailty Trap against the Angel.
Right.
Once again, the discussion goes, this Angel is not a weapon.
Yep.
It does have Go again, but it's not going to ping me because there's no attacking hero.
Really, really important for Chris right now to keep his board alive. And I wonder if maybe that blowout from the Herald attack has him considering not sending Heralds. It would be an interesting adjustment.
I tell you what he is doing right now, Michael. He's drawing one heck of a lot of cards. Chris just drew 6 cards.
Wow.
And he was able to do that off of 2 Tome of Divinities, which only required a blue pitch. Why? Because Vestige of Soul is turned on by Light of Soul, which put a card into Chris's soul.
And I think right now he's swinging with this Herald because he knows he has 2 Spectral Shields. So John would have to have 3 active traps in order to get to his Angel. And, well, that's unlikely. So John just throwing out the popper here.
Unfortunately, it's against the Herald of Triumph.
And it won't work. And this is 11 damage, so huge swing. It could go into Soul and allow Chris to find another Figment to fill that board up.
At some point, if John is not careful, these Heralds are going to start connecting. And with 2 Pierce Realities out there, he is going to start taking chunks and chunks of life.
Wow, and look at that chunk, down to 21.
And into the Soul with Herald of Triumph.
Yes.
Able to put another Figment onto the board. But boy, is that deck looking low.
Yeah, and there's the Figment of Rebirth, the one that will allow him to loop Arclight Sentinel, which, depending on how big the board is for Chris, could just be a death sentence for John, locking him out of the game while Chris just gets to swing with those Angels over and over again.
Because as long as Chris has an Angel on the board, that ALS loop is still a viable option. There's no way that Chris is going to be able to be fatigued when he can just swing for 4 every turn.
Yeah.
John has got to put pressure.
Something I want to point out, too, is that we just saw Chris search through his deck. Didn't look like he had a ton of cards left.
No, certainly not. Here's a good one of them.
Oh,
it's
Genesis. So that's an important piece. And it looks like he has everything he needs to get this loop off. So I imagine John has to take that Genesis out, or else it'll allow Chris to continually feed his soul, which will allow the rebirth triggers to happen over and over again. Man, that library is putting in work, though.
Library is an incredibly powerful card. Once again, 5 intellect is one heck of a drug, Michael. And Chris seems to be
Did you see that in his hand? It looks like he has the Arclight Sentinel.
Let's take a look-see. Yeah, at the 4 of Chris's hand is the namesake card of this loop.
Yeah.
Arclight Sentinel, or ALS for short.
So, there it is. Swinging at the Genesis, giving Chris the power to just 4-card hand him.
Furthermore, pinging John
5,
for 1 arcane damage from Merciful Retribution.
Yeah.
Another way that Chris could effectively get there in the end.
Yeah. You thought Riptide like pinging? Well, so can Prism.
Back to Chris's turn. Looks like he's also got a Passing Mirage on board, which is critically going to make it so that even if John did have the 7-power popper, still won't work on that first Herald.
Yep. Yeah, I feel like I blinked and Chris's board state exploded.
That's the way it is with Rangers and Prism, honestly. You can never count them out. I've had some nasty games against Zachary Wallach, for instance, in our
great
traditional
guy, great player.
Exactly, our traditional 3rd round pairing. The last one I did, I had a steamroll of a game against him, but he somehow was able to stick a Soraya, and it took me about like 5 turns to actually close this out when he was sitting at like 5 life, exactly as Chris is now.
And here we see it. The Arclight Sentinel gets played, as well as the flipping of the Angel of Rebirth. So it looks like he has all the tools to lock John out. 1 soul critically, which will allow him to at least get started with that. John needs to make sure that Chris can't keep getting soul, but he has the Merciful Retribution out, which means even if he pops, the Heralds are going to soul.
Exactly. And also, every time he pops one of those Arclight Sentinels, he's going to get pinged for a damage.
Yep.
So here comes the Angel of Rebirth, finding, what do you know, Arclight Sentinel.
Right on the top, and oh my god, Chris has pieced this together beautifully, managing to get all the pieces at 5 life, sitting there just, I mean, this looks impenetrable.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when you already have an ALS sitting on the board and you know another one is coming. This is the moment where the Ranger player is feeling the death knell.
Yeah.
And I have to sympathize with John because I've been in this situation many times as a Ranger player myself.
Yep.
This is when the writing is on the wall and you felt like you were just a hair's breadth away from killing this illusionist player, and then they do this to you.
And John is just giving his cards over for basically free. You know, he has to protect his life, but then he can't use those cards on offense to clear the board.
And you're pigeonholed into this strategy of, okay, well, I'll give cards because I can't get offensive value out of them because there's an ALS on the other side of the board. Chris, once again, is without any cards in Soul, so he may be in a situation where he has to throw a Herald first, which is much less scary because of that.
But it just goes to Soul. Look at that.
Yeah, exactly. Because of Merciful.
I do think it's important to note, however, that it's not going into Graveyard. So that can stop the loop. As long as the Merciful Retribution is on the board, that's a very, very interesting point. So Chris may not be able to keep this up forever. And maybe John was actually very smart to allow that Merciful Retribution to stay in the field. It seems like it might actually be an out for him if he can stay alive through this onslaught. Chris has another one in his hand that he just drew, but after that, if that goes to Soul, then what?
That being said, incoming is another Herald of, Angel of Rebirth swing. One thing that Chris can do, first of all, is lead off with a Herald of Erudition that can't be popped for 9. Second of all, he can go and find those figments, if I'm not mistaken, with the Angel of Rebirth. So he can basically just switch to a game plan where his angels become ultra powerful, and those are his win con.
I see.
He finds Bellona, the Angel of War, starts pumping all those angels. He's swinging for, instead of 4+4 every turn, he's swinging for, 5+6 or 6+7, et cetera, et cetera. Eventually grinding John into the dust.
Prism is such an interesting deck to watch play. It feels like he's gone through like 3-4 phases of the game, starting out just blocking, looking like he's getting his teeth kicked in. Then he builds up this board, and then as John clears it out, it's like he switches from this ALS loop over to a new game plan, and it's honestly it's amazing to watch this.
Looks like Herald of Erudition has connected.
Wow.
I don't know if we have updated life totals yet. That should bring John down to 8, if I'm not mistaken. And here we go. Here's Figment of War. This is the one that is going to provide us a courage token. And once he flips, he's going to start pumping all these angels, the entire board all together.
And if John is, in fact, at 8, like you said, Chris is now in the lead. If we count the ward on his board, what is he? 5+4+4+2. We're looking at 15.
I'm sorry? We have 4+4.
There's another angel.
We're at 14. 12+2.
Okay. Well, his life total is high when you count that ward, and John's is plummeting.
Okay, and so just like I said, here comes Bellona.
Yep.
Archangel of War gives a +1 counter to every angel on the board. So now Chris is going to be able to say 5+5, which, let's not forget the 9 that came before this with 2 card draw on top of that. He's also sitting on 2 ALS in hand. Chris is feeling pretty darn good in this spot.
Oh, yeah.
Here comes Battering Bolt. Not doing much popping here, only doing some blocking for 3. Likely followed up by another angel here from Chris. He's not going to be able to activate any banishing from soul effects, but Chris is A-okay with that at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, John's in trouble.
Yeah, John's in a lot of trouble. This is a situation that few Ranger players can ever crawl back from. Forget the fact that Chris is at 5. Forget the fact that there's maybe 5 cards left in his deck. He's sitting pretty. John in the tank, thinking about which card to give.
And just, short answer is, oh boy. Arcane, Arclight Sentinel.
Hey, John, you thought you'd be able to pressure this board? I think not. Here's an ALS.
Yeah. And we can just see every piece of the puzzle for Chris synergizing with itself. So much value coming out of that great library, out of the Arclight Sentinel, out of the Merciful Retribution, and John doesn't even get a choice. The only thing he can do is kill the Arclight Sentinel and say, okay, well, at least you can't recur that anymore.
And it's not... And if that wasn't enough insult to injury, the ALS goes to Soul and pings John for 1,
Oh
getting
my
him
gosh.
closer and closer to the grave.
Yep, and if it's not this turn, I think it'll be the next one as Chris swings once again with this Angel of Bologna, pumping all of his angels up. 2 counters on each. They're now coming in for 6 damage and 4 wards sitting on the table.
Chris showcasing, 1, how powerful this Prism deck can be, 2, how adept of a player he is. Because if you think this was just by happenstance, absolutely not. This was pitch stacked. Chris knew that this was going to be coming back around. We're probably in like 3rd or 4th cycle at this point.
Sure.
And Chris was not connecting with a single Figment. I think he identified that John was basically just going to block him out through the early and the mid game. And so Chris said, all right, cool. Well, I'll just set up like an insane double tome turn.
Right.
And you'll be wishing you were dead anyway.
Wow. That is a good eye on that. I think the second cycle is something that has fallen a little bit out of favor in this meta with so much aggro, so much Zen, Kayo coming through. It's not often that the players get to showcase their ability to set up a game plan for that second cycle. But here we see Chris has not forgotten the power of being able to remember what you've done while playing a game of flesh and blood.
John, prospectively going to be taking 2 here, which is very scary with Merciful Retribution. Okay, we send the Inertia Trap, which will trigger here.
Yep.
Finally getting rid of something on Chris's board, but it's just going to be a pesky Spectral Shield.
The Spectral Shields protect him so well, and that's the game. Chris Iaali closing it out against John Abanto round 1. Fantastic game from both of these players.
Chris Iaali finding himself very quickly below double digits on life and saying, no more. I am not giving you 1 more iota of space. I am going to stonewall you right here, throw some ALSs at your face, and then hurt you righteously.
Chris Iaali is such a wonderful player to watch. It just amazes me the way that he pilots these decks. It seems like he brings something new every single month and just shows us how to do it. So congratulations to him for taking that win.
Yeah, that is my team captain right there, and it is such a pleasure to watch him play because, boy, howdy, does he know how to play this game.
And don't forget to D-Chi, folks, or in this case, D-Angel.
Yeah, there's precious little time spoken about de-angeling.
Yeah.
Chris showing how to do it. Boy, howdy, was that an interesting match, Michael.
Yeah. I've never seen that matchup before, and it was so interesting. It really looked like the Riptide just had Prism's number. I know that people talk about how powerful Riptide is when he goes into decks that pump and go again, and that's all that Prism does. In addition to the ability to ping and destroy angels, it seemed like maybe Riptide had all the tools he needed to just absolutely wipe out the Prism, but Chris showed us that, like, no, I just have to take like 30 damage, and then you're done.
Kiwi Stalker in chat says Chris Iaali belongs on the banned and restricted list.
Oh, absolutely.
I've had a couple games, Kiwi Stalker against Chris, that make me feel the exact same way.
Unfortunately, he's such a good person that I don't think LSS can find a reason to ban him yet. They would love to, just to get him out of this meta so that the other players can have fun playing the game and not get crushed every single time.
I don't know. I could find a reason.
Well, fair enough. Those are the behind-the-scenes stuff. No.
All right. Before we get to round 2, we have our metagame analysis for you. Let's take a look at what the AGE players are playing today. Looks like, wow.
Wow.
Speaking of our beautiful green man, we got 4 Riptide in the mix. All tying Zen, supposed best deck for representation.
Sure. This is really interesting to see. I think obviously, you know, we had the ban, which pulled a few players off of Zen, and then looking at it, we've got New here, who's kind of supposed to be the Zen counter, but like not enough Zens to counter, it seems like here. So really interesting to see the number of news coming out. Although I will say, I think one of the reasons we see so many news across the meta right now is because New is just such a fun deck to play.
That's the scuttlebutt, or that's the skinny on the street.
The skinny on the street, as the kids say.
Gen C says, you bet.
Yeah, no cap.
My Riz is, I can't keep this up anymore.
Skibidi what?
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I am not an assassin player myself, but everybody that turns to that deck just gets hooked on it because it's such a blast.
I mean, I've played New, and I gotta say, the way that LSS designed this this mystic assassin. Oh, man, she is an absolute delight to play. Complicated, interesting lines, tricks. You know, I feel like it's a combination of like Arachne and Dorinthea plus her own kind of flavor, the ability to fake a reaction and then go, actually, this is a siren's call, and now you have to give me even more cards. So slippery, and being the snake that she is, I think that's very thematic and just grabs a lot of attention. But in addition to the Riptide, and the Zen we see at the top, we see 3 Azaleas, 3 Kayos, you know, 2 more of these kind of like A-S tier bubbling heroes. What do you think about them coming into this tournament today?
I think they're sitting pretty, as it were. Riptide is showcased as kind of a really good pick here.
Yep.
Based on the top representation here, I think his new matchup is fine.
Yeah.
His Zen matchup, I mean, can be hairy, but that's the case for pretty much every hero in this meta. Usually Riptide is positioned very well into ninjas, so I think he's not upset to sit across from them.
Sure.
But also Azalea and Kayo can be really juicy matchups for Riptide. I think Riptide might be the pick based on what I'm seeing.
It really seems that way. I don't know exactly how his Zen matchup is, but I mean, obviously we know that Zen turns on a ton of his traps, and that's exactly what Riptide wants to get that value. But of course, Zen being Zen, I think anyone who thinks they counter him can sometimes be sadly mistaken, as he pops off for 40 damage in a single turn.
And that being said, I'm also really excited about all of these smatterings of of other
so
heroes.
Beautiful.
I think I know who our Teklovasan is. I think that is Mr. Connor Davenport, and that guy has a lot of reps on that deck. And I think he could be really well positioned here based on what I'm seeing.
What do you think are his decks that he wants to avoid as he fights his way through this tournament?
Probably the Azaleas and probably the Zens, honestly.
Okay.
The Zens are probably just going to blow him out.
Sure.
However, if he runs himself into a new, I think he's feeling okay, especially because if he can make that game go long, then obviously he pops off with Singularity and does his thing. Furthermore, New doesn't have a whole lot of blue cards that she can banish from Teklovasan that she can actually play. None of those Evos.
Yeah.
Furthermore, Teklovasan can play those Evos from banished. So I think Connor could just sweep all the News here and find himself in top 8.
Yeah, really good meta pick to bring the Teklo into the new. We also see Levia, who is almost, I would say, the opposite of new in the sense that they're both very powerful decks, but Levia is a tough one to pilot. And I think that is one of the reasons that we see what I would argue is an A-tier deck maybe being underrepresented in a tournament like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Levia's power level has only crept up as newer and newer sets and expansion slots have been introduced into the game.
Yeah.
The most curious hero representation here, I think, is the Viserai. And I think you know something about this Viserai player.
I do.
Tell me.
He's my brother. Yeah, he loves Runeblade. He was a Briar main, and he has not quite been able to give that up. Dabbled a little bit in KO. Doesn't quite do it for him, so he's back on the Viserai. He just loves that sort of feeling of swinging a rune blade,
Maybe
you know?
split damage.
Absolutely, the split damage, the aggression, and the flavor. I think he is maybe the only person I know that could possibly be more excited for Rosetta than I am.
Well, the time has come for our round 2 pairings, so we're going to take a very short break and be back with more Flesh and Blood after this. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the July AGE Open. We just saw one squeaker of a match, one John Abanto against Chris Iaali on Prism. We have another one coming up that's going to be really interesting. But first, I have a new face next to me. This is Marcus Brown.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
How you doing, Marcus?
I'm doing okay.
Glad to have you here in the booth for what is going to be quite a match. Can you introduce it for us?
Yeah, we've got an interesting matchup here. We couldn't stay away from the deep. We've got Eric Dauernnheim on Riptide, and we've also got Richard here on Dorinthea, the sole Dorinthea of the field.
Sneed himself, usually a wizard sympathizer. Very interesting to see him on the Green Man.
Yeah.
I'm really curious to see how he navigates this. I mean, Eric has been known to be one of the best Kano players, definitely in this room, in a sea of really, really good Kano players. I wonder what makes him convert to the Green Man.
Maybe some pre-Protor psyops in the flesh and blood.
Yeah.
Not too sure.
Perhaps now is another good time to mention Battle Hardened San Diego, which is coming up just next month, August 24th and 25th. Tell the people what they can win, Marcus.
So we've got 2 PTIs on offer for the Battle Hardened, one for first place and one for the runner-up. We've also got another PTI because it's a ProQuest Plus for the AGE Open in August, the day after. So August 24th and 25th.
And don't forget, we've got 2K on the line for each of the days. 2K for the Battle Hardened and 2K for the AGE the next day. It's going to be a lot of fab fun down south.
Okay, we're doing a die roll here to ascertain turn order.
6 was looking pretty good on the die roll. Maybe it was an even odd. Pile shuffle's coming in hot.
Oh no, a point of contention. Pile shuffling.
Del Taco, friend of the show, says the deeper into summer we get, the hairier the casting team gets. Stay tuned next month. Being cast by Bigfoot and Yeti. Del Taco, you are so right. I'm growing the beard out at the moment. Maybe one day I'm going to be able to rival the beautiful man sitting next to me. But yeah, it's only going to get hairier. It's only going to get fuzzier.
I had actually planned to trim up the beard and be smarter along with my haircut, but I ran out of time because I was playing Armory last night.
Oh, and where were you playing said Armory?
Over a newer location in Cerritos, Crazy Nick's. Crazy with a K.
Crazy Nick's is the name of the LGS?
Yes, it is.
I got to check out Crazy Nick's. How was the scene there?
We've kind of started off with some of the Pitch It To Me podcast boys.
Oh, excellent.
So we've made the scene ourselves, and we've got an average of at least 6 people coming on Friday nights.
Yeah. And what a scene that is. As a reminder to the folks at home, the Pitch It To Me podcast team is made up by some of our top 8 contenders just last month. Namely, our winner, Talon Stradley, is one of the Pitch It To Me team members. Also, Fuzzy Delp, who we saw on stream. And Clark, I can't remember his last name. I feel terrible. But just a lot of really fun and talented folks.
Clark Moore, I believe.
Clark Moore. Yes, you are absolutely right. Looks like we're kicking it off. We've got the fist bump in the second round of the AGE July Open. Looks like it's going to be led off by Richard Truong, who seems to be sporting a Decimator Axe Dory build. Could be a long one.
Yeah, looking at the lists here, he's set for Dawnblade in a main board, and because this is a longer matchup with Riptide, he's opted for Decimator.
Perhaps deciding that he's just going to opt out of allowing Eric to utilize those traps that are so critical to the Riptide game plan. Looks like Eric revving up for a 2-card block here, as Richard goes ahead and reviews this obscure Ranger equipment that he may have not seen before. Yeah, I always love watching people really carefully read Perch Grapplers when it's it's gonna block 2. That's all that's gonna happen here.
Hey, sometimes if you have 2 blues as Azalea, maybe you'll pop it.
There were some really amazing turns in the Lexi days that I could put together by popping Perch Grapplers. I actually quite miss those days. 2 cards is the block for Eric Dauernnheim. Incoming Arsenal from Richard Truong, and we are off to the races. Both players draw back up. Eric giving beautiful eyes to the camera and to his opponent.
Yeah, definitely not a poker face. So it's good that he's not playing that today.
Looks like we see a Codex of Frailty and pitch right away, likely because he doesn't like any of the targets in his arsenal. Also, he's got too many cards in his hand.
Widowmaker
want
Blue.
to IP himself. Widowmaker Blue is actually a really interesting card because it's kind of like a you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't kind of card. Like, if you stick 2 cards in front of it and get rid of its buff, then you're overblocking by 3, essentially. So I actually really liked... I keep talking about the Lexi days, and I'm sorry about that, but that was one of my favorite inclusions in the later half.
I was going to say it was pretty important also in the limited format of Outsiders as well, because giving cards in limited, oh boy.
And there just wasn't enough equipment. Like, there was no battle-worn equipment, I don't think.
It was all like blade breaks on purpose.
And so Richard showing us what he's going to be doing for probably 90% of this game, pitching a blue, swinging a Decimator Great Axe, sending poor Eric back into the think tank.
Yeah, the thing that Eric has to now think over is, like, not only arrows are going to block poorly, is that his traps will also block poorly, because it's the first time you defend.
Indeed.
To Decimator. So you're really only going to get that 3 value from every trap, even if it triggers, which most of the time it won't against the axe.
Yeah, absolutely. And Eric showcasing the fact that he knows what that card says, blocking with an arrow first, and then hitting him with the Frailty Trap.
Yeah.
This just in from producer Justin. Looks like Richard presented 71 cards. Eric is presenting 60. Probably getting caught off guard a little bit by the Decimator Great Axe.
You'd expect the opposite sort of thing, or for both players to, like, board up, but Eric, no, choosing a clean 60.
Let's see if it works out for him. He's coming in with one of those high-efficiency attacks in Fiendal's Spring Tunic. You've got to expect that Richard Truong has some of those really clean D-reacts in the form of Fate Foreseen and Sink Below, though, to mitigate the value that Eric's going to gain by sending these 2-card 7s. Furthermore, Eric sends Collapsing Trap to the pitch zone. Probably not going to be as much of a factor in this game, but Richard probably should just notate the position of that card in Eric's deck, namely because if he utilizes Refraction Bolters wouldn't even trigger it because it happens after the hit, wouldn't it?
It's true, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So it's going to check in damage, so you've already passed beyond reactions.
We're seeing the game plan of the traditional game plan of Riptide kind of slipping away as Richard presents what is probably an unexpected switchboard plan.
Interesting. So he can pay into grains because Eric was like, no blocks. I would like to use my whole hand, please, sir.
And let's see what Riptide can do with a 5-card hand. We're starting off right with an E-Strike. That is just one of those hands that declunks some of these weirder Riptide hands. We also see a Barraging Brawnhide, which is a mainstay in my teammate Anthony Pham's Riptide list. I'm so excited to see that card.
We love the 2-card 8s.
Yes, we do. Perhaps Eric trying to just grind out the value from Richard's hands with hyper-efficient attacks.
I think this probably speaks to the reason why Eric didn't board up, because he knows that in presenting a 60 like this, he can cleanly use a whole hand if Richard is expecting to just, like, fold 3 cards and always swing axe every turn. He'll just constantly outvalue him turn cycle by turn cycle here.
And there we go, taking a pretty significant chunk of Richard's life total here with that Barraging Brawnhide. Eric also possibly going to have a hard time deploying another critical card in his list in Scar for a Scar. He's probably going to have to play that. I mean, Eric is also a really good, was a really good Icelander player when she was in the meta, and I think he's really used to this whole positing life totals against one another kind of game
you
plan.
basically play with a yo-yo when you do your life total, so that you can use every card in your hand. Going above, going below, being just right. Here we see a Frailty Trap covering up the rest of Decimator.
Unfortunately not going to trigger because the Decimator does not have Go again. Yeah, Richard is just kind of chipping away at Eric's life total, saying you can't play all these really useful cards that you thought you could. However, Eric does have a really important card in the form of Dreadbore. Dreadbore is going to make it so a lot of these really clean number D-reacts that Richard wants to deploy are ineffectual.
Yep.
And here comes Intoxicating Shot. What do you think about that card?
I mean, this is actually a relevant card in this matchup because if Richard lets this connect in any way, shape, or form, it's actually going to turn on the traps for Eric for him in a matchup where, like, they're definitely not going to. on average.
Absolutely. Kind of a weird situation where a blue can kind of force you to block with 2 cards.
Yeah, and it's a blue that's printed as a 4 cost, or 4 power, pardon me.
Because ordinarily that is kind of you're essentially giving your opponent a buff. But in this case, Eric would be able to get free damage and value off of those traps that are kind of sitting there useless against the Decimator Great Axe normally.
Okay, so now we see just the swing of the door. Decimator again, pardon me.
Another one?
You don't say. We're just trying to spice up what we see on screen here.
And here comes another block for 5 from Eric. 5 because Decimator will reduce one of those cards by half of its value, from 3 down to 2. We see producer Justin's fingers coming in here. Looks like we might have a fumble on the play, folks. Oh, we're getting player mics in place for some more high-octane action between the Axe and the Dreadbore. Eric goes ahead and activates Trench, pitches that upside-down card from his arsenal to the bottom of his deck.
Endless Arrow.
Dreadbore, incoming Endless Arrow.
Honestly, one of the biggest winners when you present Dreadbore. This annoying breakpoint becomes an even more annoying breakpoint.
Exactly, and Endless Arrow being so critical to these longer games because you don't have a weapon with damage consistent on board. Endless Arrow can kind of become like a Titan's Fist towards the end of these games that you just kind of throw every single
I was going to say it's Ranger's Anathos because sometimes it can go taller, but sure, Titan's
I like
Fist
that.
works too.
We can quibble about Guardian weapons all day.
Anathos is the original hammer.
Looks like we've got a Vigor token created on the side of Richard, and we're drawing back up.
I wonder if it has anything to do with a lower life total matters card that Eric is about to present.
Oh, what do you know? That thing we were talking
Here's
about
a
5
scar
minutes
for
ago.
a scar for 4. Go again.
Eric happy to see this card at a critical point when his life total dips just below Richard's. Scar for a scar gaining go again just because Eric has less life than Richard. Eric taking a second to swig Red Bull, hoping to power himself through what will be a very long game.
Oh my goodness.
We found another. Can you imagine if Richard had let that hit and then Eric would have just had to end his turn on this Scar for a Scar?
Where's the Aether Ice Vein?
Eric really happy to just get these cards out of his deck at a point where they can be used for offensive potential because they can certainly become really clunky like we saw in that last game with John Abanto.
This is lovely. This is just everything you want from this kind of hand.
Numbers, right?
15 out of 4 cards.
Pretty amazing.
Excellent.
Eric really hoping he doesn't draw that last Scar for a Scar. Looks like we've avoided it. We've got some other really good cards here, but probably not for this hand because...
Yeah, Buzzsaw not too incredible.
And Buzzsaw can be something that's really amazing towards the end game because Richard is likely going to keep himself rich with sharpened steels and other really efficient ways to pump this Decimator Axe to finish Eric off. If he can hold on to that Buzzsaw trap, he can really strip some value off of that axe.
Yeah.
For now, it's just 4. It's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen Richard play this the Decimator side of this Dory build. I think I've only ever seen him when he's on Dawnblade, or I've only ever competed against him when he's on Dawnblade.
Yeah, so it's a common thing to pack in the sideboard when you play Dawnblade Dorinthea because you know you're in for a matchup that will grind out, so you're not going to go for a faster paced tempo plan with Dawnblade. You're going to grind it out. You're going to almost take them to time.
Oh my goodness.
Into most.
And this is so sad right here. Eric had already deployed his Spike Pit Trap, which is so good against attack reactions. However, he deployed it 1 second too soon because Richard then sends out the Singing Steel Blade, finds himself the Iron Song response, completely eliminating the text on Spike Pit Trap, which can be really critical.
Yep.
Especially when closing out these games.
Unfortunately, he does have another trap.
And he's going to get some really serious value off of it, won't he?
We just talked about how it wouldn't get him value this early on, but Richard wanted to push a bit more damage considering the hand.
Buzzsaw Trap says, when this defends an attack with power greater than its base, the attack can't gain power this turn, and it becomes its base. So back down to 4 is the Decimator Great Axe.
Yep.
The block is 5, and therefore none getting through.
He'll get that important ping of 1 from Riptide's hero ability as well.
And that means another Iron Song response out of Richard's deck. Here comes a powerful play from Eric. Premeditate, reload Riptide, means that he can send whatever the heck he wants from that arsenal, and it'll be pumped. And what the heck? C and C for 9. That is a heck of a play.
And here are 3 cards. I'll give you 9.
Unfortunately, Eric not finding any D-reacts in Richard's hand to kind of clunk up his blocks. But he'll take 3 cards.
I mean, he's packing surely 2 other copies of Command & Conquer, so he'll send it with other ones.
And here comes some bread and butter in the form of Decimator Great Axe. We still have a full equipment suite on both sides of the board. Richard likely going to hold on to those Refraction Bolters in the foot slot until he can really pressure those last cards out of Eric's hand towards the end of this game.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios where both players are on decks that can go long and are prepared for it. So really just trading cards and life turtles rather than equipment, which they save for the crucial pivot.
Eric finding himself with a lot of cards in hand, but just sending a Barraging Brawnhide with a bit of an overpitch, likely just thinking that those traps are not going to be useful enough until maybe later in the game. Richard really seems to be keeping an eye on that pitch stack, though. He might know when they're about to come back around.
Yeah.
But here's Barraging Brawnhide coming in for 8, unless Richard blocks with 2 or more cards. Non-equipment cards, that is.
Regardless, it'll still deal 1 if he only gives 2/3 blocks. And
I think Eric is happy as long as he is ripping cards out of Richard's hand and also ticking that life total down.
I mean, it's a funny conversation to have when arguably the hero without a weapon is actually doing more deck damage in the long run by trading 1 card for 2 on the opponent, who has a whole weapon that they can swing for the entire duration of the game.
And this is the value proposition that Anthony Pham keeps trying to sell the team on, is that you just use high efficiency attacks just like Bolander did back when she was in the meta, and eventually you eke out enough value to where those traps can get the last points of damage off your opponent's side of the board. For now, here comes Decimator Great Axe. I see an energy potion in the pitch for Richard. What do you think about that, Marcus?
It's mainly part of the blue base that you use in some versions of Dawnblade, where you value, you can fold a hand and you can put out a potion, or even if you have Go Again and your Dawnblade doesn't connect, you can play a potion, still use your action point, Arsenal Pass, and then bank those resources for like a route or like a Steelblade Supremacy, something tall to like really swing tempo because you're pulling resources into another turn.
Right, you are, and here comes equipment only blocks from Eric Dauernnheim.
Interesting.
That's going to be a block for 3. Interesting that he doesn't save those for a potential on-hit or later in the game.
He surely has a good reason with this hand then.
Perhaps the call is just that he wants to use the long draw half glove, perhaps to pump up a Murky Water or something like that.
Because you want maximum value after blocking with it and then activating it. Trench activation here too.
Have we seen any D-reacts from Richard, either pitched or played?
I'm not sure.
I kind of don't think we have, and I wonder if that's because Richard saw this whole Dreadbore game plan coming. I think Dreadbore has become the de facto bow for Riptide players.
They might honestly be clumped because we're still in first cycle.
Eric catching himself in the nick of time. Premeditate reloaded that E-Strike and is going to give it the +3. Looks like the mode chosen is going to be Go Again.
No reaction on my end.
Okay. And Richard showcasing a D-react that is not a D-react.
It's an instant.
Yes, indeed. And finding himself an agility token. Eric probably smelling blood in the water and hoping that he can finally draw a Frailty or Tar Pit trap and get that into the mix now that Richard is forced to have Go Again on his
This is a very good arrow to field. Not only is it threatening a Ponder here, but it's also threatening to put a -1 on Richard's equipment.
Tell me why it's threatening a Ponder. I thought that was only on the last attack.
No, it's for everything that comes from Arsenal on the chain for Premeditate.
I tell you what, Marcus, Premeditate is one heck of a card. Unfortunately, no Ponder for Eric here, and also no -1 defense counter on any of Richard's equipment, except for the Grains of Blood Spill, but that's only because he blocked with it.
But he took the whole hand and he took a piece of armor, so it's damage in a different way.
Richard probably feeling like the amount of hands that Eric has been able to make use of is pretty high. It's got to run out at some point, right? There's no way that Riptide can make use of a 4-card hand over and over and over again. Eric, trying to prove me wrong.
I mean, he's got plenty of avenues for recursion. He's got the quiver. He's got his codexes.
We haven't seen a single codex played as of yet, if I'm not mistaken. We saw one pitched very early, but that's definitely going to play into his... oh, I'm sorry. We did see... Oh, no. I'm thinking of the John Abanto game. I am not used to seeing two
Mixing
back-to-back
your
Riptide games. But we're going to see much more of it today, folks, because we got 4 in the mix out of 32 players.
I can't promise for certain that we won't feature another prominent Riptide on coverage today, but...
And who is that prominent Riptide, Marcus?
I just played him when he had a fortunate buy in round 1, Talon Stradley.
Oh, you played him?
Yeah.
What were you playing?
I was playing Victor.
Oh, that's fun. Who took it?
Me.
Excellent. Maybe you should have been playing today, huh?
I would be the single guardian in the room.
Here comes a courage token popping and another bread and butter decimator great axe coming at Eric Dauernnheim. He's hoping that he's holding on to an inertia trap, which I actually think I saw him draw up on the last turn. Yeah, here we go. We're finally activating some traps here and getting some value off of that hero text besides the free reload.
So that'll
inertia.
Be a ping to Richard.
And I'm sorry, did the agility token pop this turn? No, it popped last turn, right?
No, he had to use his whole hand to block and get used to the agility. He made a courage here from the Unity trigger with Chorus of Ironsong.
And we're seeing the use of refraction bolters kind of early. Did he get block value?
No, he didn't. He popped it with like the 1 block still there.
That's fascinating in a deck that really wants to take the game to the end.
But basically, Richard saw this hand and went, right, I can assure that I will swing twice with Great Axe, and Blade Flurry is a good companion to that.
I guess you just hit the gas pedal when you can.
Yeah.
Eric in the tank, thinking about a block on Decimator Great Axe, coming in for 6, which is impossible to block efficiently because of the text on Decimator Great Axe.
And this also means that because this is perfect resources with the hand, and there was no chance for Eric, because he already pitched away collapsing, for Richard to lose the last card and like lose value on Blade Flurry here, and he's played around the inertia as well.
Here comes a block for 2, unfortunately. Taking 4 is Eric Dauernnheim. And coming back to his turn. Blocking with a Battering Bolt, which can be a really, really good card combined with Dreadbore, especially if you know that your opponent is running D-Reacts. But again, we just haven't seen that many out of Richard. I wonder if they're even in the deck.
Okay, pitching 2 reds. Okay.
That is an unfortunate pitch, not being very resource efficient, and Eric having a laugh about it.
It was probably awkward because it's just 4 reds. Like, it's what you got to do sometimes.
And even though Richard doesn't even have an arsenal, he says, my deck is built to block. Please let me give you these 2 cards. I do not care. Sharpened Steel coming in conjunction with the Bread and Butter Decimator Great Axe.
2 card 7.
Not so, well, 3, yeah, no, you're right. You're right. I'm so used to my weapons not having attack value. Eric in the tank once again, hopefully drawing up a juicy trap. He's keeping it close to the chest. We have no traps in that hand.
Remorseless, double remorseless.
We do have a Tar Pit trap, but that's not going to activate here because this attack does not have Go Again. 7 is the ask on board for Richard Truong in this round 2 of the July AGE Open Series.
Yeah. He's going to gain that life off Fighting Spirit because he's currently lower. But Richard could always pick the Fighting Spirit to defend for just 1.
Does that...
It doesn't change the numbers,
but it flies in the face of your opponent, I guess, huh?
Because usually that sort of like lowering a block value to 1 is like the realm of an assassin with Spider's Bite.
I guess it just feels bad, huh?
Yep.
An activation of Dreadbore and a Remorseless for 6. is coming in. This, in conjunction with Dreadbore, says no D reacts to this chain link whatsoever. Don't even think about it.
Richard consulting the hand he's dealt. Let's take a little bit of a look here. We've got Supremacy.
Steelblade Supremacy, that's literally just a block 3 for this deck, I would imagine,
In a
right?
way, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so he doesn't want that for Arsenal.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Richard being very careful about what he keeps in Arsenal. Honestly, Eric has sent 2 or I think it's only 2 CNCs so far, but both of which have had no Arsenal to threaten on Richard's side of the board.
I mean, there's a decision to be made when you play around Codex by taking an Arsenal when you can get it, but there's also the other consideration that it allows him to tuck 2 cards because he underpitched here with a yellow and then pitched a blue.
Have we seen any attacks go to Richard's graveyard? I kind of wonder if he's even susceptible to Codex as it is.
I'm not even sure he runs a single attack action.
Yeah, we're looking over the list now for those of you at home. We're not seeing a single attack action in Richard's deck. So he's not threatened by Codex whatsoever.
No.
Except for, of course, the Frailty token and the Ponder
so
token on the side of
you can
Eric.
disregard what I just said. He doesn't need to worry about Codex.
Which is interesting, because usually these Dory builds will at least pack like CNCs, or now that we're in the land of Mystic Heroes.
Speaking of, Eric is feeling a CNC. Yeah, because it's just an efficient 2-card play.
Yeah. Especially when you expect the D reacts. We should look at his list and see if they're even... I don't even see Sync Belows or Fate for scenes. We have one... Oh, I'm sorry. They're there.
Syncs here. There's no Fates.
There is one red unmovable as well. That is really fascinating. I wonder if he sided them out here. Could be a really heads-up. It almost seems like Richard came expecting this 4 Riptide meta.
No, honestly, he's fielded the entire 71 because he's got only 9 equipment. The rest is the main board.
Also expecting some new... because we see a blue snag.
There's the snag there.
I'm sorry, just a snag. There's no yellow or red snag. That's not a thing.
Just a snag disables just a nick.
Having a bit of fun in the booth here with my friend Marcus Brown. The block is going to be 4 here because Fiendal's Fighting Spirit will be reduced to 1 by the Great Axe and then covered up by the Inertia Trap out of Eric Dauernnheim. No activation on the trap, and no ping for 1 from Riptide. Life total's getting a little disparate here.
Yeah. Oh.
But
the last copy of Scar for a Scar.
Enough to turn on that Scar for a Scar, and Eric's probably happy to see that at the very least. He is, however, getting very serious. No more sly smiles from Mr. Sneed anymore. We finally found a Sync Below, Marcus.
But what will he sync, if anything? No sync, he says.
I think Richard's just happy to see block 3 on every single one of his cards. He could care less otherwise.
Ooh. There's a very nice Cheerios play here, everyone.
It is curious that Eric didn't start the turn with the premeditate, just so that you have 2 options for getting Ponder tokens, but he's probably just valuing the on-hit on Searing Shot.
Actually, if we review the turn that just happened, he arguably drew out the perfect block of Sync Below on the Scar for a Scar.
Yep.
And Richard did not fish for like another copy of Sync by syncing. So that Searing Shot actually came in for 7 when Richard did not have like a reaction or something to perfectly block 7.
Critically, he couldn't anyway because of Dreadbore. So probably showcasing his knowledge of the matchup.
True, yeah.
Activation of Dreadbore into Murky Water. Cheeky 2-card 7.
This is a lovely play, honestly.
Indeed. The only downside for Mr. Dauernnheim is that the majority of the traps in that graveyard just haven't been triggering on what Richard is throwing his way. However, Richard is holding on to a Sharpened Steel, so maybe Richard will allow Eric to set up some sort of trap interaction.
I mean, I think possibly recurring, because Eric already spent Buzzsaw on that turn where Richard went a little tall. Or even Pitfall, because it cares about reactions.
Right, or Spike Pit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that could potentially close out a game if he can finally get Richard's life totals down to a reasonable amount. So no on hit there. Richard totally fine giving up an extra card here. I guess since he presented 71, he essentially has 11 times where he can reduce his card value by 1 per turn cycle. I don't think we've seen that happen 11 times yet.
I mean, this is the realm of Charles Dunn right here.
Yes, indeed.
Curiously missing from AGE this time around.
Well, if we we'll have to take a look at his position in the leaderboard next time, but I think he's pretty darn locked for the Players' Championship.
I think he feels fairly safe.
Yep.
Yeah.
Somewhere in the neighborhood of 78 points, if I'm not mistaken.
78. He's exactly neck and neck with Chris.
But Chris ekes out just by a couple match wins.
From tiebreakers, yeah, exactly.
So here comes the activation of the long draw half glove, something that Marcus and I predicted many turns ago when we saw it blocked with. Looks like we found our way to second cycle. This collapsing trap was pitched very early in the game.
Activate Riptide. Activate Trench, pardon me, as well. And Codex.
Finally deploying the second of 3 Codex of... I'm sorry.
So
this
I
is the
believe Eric is going to be at 3 resources because he put Trench on the stack.
Correct.
So that he could clear Arsenal to Codex.
Could very well be a barraging Braunhide, but now that he's seen 1 sink below, maybe he's thinking that it's better to choose an arrow. Let's have a listen in. Eric kind of discussing.
I'm just going to do this. All right.
I wonder if he takes a Fighting Spirit.
Sure looks like that's what he's thinking about.
He's got one on the table right there.
Finding those tokens first.
Those Fighting Spirits.
I think it means less to honestly take an arrow because Richard has an arsenal here.
Third phase.
So if you perceive that as a reaction...
Come in with Fiendless Fighting Spirit for 7. I will gain 1 health.
Yes, you will, Eric.
All right. Eats a little bit of chicken. Sends a 2-card 7. Spoils of War. Devoted to the block. Oh, Eric doesn't feel good about... Oh, he's remembering that he had 3 resources floating.
Sink, yeah.
I wonder... Okay. And we found the second sink below. Oh, poor Eric. Oh! I forgot about it, too. He activated the long draw half glove.
Okay.
Oh, no. So he really needed to find an arrow there. That's why, folks, you leave effects like that on the combat chain just so you don't forget.
Just put the piece of equipment up so you can remember.
Oh, you hate to see it, Eric. I'm so sorry. Oh, that is so painful. So painful that he just decided he's no longer going to use his ponder token and put that in the bin as well. In the tilt tank is Eric Dauernnheim. Eric, don't take it too personally. You're such a good player. Don't you give up on us. It just goes to show you, folks, that even the best of the best can make mistakes. And just because you do one time does not mean that you are a bad player.
Honestly, that play is kind of nuanced because people don't think like, oh, I can order my triggers this way and be up a resource.
Well, I think he's just upset at himself for not choosing an arrow, so it didn't get buffed by the half club. Warmongers is an interesting choice here. I guess it just means that
Richard has to play at reaction speed if he wants to buff Decimator.
Which we do see an overpower, so it very well could happen. Also, is that a Singing Steel Blade? Another one?
I think
on the left side? Maybe not.
I think it's a chorus of Iron Song.
No, it's a Take It on the Chin. Take It on the Chin.
Take It on the Chin, Iron Song Determination, Sharpen Steel.
So it's quite possible that we just send... Oh, I don't know if he has the pitch to send Decimator.
He doesn't have the resources to actually overpower because it's his only blue in hand.
So Eric basically saying that Warmongers says that you can only send 4 at me.
Yeah.
It's kind of awkward, though, because I honestly think playing the Warmongers hurts Riptide more than Dorinthea in this case.
True.
I'm sorry, Decimator for 5 because we have a Courage token on his side of the board.
He does get the opportunity to pitch red, red, yellow and get around it so that he can filter those cards away.
Richard showcasing just how well you can pilot a deck like this. It takes a lot of willingness to just expend cards out of your deck for no value. But the value in turn is really just having them still in the deck.
Yeah, no, it's good. I understand. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. All right, let's get going then.
I agree, Eric. Let's get going. You've got this, my friend.
I will move to reactions.
Moving to reactions, likely going to throw a Frailty and Tar Pit Trap in front of this. Unfortunately, not triggering once again. Getting no value off of Riptide's hero ability or off of the trap text.
So Richard will take the opportunity because he hits with a weapon to pay for grains and take a resource into next turn.
And Richard being so diligent about those grains triggers, even though in this form of the deck it kind of almost, I don't think we've seen it matter a single time.
This is the Fab equivalent to playing Pong. Yeah, we know your stance on anything that isn't an aggro mirror, Anthony, so...
It's important to mention who's in chat. That's Del Taco, our friendly neighborhood ninja sympathizer. If he's not throwing red attacks that cost 0, he is not happy. So this is a blasphemous game of flesh and blood as far as he's concerned. Love you, Del Taco. Love that you're here with us. Here comes another Tar Pit Trap. Unfortunately, only blocking for 2 and getting no value beyond that.
And paying into grains, taking it into next turn. Reminds me of tectonic plating.
Oh, gosh. You're always able to bring it back to the Guardian.
Absolutely. No matter where I go, every hero can resemble Guardian.
The play patterns in this game have very much resembled Guardian play.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that that's where your head's at, honestly. Here comes Battering Bolt for 7, buffed up by the Dreadbore. No D-reacts from hand here, but unfortunately we know that Richard is not really sporting any. Richard says, here's one of those 11 times.
I was going to say that Battering Bolt cares about any sort of like card types outside of actions. So even if you have attack reactions.
Right, you are.
So hence why he folded 3 cards.
But also, Richard says, I have 11 more cards than you, and also my cards are getting more value in the pitch zone than yours are, so here's 3.
These poor Tar Pit Traps.
I know.
All blocked 2.
So we saw showcased last game some moments where those Riptide traps can be absolutely backbreaking against the opponent. In this, we've seen the other side of Riptide where these traps can be just absolute dead cards in your deck. Murky Water coming in. 4/7, buffed up by the Dreadbore. Able to be played because we activated Trench at the beginning of the turn, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, because he's pitched a Codex, so that's how we got to 3 resources.
What trap do you think he wants to find and regurgitate, as it were, with Murky Water?
I think Buzzsaw. Buzzsaw is the safest bet.
And unfortunately, Richard is one-of copy of Unmovable.
You can't do that with Dreadbore.
No siree, Bob.
Sworn enemy of Oldhim.
Eric finally finding a moment where he can get some value off of this bow. Likely a little bit too late and too many dollars short. Richard says, well, maybe I'll just give you the other 3 cards.
Here's some armor for it, yeah. I'm going to have to pitch away that Unmovable.
Wow, so Richard is now only at an effective 28 life.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, he will clear Arsenal well and send 7 because of Sharpened Steel and pocket that red Unmovable.
And Eric definitely wishing he had been able to...
I have a trap here. Okay, here we go. This is nice. This is nice. So he won't get to pocket that Unmovable because there'll be inertia. So we'll go to the bottom of the library first before pitch deck.
And another ping over to Richard. This is probably like our 2 out of 7 traps played this game that I've actually activated.
I think it's been closer to 3 or 4.
All right, fair enough. The life totals tell the story, folks.
Actually, maybe not the whole story, I would say, Bryce. I'm going to take a peek and pardon me.
Tell me what you're going to do.
We're going to do Deck Watch and look at Eric's library.
It's looking a little low, Marcus. The good news is there's a lot of cards in his graveyard, so that's cool. A lot of cards in Richard's as well. Let's see that hand cam on his side. It's a little harder to see on Richard's side of the board, but I think he's definitely feeling a little healthier card-wise than Eric.
Unfortunately, Eric is down to like a handful of hands, basically.
And this is the situation where Decimator Axe becomes really backbreaking, because you'd love to just throw one card out of your hand and donate the rest to offense, but this makes it so your cards only block for 2. So the clock on Eric's life total is rapidly coming to a close. Let's see what he can do with this 4-card hand. 3 in hand, 1 in arsenal. It's going to be an intoxicating shot, which ostensibly doesn't have go again.
No, it does not.
Critically, we still are sitting on our Quiver of Abyssal Depths. Maybe that's what we're going to do with the rest of this hand. Maybe not.
Or just do it on another turn with a blue.
I have to imagine he had a redundant blue in that hand. I wonder if he forgot that he could do it at instant speed or something.
Yep.
And Richard says, I'm going to swing the axe. Ping back to you, Eric.
Like so. Blocking 4.
Reactions.
Sure.
Ooh.
Overpower +4.
Devastation.
I don't know why I'm doing this. Just to keep alive, I guess. Okay.
Oh,
It's
Eric.
the truest statement of this game so far.
My heart bleeds for Eric. I think that misplay with the half glove has been a little backbreaking to his spirit. But if anybody can claw back into this tournament and make it to top 8 with this hero, I know it's Eric Dauernnheim.
Honestly, the win in round 1 has already set him up pretty well, so
Yes.
it's not impossible to like recover. He doesn't have to truly submarine.
Yeah, only
As we know.
32 players here at the AGE Open Series in July. So likely only thinking about like 5 or 6 rounds here. So
Yeah.
the
The cut is going to be the cut is going to be a little more forgiving.
Richard has found himself another blue pitch card. That same
Oh,
snag,
no.
which I would have to imagine is a one of. No,
No, he's got
two
two.
snags. That's why it feels like we've seen it a million times. It's interesting, though, that Richard is not sporting a Heart of Fiendal, but he is sporting an energy potion. I find that very interesting, especially if he has this Decimator Great Axe sideboard plan.
I think it's in the fact that it is a sideboard plan and not the main core.
All right. Codex.
Little tokens for Codex. Here comes 4. Richard's still sitting with pieces of equipment that could cover this up nicely, but he says, here's more cards. I have more than you, so
It's not a
I'm
worry.
going to use
no.
them.
All right. You got it. Good game.
Okay, and that's all she wrote.
Winning over to the player on our left once again. So far, the left side of this feature match undefeated.
Overpowered, some would say.
Indeed so. Richard showcasing the power of the Decimator Great Axe Dory build, especially into a list that might not have been sideboarded prepared for it. Unfortunate misplays on the side of Eric Dauernnheim. However, based on where the life total's at, I think we were headed this way regardless. That is just, when somebody presents 71 cards against you as Riptide and you know you don't have that much power in your deck overall, you can know how it's going to go.
I think to Eric's credit, considering that he only presented like a clean 60, I was looking at Richard's library and he only had about maybe 8 cards left. So he got pretty close in terms of like fatigue. So he went the distance, just, like we said, missing out on that crucial play with the half glove.
And at least 3 of those remaining cards in Richard's deck were non-blocks.
Yeah.
So it was possible to get there, but when your non-blocks are also swinging for 4 at hyper-efficient value, it's hard to get there, man.
Yeah. When it comes to the last few crucial turns of like fatigue and running out of a library, you feel the fact that you don't have a weapon.
Yep. Absolutely. As a Ranger player myself, I've been in that situation many times. And as a Guardian player, you've been across from me in those situations.
What can I say? I love Olden. I love Bravo.
Oh, it hurts my soul. Anyway, we will be back with our round 3 pairings shortly after this. Don't go anywhere. We've got more Flesh and Blood coming up.
Welcome back, everybody, to round 3 of Arcane Games and Events July Open. I'm sitting here with Marcus Brown, ready to bring you another banger of a game. We have New versus Zen, the new Mistveil heroes pairing up against each other. How are you feeling about this match, Marcus?
I'm interested.
Yeah.
We're showcasing the Mystic heroes. There is a lot to be said about how the matchup can go, because arguably, considering like the advantage you have as a Mystic hero, you can run away with the game somewhat. Zen can just pop off without a lot of agency from the opponent. New can do arguably the same by like nicking good blues and just interrupting your hand, taking things away, bonds of agony, etc., etc.
Yeah, the way that I've heard this kind of talked about in the overall meta is that New is kind of the counter pick into Zen, but that being said, Zen is so powerful that we end up with a pretty even match, which is why I think I'm so excited for this game to see how it unfolds.
Yeah, it can definitely also feel less one-sided post-bans, because Zen no longer has access to yellow and blue bonds of ancestry.
Right, yeah. Yeah, that's the talk of the town right now, the recent bans and restricted announcement, cutting back some of that ceiling, some of that power of Zen, but it doesn't seem to have stopped these top players from reconfiguring the deck and getting it to be something worth playing.
No, I don't think the power has been... It's been neutered, but like it's still a very solid and arguably best deck in format.
Yep.
Okay.
We'll take you into the round here in just a moment as the players are getting set up. We've got Peter Buddensiek playing Zen, Tamer of Purpose, and Andrew Rudin on New Alluring Desire. Both of these players, fantastic Flesh and Blood players. We see them at the top tables all the time here at Arcane Games and Events.
Yeah, but both outspoken and good pilots on a variety of decks, honestly.
Yep. We see the players shuffling up and getting ready. I don't know if we know who's going first or second, but I imagine Zen likes to go second. This is probably a tempo match in that sense. So both players wanting or preferring to go second here. But we'll have to wait and see how the dice lands and what the players decide.
Yeah, he definitely wants tempo to start with, but there is always a risk because Zen doesn't really run defense reactions. So getting caught with your hand interrupted on a turn 0, especially if it's Bonds of Agony, if you take a key play piece away from Zen on their turn 0, that can be pretty devastating to set you up.
Yeah, I know that LSS was talking about their internal testing and finding that the Zen into New matchup in their testing actually required the Zen to play a little bit more defensively. But what we've seen as the meta has entered the global market, the Zens are maybe not doing that as much, finding maybe more efficient ways than they could internally to push the damage without needing to stop these powerful on hits. But again, New being the kind of supposed counter into Zen certainly will matter a lot if Andrew is able to, say, connect a Bonds of Agony, taking away all copies of the banned card.
Bonds?
Bonds, thank you.
Bonds of Ancestry.
Bonds
just
of
red.
Ancestry.
Just red now.
Yep. So getting all 3 copies out of the deck could be a devastating blow to Peter. So he will need to be thinking about blocking when those key cards come out. In addition to the Bonds of Agony, we have the Prognosis card, another absolute bomb in Andrew Rudin's deck, especially paired with one of these attack reactions like just a nick, able to pump those up surprisingly high, +5 on a blue, as long as it has 1 base power. So we've got the players almost ready to go here. Rolling for first.
Andrew gets a 5.
Oh.
Peter also gets a 5 in the same configuration.
Maybe that is a tell for how close
6
our
and a
match
6.
will be.
Okay, one more
neck
match
and
and we
neck
go
already.
to Monopoly jail.
Wow.
I'll allow it.
There we go.
The beautiful New Marvel on Andrew Rudin's side.
Peter sitting pretty with Japanese cards as well in his equipment suite.
Yeah, I think that's one of my favorite things about the art in this set is we've got the Japanese versions and the calligraphy, the beauty of the Japanese language written just makes these cards feel so great.
Feels authentic in a way.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Looks like Andrew is going first. So Peter choosing second. Wants that tempo.
Yeah, let's take a peek at Andrew's hand, see what decisions he's about to make.
Is that the right button? There it is.
There we go. Just at the moment that he turns us over to see the Prism save. Okay.
Yep.
Enlighten Strike, Sink Below.
Yeah.
So no reactions in this hand.
Yeah. Sink is a good arsenal target. I think one of the difficult decisions to make at the beginning is how much do you want to filter versus how much do you want to allow your opponent to filter. So Andrew Rudin feeling like he really needs to filter his hand out and get something better, deciding to swing in, whereas Peter says, I think I'll take the damage, maybe liking his hand, not wanting to filter anything out. We see actually a Bonds of Ancestry in his hand as I shift over, seeing maybe why he doesn't want to block. Yeah, he's got the Descendant Bonds right out the gate. So really, really strong opening hand from Peter.
Don't worry, Andrew. No one will notice on camera that your daggers are the wrong way round.
And we've got the end of turn 0 here. Passing it over to Peter. Now, he doesn't have a graveyard yet, so that Descendant Bonds combo is not really online until he's able to fill it with some more stuff and allows him to search. So he's just starting off with the Tiger Taming Kakara, and there is the Descendant coming out. 3 go again.
It's entirely possible he just pockets the bonds.
Yeah.
So it's live for a future turn.
Makes sense. Then he can search up. Oh, and he just goes for it. 4 go again. Not going to be able to activate the ability, but it seems like he just wants to start out with the tempo and get them in the graveyard. I do not fault him for doing this. Getting those in the graveyard early is a very strong play, even if they don't push the damage this turn. Got Andrew swinging in with the Scale Peeler.
And the very beautiful Codex of Frailty, Marvel.
I really like the Scale Peeler choice into the Zen. One of the things that Zen really wants to be able to do is block out with that armor on pivotal turns, and the Scale Peeler can actually disallow the value you get from those blocks and actually create the ability to hit with those critical on-hits, discards, banishes that New is able to do despite the 7 block that we see on Peter's side. So that Scalar Peeler is actually a really interesting call on Andrew's side, and I really like that into the Zen.
Yeah, previously for other assassins, it was employed into warriors because it denies the value you get turn by turn on Valiant Dynamos. But in this instance, Zen wants to basically take nearly all of his equipment at some points, or even just his Stride of Reprisal, and put it over the other side of the table and say, I want a card out of blocking with armor. I don't care the value I really get.
So rather than getting recurring value through the game, it's about getting that one critical hit and preventing the turn that Peter or the Zen player wants to pop off. It can really hamper that.
Yeah, because no one ever wants to like put the Traverse ahead and block 1.
Right, yeah.
And then get your chi. You want the full value.
Yep, absolutely. Ooh, and we see another Descendant. Does he have the natural bonds?
It's entirely possible.
And there it is.
Oh, he does.
Just rips it, and wow. Oh, goes for the 100 wins. Great start for Peter. But Andrew, with all the D-reacts his heart could possibly desire this turn.
Now this is good rate for Peter.
Yeah.
And it's good to start off like this, but quite honestly, without it being paired with an Art of War or I forget the card. The blue one that boosts the whole
Yeah,
turn.
is that Ancestral Harmony?
Yeah.
Yep.
Without it being paired with like an Anthem effect, so to speak, like that, he's doing good rate damage, but it's not like an incredible power turn.
Yeah, he's already gone through 2 copies of his power card here, so only 1 Bonds left in the deck makes me wonder if he's going to be able to do that thing that Zen does so well with these 35+ damage turns. He could be a little bit risky in setting something enormous up like we've seen from Zen's in this meta with all 3 colors. as he comes in with the Tiger Taming Kakara for 2. Andrew Rudin protecting his life well, still at 38, now 36.
Harmony of the Huts.
Yep, 3 go again. Creates a Crouching Tiger in his hand. This will get +1 from the Kakara, and if he plays another 1 or less, it'll also get buffed up by the Shuko. This one coming in for 1. Andrew takes it, and there we see the Tiger Swipe. This is a very strong card. I think its stocks went up with the Bonds ban. Now he needs to rely a little bit more on the Tiger value. So seeing the Tiger Swipe come out, this is usually a must block. Andrew really seems to like his hand, though. Decides he'll take it, give Peter the extra Tiger, and that Tiger is going to come in for, I want to say 1 from the Shuko, and then he ends it with a Warmonger's Diplomacy. So
interesting.
This card is, it's obviously a very powerful effect, but into New, who has a lot of reactions, it may actually not do that much. It really depends on the texture of Andrew Rudin's hand. We'll take a look at it now as we see not his hand, but his shoulder. So not a lot of information on that. I am making out a couple. I think, was that a Command and Conquer?
He's got a Command and Conquer.
Yep,
He's got a Chi.
the beautiful Marvel version.
And I think that's a Just a Nick.
Right. So interesting to see him not block. Maybe he was hoping to.
The main value here on Warmongers is that it prevents a Codex at the very end of the chain.
Right.
And given that Andrew has no arsenal currently, reading the room, it looks like Codex could be on this turn.
Yep, yep. So Andrew swinging in with the Mist Blade, threatening his next blue to get +1 and go again, and the Mist Blade does connect. So we'll see if Andrew has a good follow-up to this. Unfortunately positioned, blocking us out from being able to see his hand still. So we'll have to do it from the top view.
Yeah,
Looks like he has...
He's a surgical,
Yep.
yeah.
Surgical. So that's a fantastic... Oh, but he doesn't have the blues to support it. So instead, he comes in with the Scale Peeler. And once again, Peter just saying, fine by me.
Dagger, dagger, CNC.
Yeah, really great play. Getting a lot of value in preventing the armor that could help block out.
And Peter just
CNC.
says, I didn't need this arsenal.
Yeah.
I'll let it go.
Yeah.
C'est la vie. And then Andrew pockets that
Yep.
surgical and moves on.
Peter's got a little bit of a lead here. 29 life at the start of his turn means he's ahead and now threatening more damage. Coming in with the Kakara, 2 damage, go again. Waiting for the follow-up from Andrew. How he'll block this out or not. Goes ahead and takes it. Spinning wheel kick. Coming in 4, go again.
Andrew weighs up his blocks,
Yep.
consults his hand.
I wonder if Peter saw the Siren's Call as he lowered it down.
Ah, beautiful.
Yep.
Promo Oasis. I love this art.
Yep, Oasis Respite. Using the Tunic value. Gaining the life as well. And then the final card coming out from Peter.
5 draw a card.
Choosing draw. Yep, I like that play a lot. The ability to fill the arsenal back up really benefits. It's one of the things that makes E-Strike so flexible and powerful. 5 draw card is the best mode if you can play it in that.
Yeah. The good thing in this scenario is that Peter's recognized that he's not really seeing the power cards quite yet. Neither player has actually transcended yet, despite both being on Mystic Heroes. So he's just keeping up with like decent damage and like being card efficient and replenishing his arsenal, honestly.
Yeah, getting to those transcend cards is absolutely one of the win conditions of Peter. Andrew may have a little bit less reliance on that. Although his mask is certainly a disruptive effect that he can utilize the Chi in.
Yeah, this is honestly a double whammy. I kind of like this play, but it behooves Andrew, considering that he just had to pitch 2 reds to make this happen.
Yeah, a little bit underrate 3-card 4 with an on-hit. But the on-hit is relevant, and Peter, you know, with a 5-card hand would really like to keep it, but he cannot do that this turn unless he decides to give up armor. Andrew, with 1 card left in hand, could threaten some pumps.
So Peter respects it.
Yep.
However, Andrew will transcend and gets his choice of a possible blue.
Yeah, looks like he's
I
going
believe the only real blue here is this round's on me or the Warmongers. So no attacks.
Yeah, so he's going to go ahead and banish the 100
banish
wins.
Your bonds target, yeah.
Exactly. So really smart play here from Andrew, recognizing that a lot of the power of Zen comes from being able to recur things from the graveyard, or rather search them up. And here we just see the blue be like water. Very interesting card in the Zen list. Seems kind of unthreatening, but it actually has a lot of potential to be a starter. So Andrew respecting that and blocking with his boots.
Yeah, blue Be Like Water actually fills a couple roles. I'm not so sure if it was in the initial lists when Mistveil first came out, but it transcends for you. It turns on Shuko.
Yeah, very flexible
It
card.
can name Surging Strike.
Oh, and we see the bonds turn with the Go again. One of the trickiest things you can play as new is a Bonds of Agony with Go again. It's reminiscent of the Dorinthea play where they, you know, fake you out, you put your entire hand in front of it, and then they just...
Twinning Blade.
Twinning Blade, exactly. And he's got that. He's threatening, well, do you want to block this out? Give me the hand, or... do you want to take the hit?
Yeah, so it's entirely in that same way, like you mentioned, Michael, with Dorinthea, entirely dependent on how the opposing player respects its on hit.
Yep. And it looks like we just saw a Sink Blow and a Command and Conquer in Andrew's hand. So he's going to have to bluff this one to get cards from Peter, really hoping that Peter is feeling threatened by this effect. And we all know how powerful it is. So does Peter decide to respect it? Or does he say, nah, I don't think you have it. 2 cards in hand.
I think one tell that Andrew might not be packing this for real is that he hasn't blocked with his Rousing Wave.
Right.
So Peter just opts to give 1 card and says, show me what you got. 1 card for 1 card is perfectly even.
Yep. I think this was very well played by Peter. As Andrew thinks about how he wants to close this out.
Yeah. But the follow-up is just pitch the sink and send CNC.
Yeah, I'm sure Andrew is sitting here wishing he had an attack react. Just a Nick would be phenomenal in this spot, but does not have it.
Like, we're seeing a decent amount of like a tit for a tat, like actual flesh and blood, as it was meant to be played.
Yeah, absolutely. Very even paced game. We're seeing blocking on both sides, aggression bursts. Now, I wonder what Andrew is thinking so much about it. Seems like...
Okay.
Interesting.
So he does want to push.
Yep. Chooses to pop his boots, getting the slither. Yep, so he values the on-hit and pump more than sending that CNC as he pitches it away to do both the slither on an attack that already has Go again, as well as the +1. So losing the glove's block value. So a lot was committed there from Andrew to enable the on-hit from this bonds, but it looks like he really wants that effect to connect here, as he sees a Warmonger's Diplomacy, a Tiger Swipe, and a red... can you remind me of that one?
You've got Aspect of Tiger, body, the red.
Yep.
Tiger Swipe and Warmonger's Diplomacy.
So what do you pick in this situation if you're Andrew?
I mean, it's really tough to make the hand worth anything when you take the blue in Warmongers.
Yeah.
However...
really interesting. I thought he was going to go for the Tiger Swipe, but it looks like he values taking out that aspect of body.
The thing about Tiger Swipe's face-up value is that it's a 2. So it's a combo piece.
Right, and he doesn't have the combo in hand at the moment. So just taking the immediate value over the potential long-term value. But that's actually a difficult decision, I think, to make.
And I think Andrew might have sized up the fact that he hasn't seen a single Art of War out of Peter yet. So taking Aspect of Body or Aspect of Tiger Body, because it produces a tiger when it follows a red, that really plays well with Art of War.
That's a really good point that you're making there. I think one of the fantastic things about watching these games.
Here comes E-Strike 7.
Yeah, E-Strike 7, the classic. One of the things I really enjoy about watching these really strong players is seeing how they make these seemingly, you know, unimportant decisions. Like, who cares? Is it Tiger Swipe or the other one? But it really is the difference between winning and losing. And these players have such a strong ability to navigate those tough decisions.
I mean, another consideration is that Andrew says, like, oh, given the blocks that you've given me, my Bonds of Agony can connect, because I know you don't run defense reactions really in this deck at all. So I will hit, and I want to hit some combo pieces and synergistic cards so that your power turns are significantly weaker.
Right.
And he knows they're coming up.
And Andrew gives up the Sink Below from Arsenal to stop 4 from that E-Strike for 7, taking 3, and now coming back with a 4-card hand.
There's a nice grip here.
Yep, starting with that Mist Blade. Coming in for 1. Peter hasn't blocked any of them yet. We'll see what he decides to do. I saw that.
That was very sly. Peter shot a very close and quick glance to his stride.
Good catch. Maybe wanting to cash that in this turn and get the tiger in hand. Really wanting to set up one of those massive 6-card hands if possible.
There we go.
And there it is.
An easy 1 block. I'll get a tiger, please, sir.
Still hasn't transcended.
No.
So Peter just really needing to get to that point in order to have that explosive Zen turn that he's looking for. Hasn't gotten there yet. So just being patient, playing patient. 25 life.
Yeah. And
Andrew wishing that connected.
Yeah, considering that Mistblade did not connect, he can't send the Art of Desire Mind, the blue one. So he has to send it on this chain link.
Yeah, and it's off the top, right? He's got an attack reaction. The thing I love about this card, or love or hate, is that it has the potential to draw you a card, but you don't know if it will until after it's hit.
Yeah, it's kind of a gamble.
So it's hard to tell if you want to give it go again to extend the chain. In this case, he doesn't have the go again, so makes it pretty easy to decide. And he will just go ahead and send that Venomous Bite.
Yeah, he's thinking over if he wants to play it so that he doesn't have an intellect penalty, so to speak.
Right, this is exactly that moment I was talking about, where if he sort of gambles and says, oh, I don't think I'll draw a card, he could IP himself here. So I'm not sure. And it was a red, so
that was the
ultimately
correct.
Yep. Always a tough call, and that's what we're talking about, these difficult sort of razor's edge decisions. Andrew making the right choice.
He has brought the life totals to even, so doing good here.
Yeah, this is scary, though. Andrew now staring down, I think what we see is a 5-card hand plus Arsenal, 6 total from Peter, one of them being a tiger, so not necessarily all the value of a full card, unless he plays an Art of War. And that's exactly what we see.
I bet he will banish a tiger.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Drawing 2, choosing +1. And this is the moment that Peter could take the game. We'll see how he strings his hand together. Maybe we can take a look at it and see if he's showing us what he's got.
He's got an Ancestral and a drop, so he can transcend here.
Yep, that is massive. CNC not necessarily fitting well into this play, but
yeah, a little clunky.
Tiger Swipe without a tiger in hand. Yeah, is he going to be able to transcend with that drop? That's kind of the worst one that he could have here, isn't it? Because it sort of has to target a card that is already on the chain. Does he have another blue starter?
No, he just has his Ancestral Empowerment.
Yeah, so this isn't, he doesn't quite have the hand that he wants.
Not Empowerment, Ancestral Harmony.
Right, yeah, so just starts off with the Kakara for 2. Andrew says no blocks. Okay. Oh, and he decides to pitch it, the Ancestral Harmony.
So he's not gambling here. He's being a bit more patient. Taking the damage he can already see in hand. And quite honestly, the breakpoint of 7 is really annoying for CNC.
Yeah, absolutely. Andrew using his D-React.
Tiger will come in for 2.
Taking that 2 down to 16. And here's the Tiger swipe. So that's online. He's got the combo. And this is kind of one of those moments where it's it would be nice if he didn't have any of those Tiger swipes left in his deck.
Yeah.
But Andrew just giving up
ultra
6, and there's the
punishing here.
CNC. And yeah, no blocking cards in Andrew's hand means he's going to have to give up that arsenal and take 7. Tough, tough chain under Command and Conquer. So big swing turn for Peter. Even though he wasn't really able to transcend, he still found a ton of damage and disruption in that hand.
It passes right back over because Andrew just arsenaled his cheat card and said, I've got nothing else to do.
Yeah. The one benefit of passing back is we know that Peter can't block with his equipment. But I guess, yeah, since he still hasn't, and there's the transcend. I was just saying he hasn't transcended yet, but there it is. Now his helmet is online. He finds the bonds.
Puts bonds back into the deck.
This is terrifying. Andrew is in a very tough spot, assuming Peter can string something powerful together with that bonds.
True.
See what these players are thinking. Doing some math.
I think it's because Peter holds a bunch of blues.
Yeah, but this.
So he's yet to tutor to Zen.
Yeah. Well, these turns for Zen are so important to sequence correctly. I almost think of them as like Kano light turns. Like you really have to string everything together correctly or you could lose out on a lot of potential damage. And when you're tutoring and thinking of cards that aren't even in your hand, you really have to, you know, think of all the possibilities of what you could do in order to piece together the most damage possible. So these Zen decks really have this opportunity for skill expression from the players as they imagine their way to lethal and then execute on it.
Yeah.
Oh, and we
There's
see
an
an
Art of War introduced here.
War. Drawing 2 cards, +1. Andrew, oh, and another Ancestral, really hoping for a miss, and he got it. A sigh of relief, but we're still expecting a very strong turn with that Bonds of Agony sitting in the Banish Zone.
This would be 3 with.
Yeah, turns a blue Descendant into a red here.
Yeah, extremely powerful. Andrew just shaking his head. I think he knows that if this is the Zen turn that we've all seen time and time again, this might spell defeat for him.
Yeah, I can definitely feel some of his frustration because when he had tempo, some of his turns,
right,
the hand just didn't align.
Yeah, he really wanted maybe a Just a Nick or some attack reaction that didn't require him to use both of his equipment for a measly 6 damage, and not even that effective of a banish.
Gain a resource.
But in response to that, like Peter was like patient and knew where the Art of War turns were coming in, and we're seeing it unfold right in front of us.
Yep. And there's the Bonds coming in for 6 damage. Go again. 0 cost. Andrew just
ready to block.
Yeah. You can see he's like doesn't want to. He doesn't want to have to do this, but he has no other choice sitting at 7 life. He's just forced to give up a hand, and he knows what's coming. He knows 3 more cards in hand after this 100 wins. And there's the last card, taking 2 down to 5. No cards in hand for Andrew.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, and a blue 100 wins coming in for 4, taking Andrew down to 1.
Why can't my blues do that?
Yeah.
Block 2, take 3. 2.
And the E strike.
Oh,
That's going to do
strike
it.
For 8. Oh no, he'll draw.
Oh,
his card.
chooses draw. I wonder. Okay.
1.
Maybe fearing the D-React
Gain
or
a life.
something in Arsenal.
Take
Yeah.
5.
And that's the end.
Well played from Peter. showing us that
That's
all you need is a couple good turns, and Zen can just push so much damage. We were talking about New being kind of the
I had
you know,
a hand.
counter to Zen, but just things not quite lining up for Andrew on the one turn that he needed them to.
While transcending with the transcend card, so I could have just done that. Or now that I think about it, it's like I should have just done that, because then that takes 2 cards, whereas playing the CNC only took 1 card.
True.
Andrew giving a bit of his rationale on some of those hands.
But I mean, that doesn't change this turn. So
No, this turn is.
maybe saves me 4 life.
Yeah, it sounds like the players kind of agree that the way the cards fell sort of told the story of the game.
Okay.
So now that these players have finished up, we will take a quick break and then head into an interview with our winner, Peter Buddensiek, figure out what he's thinking about Zen and the way the games have gone today for him. Looking forward to that. See you all in just a bit.
Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, folks. I'm seated here with Peter Buddensiek, the winner of round 3, New versus Zen. Tell me about that matchup. How are you feeling?
I feel pretty good. I've been practicing that matchup a decent amount with one of the probably the best new players in the world, Fabtcg. So
oh wow,
yeah, I feel pretty comfortable in it. Just know like exactly what I'm supposed to be doing at all times. Know what I'm supposed to set up and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So like feel pretty comfortable in it. It is like obviously Zen's like second to worst like matchup in the game.
Yeah, we were talking about how like New is technically the counter, but at the same time Zen just has so much power latent in the deck that even the counter maybe can struggle into it.
Yeah, it's a push and pull, right? Like New is incredibly good at disrupting a turn and like asking the question of like, hey, like what I could have a whole bunch of things. Like what could I have to disrupt your turn correctly and stuff like that. So as a Zen player, like you really got to understand like, okay, if they do, X, Y, and Z is how bad it is for me. And you got to like hedge your bets on certain areas and just kind of remember what they've pitched, played, what they could be doing, and then finally getting back through it. So
I think one of the pivotal turns that we saw was when the Bonds of Agony came out. And you decided to only give one card in that spot. Can you walk me through your sort of thought process on that?
Yeah, so that turn was pretty interesting. So he goes into it with a 4-card hand, I believe, a 4 or 5 card hand, I believe, and immediately like comes in with the blue dagger.
The misplayed hits, and it gives the Bonds go again, which is like a really tough spot to be in because you don't know if he wants to extend past it or go tall on it.
Yeah, in that situation, it's pretty interesting. So he comes in with a 2-go again with the Bonds, and I look at my hand, and I have like a duplicate in my hand. So I think the safest play in that situation is I'm kind of scared if a CNC comes in because I'm trying to hold my arsenal because my arsenal is like a CNC, right?
Okay.
Well, not a CNC, it's an E-strike.
Right.
So if I can somehow get out of the turn with only 1 card in my hand, so if he just comes in with a 2-go again, and then like doesn't react on it, and then comes in with the CNC, I've doubled 3 block in my hand to block the CNC, and then keep it, right? So in that situation, like I can block with 3 cards, keep the last card in my hand, and just come in with E-strike, draw a card, have a new arsenal, basically. That's what I was initially thinking. I have a duplicate in my hand, so I had to block with at least 1. I think the plays there is like either blocking 9 on it, 6 on it, or just the first 3 and see what he does.
Yeah.
Because when he gives me his arms and his legs, that's incredibly good for me, right? I don't have to play around the arms and the legs for the rest of the game. Those are like 2 attack reaction, multiple damage, right, for the Bonds.
It kind of turns off the Bonds.
Yeah, so like future Bonds are like not that good for him. So which I was pretty happy about, like that he gave me the arms and the legs, and also extremely happy that he gave me a red, which was actually a CNC. Give me a red CNC to activate the arms to do it. Then he takes like, which I think the correct thing was to take the second 0 for 3.
Right.
I think it's body. Like, yeah, I don't really know. It's in Japanese.
Yeah, we heard you sort of talking about that turn after the game, and you kind of asked him like, why didn't you send the CNC there?
Yeah. I think it's pretty interesting to either send the CNC there or come in there, but I believe the last card in his hand was Oasis, so he didn't actually have he couldn't threaten the arms with the CNC.
Yeah, he didn't have the resources to do it all. Yeah, I think we could see some frustration on his face. That was kind of the turn that he needed things to go right for him to turn the game around, and they just didn't fall that way. And then after that turn, it looked like you just had back-to-back power turns, and he really didn't have a lot of directions to go except down from there.
Yeah, after having that turn, like coming in with the CNC, I keep saying CNC, coming in with the E-strike.
Yeah.
And then like coming into the end of the turn, he actually he like took it, and then I was like, okay, maybe he has like a disruption hand. And then his hand wasn't like extremely disruptive. He was just trying to get at least 1 card out of me, and I gave him the 1 card, but I had the insane Art of War turn, and then once it starts snowballing, you don't get out of the Zen snowball. So
yeah, that's exactly what we saw, and just showcasing the power of Zen. The reason that you brought it today, and I'm assuming, kind of feel like maybe this is the best deck in the format.
Yeah. I was pretty vocal on like Twitter about it. That I'm just gonna play the best deck in the format. Like I'm done. Coin flipping Kayo. I love Kayo. It's a very fun deck. Like obviously, like very known for playing it. But I think at one time you just have to play the best deck when it's just so much better than the rest of the field. This entire meta is just like there's Zen and every other deck that's trying to beat Zen, and then like the random matchups in between. And I'd rather just be asking the question like, can you beat me? Can you disrupt me? Can you stop what I'm trying to do? If not, I'm going to win every game. So
yeah. Well, I have to ask, being one of the Zens that gets to practice against one of the best news in the world, I think that makes you a great Zen player. How do you feel about the ban?
I think it did absolutely nothing.
Okay.
I think it was. I like. Don't get me wrong. Like it does something, right? Like hitting.
What does it do? I think that's the question that I really want to answer.
It stops you from playing bad lists. Like
okay,
I think
that was kind of my feeling is that you like gain consistency by forcing people to cut it.
I think the big thing about the Bonds band is I think the 9 Bonds decks were like the significantly weaker decks of the Zen list. Like there's the Surging list, there's like the 6 Bonds list, and there's a 9 Bonds list. The 9 Bonds list was like significantly the second weakest. I think the Surging list was like by far just like shouldn't play that.
Yeah.
But like the 9 Ball list was the weaker of the two like main lists. And now because you eliminate the yellow and the blue ones, like obviously it hurts the consistency of me being able to like double and triple bonds. On those
you
like
can't do the 6 bonds.
Yeah, you can't do like the incredible amount of bonds that you can on that turn, but you can still double bonds a lot of the time, and like it hurts because you don't have the blue one for consistency wise. But you can just add different 3-block blues, and the dex is relatively the same. Like you can go consistent with your blues, like just having more 0-for-1s that are just like blues, so you can always transcend on them. You do more of the 3 blocks, like the value blues, like Winds of Eternity, Wind Chakra, anything like you. Basically, you can go in a couple directions instead of getting rid of that bonds, but. I personally just don't think it was enough to hit the character in a meaningful way. Obviously, we'll have to see like how it transpires in like different metas. In the I think the Battle Hardened there was only like 1 today in top 8, but I think like in the Pro Tour we'll see a decent amount of Zen in the top tables.
And I also want to ask you, what is the deck that you fear the most as a Zen player?
Victor.
Yeah,
Victor. Victor and like any like Guardian that is like trying to just like basically block out like not like dedicate fatigue you, but like play it on hit. Like on hit, I'm gonna crush. Make sure you're doing that. I have efficient blocks. I'm gonna draw extra cards with like Trounce because they're always gonna win Trounce. They're always going to win like the other clash.
Yeah,
so
the test of strength is a very powerful.
It's just like
4 block draw card.
Yeah, it's like 1 card blocks 7, and it's like okay, Zen can do like these incredible 30 to 50 damage turns, right? But if I'm going against somebody. But through those turns, I also need to chip them down like normally to get them down. But if I'm playing against a hero that like literally cannot get chipped down because of that reason, and then have an on hit against me, so I can't play 4-card, 5-card hand unless they whiff. Like it just there's so many things that compound on that matchup. Victor is just horrendous.
Okay, so Victor, if you want to counter the Zen, I'm really glad you didn't say Zen. I thought maybe Zen was going to be your answer.
If I could go to the Pro Tour and play 8 rounds of Zen in Swiss, I would take it every single time.
Okay, all right. The man's confident on Zen. I love to hear it. Is there anything else you want to say? Any shout outs? Anything going on in your social media life you want to let us know about?
I mean, follow me on Twitter at Mask Momentum. You can also follow my YouTube. I'm kind of lazy about uploading, but follow my YouTube as well. Then shout out Metal Flat Tokens, obviously the sponsor. The best Metal Flat tokens in the game.
Get your Metal Flat tokens, guys.
Metal Flat
you
tokens.
see them on every stream. The beautiful go-agains, the dominates, the aim counters.
Yep. Yeah, get you
awesome
all the
stuff.
Tokens. They also have great deck boxes and stuff like that. Shout out to them. You'll see our playmats, our like team playmats at the Pro Tour, so it'll be cool.
Great. Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Peter, for joining us, and we will take a quick break as we get round 4 set up for everyone else. Don't go anywhere. We've got a lot of flesh and blood left for you today.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the July edition of the Arcane Games and Events Open Series. We are back with round 4, and we've got a treat. We've got a familiar face on this next round, and then we also have a face that is only familiar to the man sitting next to me. Who's playing in this next match?
Yeah, so my brother Elliot made it. This is his first Arcane Games and Events. Sitting here 2-1, looking good as he faces off against Andrew Rudin. We just saw him lose to Zen, but this is an important match as we start to figure out who's going to make it up into the top 8. So really excited to see this. Not to mention, we've got a Viserai, the only one playing here today. Elliot deciding, I don't care about your tier list. I'm going to bring what I love, and he just loves Runeblade. We were talking about it earlier. Used to be a Briar main and just hasn't quite found a home in anything. Just he's tried a bunch of aggro decks and just keeps going back to Viserai. Just loves the flavor and loves the ability to do that split damage and be just really difficult to block out. And so we'll see how he does into the new. I think similar to the Zen matchup, new is looking to target aggro deck. So this might be a tough matchup for Elliot, but we'll have to wait and see how the cards fall. We just saw the new not take it against the aggro Zen. Maybe it happens the same way.
And Elliot is, he's X-1 at the moment. I got to witness the end of his last matchup. Unfortunately,
tell me about it.
He had a devastating roll of the dice against resident Kano player Eugene Galipchik, who basically had 2 Blazing Aethers on the stack, which he had to pitch for very sadly. Elliot had lethal on the stack. He basically had 3 Spell Void in the form of his Rune Chance, and Eugene found the Blazing Aether on top.
Yeah. Top deck, Blind Kano, Blazing Aether. Was it 1 over lethal?
It was 1 over lethal. So
Heartbreaking.
the final Blazing came in for 18. Elliot was at 17.
Yeah, and I play a lot of Kano, and he is no slouch into Kano. He knows that matchup. He crushes me all the time.
Yeah.
So definitely props to Eugene for pulling it out. Sometimes as Kano, what you have to do is you have to hit that top deck. That's exactly how it went.
Boy, howdy, he did.
Yeah.
And Elliot did everything right.
Yeah.
I was crestfallen for him. But I said, nuts to that. We're getting our only Viserai on screen right now, regardless. Let's go to it. Here's Elliot on our left with the purple art and familiar face, Andrew Rudin, playing the right side of the camera again. Does that mean the left side of the camera is undefeated today, Michael?
Ooh, I think so.
That's
Yeah, 'cause
fascinating.
We had Dorinthea, we had Zen, and we had, what was the game 1?
The game 1 was the Riptide versus Prism, and that was a left side victory as well.
Chris Iaali taking that one.
So let's hear it, chat. Do we think we're going to finally get the right side upset, or is this going to be a left side victory yet again? Players are shuffling up their decks. Quick notes about Andrew Rudin. He is a member of Team AGE and a resident member of the top tables of the AGE Open Series. He's also my carpool buddy today.
Oh, awesome.
So hopefully he's getting that Cadillac buff from himself. Shout out to Andrew for getting me here safely and having a good time on our way.
Well, glad to see him doing well so that he doesn't have to sit around waiting for you to finish casting.
That's very true. We've got Elliot on the left-hand side, who, as we mentioned before, is the brother of the man sitting next to me. And also a frequenter of my own local game store, Odyssey Games. I'm always happy to see him there. He's been a little busy lately, so I've been missing him. I'm really glad to see he's back in the game.
Well, Odyssey has such a great scene. So many players showing up, having a great time. Really love the group that we've kind of built there.
For some reason today, I've used Spellbound Creepers defensively twice, just to that's cool. Just because it made sense.
Oh, I love just hearing people gab about Flesh and Blood and gush over fun things.
Yeah.
Elliot talking about a really interesting play line that sometimes presents itself in Runeblades, playing Spellbound Creepers defensively.
Yeah.
I remember one of the first pro games I watched was with Pablo Pintor on Chain, and I saw him use Spellbound Creatures to defensively play out a Tome of Fiendal after he blocked with an attack action card. That blew my mind and made me want to delve deeper into Runeblade.
That is so cool.
Runeblade gameplay.
All right, Elliot going first. Looks like he maybe lost the die roll there.
The cards are drawn. The stage is set. This is round 4 of the July AGE.
And we see Arcane Lantern coming out for new, valuing all of the other equipment more than the blue dagger. That's an interesting call from Andrew.
Yeah, absolutely. And it definitely hints at the fact that all of this other equipment for new is just best in slot and so important to keep around. He would rather lose one of those weapons than lose the Arousing Wave or the Silent Stilettos because it is so vital for getting off anti-aggro cards like Bonds of Agony.
It's also very interesting. The Spider's Bite instead of the Mistblade, that's cool. I wouldn't have expected that.
Yeah, I think you can always guarantee that it's going to get value against a deck like Viserai, right? Whereas the Mistblade, its value is a little more amorphous. It's one of those things that you want to have at your disposal in case you have a blue line hand, but if not, you'd probably just rather have the Spider's Bite.
Yeah. Elliot deciding to go in for some chip damage. 2 Arcane on the Vexing Malice is not fully blockable as Andrew Rudin takes 1 chip. And Elliot kind of filters his hand here.
Andrew likely going to just cover this up with a card, even though it's 1 damage, because we don't want those 2 rune chance generated on the back end.
Yeah.
Blocking with a pretty critical attack reaction, too. That's a Siren's Call. Elliot's really happy to not see that deployed against him.
Yep.
And Elliot, what is he thumbing in the arsenal? Did you see it?
Revel in Rune.
That's a Revel in Runeblood. He's thinking about deploying it here.
I think that could be a bluff. I think when he was kind of thumbing it's except it's not.
Here he goes.
And he
Very
just
interesting.
wants to, How do we feel about this? 6 rune chance?
I definitely feel it like it's a little bit aggressive of a play on
Yeah.
turn 0 because, I mean, New just runs a lot of blues.
Uh-huh.
Ostensibly, he's going to be able to cover this up pretty handsomely.
Okay. So he's just, he chips in, 4 damage on turn 0 is not nothing.
But yeah, there's definitely an argument to be made just to hold that back and save it for Arsenal. Elliot saying, nuts to that. I feel he probably just feels like Andrew has too much Arsenal disruption and wants to just make sure he gets value on that card. And what do you know? He draws up another one.
Wow. Okay. I'll just play a weakest link for 6 here.
Here comes Andrew with a bit of an awkward hand as far as his pitch values go. Here comes weakest link for 6.
So one thing I want to point out is actually if you're going to attack on turn 0, one of the best things you can do is strip all the cards from your opponent's hand. The idea is that if they have to draw up 4 fresh, there's no filtering really going on. And they can brick just as easily on the next 4 as they could on the first. So that could be the thinking that Elliot had.
Yeah, not allowing your opponent to fix their hand.
Right, exactly. If Andrew gets to keep his favorite 2 cards, then he gets to keep his favorite 2 cards.
Right, and one of those would have been CNC.
Yeah.
So that Revel in Runeblood would have been pressured either way.
So, pretty heads-up play there from Elliot.
Sure.
Valuing stripping the whole hand over his arsenal.
Weakest Link is an interesting card against Elliot because the chances of it... No, the chances of it actually getting value against him or against a Viserai are very low.
Yeah.
Like, the main thing I'm thinking of is a Gorg Tome.
Right.
It's a one of in the deck if he's playing it.
Yeah.
So the likelihood of it getting value from the on-hit is pretty low. Elliot also having a bit of a clunker, though.
Right. He still wants to get some blocking value
Yeah.
as he throws down. It looks like the Dread Triptych. Stopping 3, taking 3.
He will still have to show Andrew that Revel in Runeblood exists. And Andrew definitely has a memory good enough to know that it's there. Andrew drawing back up, finding himself a Codex and a Levels of Enlightenment, 2 really powerful cards in this new deck. I believe also a Justinic.
That looks like a powerful hand from Andrew.
Let's see if Elliot can put something together. We see the activation of the Grasp of the Arcane, generating a Rune Chant, of course. And here comes Meet and Greet. This is demanding Andrew to block that Arcane damage and prevent this from getting go again.
Yeah. I really like this. His other option was to swing the weapon, but I don't think the weapon threatens enough of Andrew Ruden's hand. So sending the Meet and Greet here, despite it, not having a follow-up, because Elliot doesn't have enough resources for the follow-up, still kind of gets Andrew Rudin thinking, he would like to keep this hand. From what I can tell, it's quite powerful in the form of 5 cards.
It's still a cute little skill check, basically, right? It's like, do you remember the cards that I just showed you? Because it's really important.
Yeah.
And also, like, if Andrew pitches a card to the Rune Chant here, he's not going to get much value on the rest of that pitch card because it's just going to be this one Rune Chant coming through, whether or not Meet and Greet gets go again. Andrew probably identifying that and realizing that there's nothing he can use that Justinic on in that hand. So he's like, I might as well just get my block value.
It always feels bad to pitch a red for 1 block, though.
Certainly. Sometimes it's the right play, though.
Yeah,
if you can't use all those cards, sometimes it's right.
And he's got to feel good about having a 4 block in the form of that D-React. Being able to stuff the entire damage using 2 cards, coming back with his 3-card hand as Elliot draws back up.
And Andrew was talking to me about this. This hand, the final card in his hand, is a Codex of Frailty. And this is one of those situations that can be a little bit awkward for the Assassin player. Rangers in general are better at like clearing out their arsenal or cycling it and making sure that they're going to get value on every card in their hand before they play a Codex. The Assassins have a bit more of a difficult time with it. So here comes Leave No Witnesses from the from the arsenal, which means that Codex is going to have to wait for another day.
Sure. And even putting the Codex into arsenal can be a clunky play. We'll have to see how Andrew navigates that going forwards. But if he can't clear his hand, then he has to discard when he goes to play it.
And Andrew knows, likely, that that Arsenal card is still that Revel in Runeblood. Elliot really wants to keep that thing around.
Right.
But we've got a good amount of armor still left up on Elliot's side of the board. This could be an opportunity to cover it up nicely with Grasp of the Arcane plus a card from hand. Interesting.
He goes for the early crown, probably just saying, I don't have an efficient block, so I might as well try to get the value of this now. But it's always a little bit dangerous to give these important armor pieces up so
gosh,
early.
He draws another Revel in Runeblood,
Ooh.
Michael. That's the last one in the deck.
Is
How
that?
funny.
Can he activate it?
It's a red card, so I will create a.
Yeah, we'll see. I haven't seen the context of the rest of his hand, but it's
Yeah.
it's kind of funny how that worked out.
Either he's about to pop off, or he is just
And then I will move 10.
has one of those Runeblade hands, the dreaded non-attack filled, nothing you can do Runeblade hands. I
Yeah.
think if he had that, though, I think we would have seen him block with some cards. So he's probably pretty happy with the texture of his hand.
Ooh, I see 2 Drawn to the Dark Dimensions, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that card is such an interesting card in Viserai at the moment. The ability to reduce the cost of that with Rune Chance, although he doesn't actually have any Rune Chance on board right now, so we'll have to see how he plays this out.
Does
Starting
give
off-
Go again to the Drawn to the Dark Dimension, though, in the form of Mauve Skies.
Yeah.
Could make this turn pretty nasty if
Well,
he's
we've
able to
got-
draw some critical cards.
Yeah, definitely double Revel coming in, and that'll make the last one come in for free. Pitches the 9th blade, which I guess he probably had to.
I think that
he would have
makes
loved to
sense.
play
Yeah,
that
yeah,
at the end of the chain, but yeah, didn't have the resources to pull that.
There's no
off.
way he's going to have the resources for that with 0 Rune Chance floating at the start of the turn. We'll see what the context of the rest of his hand is. Elliot is amazing at placing that elbow just so
Yeah.
we can't see the cards.
Yeah.
I do see a Swarming Gloomveil. We've got the Revel in Runeblood, and of course that second Drawn to the Dark
Right,
Dimension.
man. If he had the 2 Revels in Runeblood with the 9th blade right now,
The question is, what color is that Drawn to the Dark Dimension? If it's red, this could be a clunker of a hand.
yeah, I think it's red.
I'm gonna tune it.
Yeah, I don't know if the Viserai is on any other colors. I think.
We've got a Tunic activation here for Spellbound Creepers. I guess going
yep.
for the Revel in Runeblood, getting 2 action points off of that.
Yep. And I will get an additional action point.
So then I guess we go Swarming Gloomveil into weapon? Or no, we're
It's
going to go
probably
Drawn to the Dark
Drawn, yeah.
Dimension. Yeah, draw another card. That's a really heads-up play from Elliot.
Yeah,
The dark
yeah.
dimension.
Good sequencing on the side of Elliot. This is a big turn.
This is one of those beneficial things about playing off-meta decks. Is it's just like these play patterns that we all got so used to when
Yeah.
Viserai was really heavy in the meta are a little less familiar than they have been in the past, and Elliot's probably been catching people off guard all day.
And the thing that's so powerful about this Drawn to the Dark Dimension is, like, it draws a card. So he just drew another card. He has such a wide turn ahead of him. This is like, it's like the Arcane version of Zen right now. He's popping off.
It's wild. This is a Viserai that could have given Andrew an activation on Balance of Justice at this point in the turn.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Something you don't usually see every day.
Andrew pitching to stop.
Sorry. I'm going to pitch
Up.
with.
Little take back here.
I'm going to pitch like this.
Okay.
There we go.
Full pitch.
Excellent choice, Andrew. But that'll block out
Yeah.
all 6 Rune Chance either way.
Deciding to keep the blocking card in hand.
Probably a Swarming Gloomveil coming in hot.
3 damage still on the chain. Andrew deciding whether to block that or not. Decides not to. Excuse me.
Swarming Gloomveil.
Critically, this will be all modes active on the Swarming Gloomveil. However, the likelihood of these last 2 Rune Chance like being critically unblockable is pretty low.
Yeah,
The
I mean,
more
yeah.
important parts of this card are the +1
Yep.
value and the Go Again. So this
Yeah.
is 4 Go Again, 1 Rune Chant on the back end.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
So
a good turn.
1 card, 5 go again. Really
Not bad.
strong. Yeah.
Not bad at all.
What?
And we're sitting on a red meet and greet still in hand. So the question is, does the Reaping Blade come in afterwards or not?
Yeah.
My vote would be for go for it because Revel in Runeblood is going to cause him to lose that Rune Chant at the end of his turn anyway. So he might as well trade in the value now. Whether or not he plays that meet and greet, he gets 4 value off of the pitch. So my vote is full steam ahead, Elliot.
Yeah.
I went from 35 to 30.
When the hand is empty is when you get to push as much damage as
Exactly.
you want. So he's debating.
Perhaps doing that bluff once again.
Yeah. And he goes for the pitching into the weapon, just like you suggested.
Excellent choice here, Elliot. You effectively prevent yourself from losing 1 value.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, you could have arsenaled that meet and greet, and extended it for a bigger turn later, but this is your big turn.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
This is his moment to push damage. A lot of blues in New's deck. No trouble blocking out those rune chants when needed, not to mention the defense reactions. This is a very defensive list, so Elliot's going to need to string together multiple of those types of turns. But here's the Codex, exactly what Andrew wanted. You know, he set that up, he cleared his hand out, and now he gets to pull the Leave No Witnesses. Fortunately for Elliot, he did not arsenal anything, so not all that threatening besides the 4 damage and, of course, the Ponder and the Frailty.
Being created in the form of really beautiful magic cards on Andrew's side of the board. I'm not. What was he doing this last game as well with his tokens?
Oh, you know what? I don't think we got to see those tokens last game. I don't remember them anyway.
I wonder if they're. I honestly don't know magic cards as well as I used to. I wonder if the names are actually the same. That could be pretty funny.
Yeah.
I mean, Magic is 25 years, or I'm sorry, 35 years in the making at this point.
They probably have every word in the English language.
I would have to imagine so. Here comes Leave No Witnesses off of the Codex. What an amazing one-card play. You couldn't hope for better as an Assassin player. Not to mention the Frailty on the back end. That will affect Elliot's turn.
Yeah.
What did you happen to see what Elliot grabbed from the Codex?
I missed it, actually. Unfortunately, we do not have the technology for Arsenal cameras just yet.
We'll
Still
get there.
waiting for 2030, maybe, by then.
We're still trying to design those plexiglass playmats.
Right, yep.
The problem is you would see the cameraman underneath the desk, and we haven't found one that's handsome enough to not be creepy.
Wow.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
The old self-burn for Bryce.
Well, I'm here. I can't be at that camera. Anyway, Elliot in the think tank here.
Yeah.
He looks like he's saying send it. And he's just going to let whatever he grabbed with the Codex get banished.
I think that Viserai, when they have a strong hand, just doesn't want to block. Very similar to Zen. I've seen Zens give up arsenals in similar positions. So
interesting. He put the card in Arsenal into Grave instead of Banish.
Oh,
that Drawn to the Dark Dimension should have gone to Banish.
Bit of a misplay. We'll see if the players catch it. If they don't,
I think Andrew properly ticked up his silver.
Okay.
So
just a misplace on Elliot's side, but it looks like the silver was counted.
And luckily we have 2 Drawn to the Dark Dimensions in the graveyard, so it shouldn't affect any further gameplay.
Yeah. Well, it's probably going to get corrected here. We've got judges and stuff on the scene, so give it a minute as we see Movsky's red coming out with Shrill.
This is a really good combination because you want this really nice 7 breakpoint to come in with your red Movskies.
Andrew, very fortunate to have the D-React, although, did he?
Yep, they got it. There we go. We're all cleared up.
Yeah. Did Andrew choose? Oh, okay. He has another D-React. So probably going to cover that up completely, just choosing to Fate first so that he can opt the top card, decide if he wants to draw into it when he plays the sync, and he does, leaving it on top, drawing into a CNC?
And getting rid of a Codex. Honestly, I didn't see whether or not it was a CNC.
Yeah, I think maybe, but hard to say.
But CNC with CNC as opposed to Codex is just fine.
Yeah.
That being said, Elliot is not going to end with an Arsenal, so maybe that CNC less threatening if that is.
Yeah. Well, getting rid of the Codex. The nice thing about Codex is that you get to force an Arsenal and then play an Arsenal disruption. So.
Sure. Oh, I think Andrew's thinking. Interesting. Do we? Do we have the path well traveled in Arsenal? I thought he pitched one.
Could be. That would
be
that or maybe a slither from his boots. I don't know what his game plan is here.
He
but
does have the tunic up.
It could also just be like a handful of Justin Nick. So we haven't seen it. It could be that he drew a Justin Nick. I saw a dark red art, so I assume CNC. It could be a Justin Nick now that I think about it.
The fact that he is just playing out a blue instead of the CNC makes me think that it's a Transcend card in Arsenal, because this would allow Andrew to Transcend, possibly with a good
effect. Transcend and Justin Nick, that's a nasty turn.
Okay,
but there's the
Justin Nick. This is going to pump it up to 6. Oh, we did have the path well traveled. It wasn't a CNC at all. It was a Justin Nick.
Yeah, that's
okay, great. Great. And then we're going to get to activate the mask, which is really going to clunk up Elliot's turn.
Yeah. Not what Elliot wants to see. Although, a 4-card hand being disrupted is a little bit less bad than a 5-card hand, I think, because it allows him to sort of take a bit of an off turn, set up that arsenal so that he can have another really big explosive turn. This is exactly the kind of gameplay loop that Viserai needs to be able to get through these blues that can stop all the rune chants on New's side.
And then so now this is 6.
Yep.
I know reactions to that, so take 6.
Yep.
This will also banish 2 cards off the top of Elliot's deck, 1 for Bonds of Attraction, 1 for Just a Nick.
Yep.
We're finding some blues here, none that are super useful.
Blue
to
Mauve
do later in
Skies
the
is
game.
actually the most useful blue that Andrew could get. Because what that does is it allows any blue Rune Blade card to have the go again on it. So that can be the turn extender that Andrew needs to really push a strong new activation. So
Absolutely.
that's actually a pretty critical card to see. So Andrew's probably really happy to see that if he's planning on utilizing those banish cards later in the game.
New can also utilize Rune Chants if she's able to generate them.
Yep.
Doesn't matter that she's not a Rune Blade. Elliot's hand is looking a little lackluster. We've got
Yeah.
a D-React, Oath of the Arknight, and Ninth Blade, which is nowhere near able to be activated. We're going to need a lot more Rune Chants for that to be useful here.
Yeah, I wonder.
Curious that he didn't throw the That All You Got.
Right, because now it feels like a really clunky hand.
Right. I almost wonder if it would have been better to throw the That All You Got, pitch the Ninth Blade for the Reaping Blade, and just arsenal up the Oath of the Arknight.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe he's planning to overpitch and arsenal the D-React instead.
This is round 4 of the AGE Open Series in July. Both of these players up for a very critical victory,
Yeah.
which could place them in top 8 contention.
I'm going to play Become the Arknight.
One important thing to note is that Elliot needs to continue to do arcane damage
Search my library for a non-attack.
in order to keep his creepers alive. So it could be that he's trying to generate at least 1 rune chant to basically force Andrew to block it, because that is a very threatening on hit, so to speak, if the rune chant is able to keep the boots around. So this could be Elliot's thinking.
Ah, yes.
Sure, I grabbed the right
And if those boots do, in fact, go away, Elliot will be kicking himself for not using it
Yep.
on defense.
And
the
also
last-
really heads up play from the chat here. Andrew did not forget to gain life. The Reaping Blade has a very cool passive effect that prevents that as long as the wielder of the blade is at less life. So really awesome. Keeping up with the nitty-gritty details in the chat there.
Again, these are a lot of cards that we haven't seen for a very long period of time because Viserai just hasn't been in meta contention.
Yeah.
Elliot giving us a really needed lesson in Runeblade gameplay.
Yep, and he knows his Viserai. This is his favorite deck at the moment.
Surely that is knowledge that will carry him well into the Rosetta.
Look at that, another
3 cards.
arcane source.
And he's found it.
Yeah.
Looks like he's going to get himself a card off of this, but it's
Yeah.
just going to be a red.
My hand.
Okay.
These will go back into the library.
I'll pay for
So
Sonata will get banished.
He'll likely just be able to refresh the card in his arsenal because that's a That All You Got.
and we see Andrew pitching to prevent that arcane. Definitely knows
I forgot what it does.
that that's an important thing to do.
You heard it here first, Andrew. Saying what we've all been thinking. I forgot what it does.
Yeah, what is this deck? I didn't know there was a Rune Blade in the format right now.
Funny too. Yeah, funny too because Andrew has been around this game since its inception. There's nobody that's more well versed in the cards. But you know, when it's not at the forefront of mind.
I'm going to pay for 1 arcane.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, Elliot decides to pitch that red Drawn to the Dark Dimension that he got off the Sonata Arcanix for a swing of the Reaping Blade.
Yeah, didn't have the resources. Well, it could be that he didn't want to gamble on the arsenal. Sometimes you can clunk it up by drawing that card instead.
And perhaps Elliot just saying, you know, that all you got
Yeah,
is good
either
enough.
way, the rune chant comes in and gets covered up. So the creepers are destroyed. Not the worst thing in the world, but of course he would like to keep him around. But
Sure.
part of the benefit of that is that it forces Andrew to pitch a blue as he comes in with the Command and Conquer for 6.
And you are not going to be able to play a That All You Got into Command and Conquer. Why, Michael?
Correct. You can't play D-Reacts into Command and Conquer because
fiddlesticks.
it's just one of those cards.
Yep, it just says it on the card.
Does everything you'd want it to do.
Got another good shot of Elliot's elbow there.
Yeah. I think he's been working on those shoulders
Has he
too.
been
hitting
shaving
the
those
gym.
forearms here and there?
No way. Look at that.
That hair is coming in nice and clean.
Yeah.
First Mordred Tide of the game. Elliot decides to defend this D-React. Very interesting.
I'm going to pay 1.
Yeah,
activate
the
for Raffle.
CNC getting blocked out.
It's a Fang Strike in my hand.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was worried about.
Yeah.
Andrew
This 1. I'm just gonna take
cashing in the alluring wave pumping that to 7.
So,
Because critically, Fang Strike says
Yeah.
any attack action card.
Because it wasn't a blue that Andrew
enough,
pitched,
fair
it's
enough.
still a 1-for-1 trade.
I'll
So,
move in, Passy.
you know, not like the most blowout turn that he could have, but losing a Mordred Tide is not great.
Absolutely, and this is the way assassins play, right? It's just little by little. It's these tiny advantages that build up over the course
3
of the game.
attacks on this are not Arcanics. Bit of a whiff there, and this is kind of, you know, the difference between Zen and Runeblade is that Runeblade like has to walk this tightrope of like getting lucky all the time in order to pull these turns off, whereas Zen like can kind of just set it up.
Yeah.
You know, the difference between what we're calling an S tier and maybe like not a A or B or maybe C tier aggro deck.
There are Runeblade players out there that are basically gamblers, and,
Yeah.
and I love them very much, and they can do some disgusting things, but sometimes you just fizzle. Del Taco, friend of the show, is one of my favorite gambling Viserai players, and yeah, sometimes you win it, sometimes you lose it.
Yep. Now we're seeing Andrew block with his stilettos, maybe wanting to cash those in next turn or just at least get them ready to block. But, I mean, when do you block unless you're basically saying, yeah, we're going to give something a go again?
Yeah, especially on a Reaping Blade that has no on-hit whatsoever. And the fact that Andrew's keeping a full grip
Oh, no.
means
Pitching
it could
the
be
Bonds
nasty.
4. Looks like a second Bonds of Agony.
Yes, absolutely. So here comes the pitch. It's
See
going to be a Bonds of
Synchro in
Agony,
hand.
likely for a knife.
I'll do this.
Andrew in the attack think tank.
Yeah, really interesting. I don't know that he's got... Yeah, he doesn't have the reaction, so he's got to just kind of set things up here. Oh, goes for the draw card.
And we find a Slither,
Yeah.
if I'm not mistaken. Or is that a Venomous Strike? That's a Venomous Strike.
Right,
So,
he could
technically,
give this go again if he wants to,
I'll say no block.
but he'd have to use the boots to do that. This is
yeah.
he's really piecing together kind of a interesting turn, finding a line that I didn't expect here. Thinking about it, I mean, you know, because he gives up 2 of his reactions just to give it go again, so he can't turn the bonds on if he gives this go again, but I think he kind of has to.
He's too deep.
Yeah, he already committed, so he doesn't really have a choice here. He seems frustrated, and I wonder if that's enough of a tell for Elliot to let him know that that bonds isn't going to be turned on when he plays it.
Yeah, because Andrew knows he's just not going to be able to make full
Yeah.
use of this hand. He's basically going to have to bluff this Bonds of Agony.
I
He's
wish
going to
he
probably
was-
just send Knife, Bonds of Agony, let it hit for 1, and move on. Save the Slither.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the Venomous Strike. The other aspect of this that is less than ideal is the majority of the time you really don't want to arsenal one of those assassin attack
and
reactions.
he decides to just crack the silver for a better target, so I really like that play. Instead gets the Leave No Witness, or is that what that is?
Yeah, that is a
Leave No Witness, which threatens Arsenal Disruption, which is still a threatening on-hit here. Elliot kind of shaking his head, just like, when does the disruption stop?
Friend of the show, Blake Meyer, giving love to both of these players as a local fan of both of these players. They're both Odyssey locals, so
Shout out to Blake.
I'm rooting for both of them as well, Blake. But there can only be one here in round 4 of the Arcane Games and Events Open Series. Another beautiful shot of Elliot's elbow.
Yeah. He's in the tank. Is he thinking about giving up the Arsenal again? Look at that. He has a pummel in hand.
That is some spice. Elliot showed me that earlier before the blood started spilling.
Block for 5.
Yeah. So gives
Fortunately,
up
blocking with another Mordred Tide.
doesn't seem to.
The secret's out.
The secret's out. Andrew kind of like, oh, what? I wasn't expecting that.
1 for a Venomous Tide.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Give it
still gets the on hit here.
7. And then I will get a Fang Strike in my hand.
Andrew rewarded immensely for basically going to the slot machine
Yeah.
and cashing in one of those silver tokens.
Reaction.
This turn could have been
He's got
very, very rough.
Oh, look at that. He covers it.
7, yep.
So we're playing
No reactions.
a very measured game on both sides, I would say.
But Andrew's still very happy to see a number of cards stripped out of a
Yeah.
Viserai. You're not nearly as scared of a Viserai when it's a card, and you're really scared of them when they say, I don't care what you do to me, I'm keeping all of these cards
Yep,
unless you
yep.
tell me I can't.
I gotta say, though, I really, really love the Grasp of the Arcanite plus Reaping Blade tech. We saw this with
I think, was it Charles Dunn on Briar? Or who ran the infamous Fatigue Briar list?
That was Charles Dunn. Well, he won nationals
Right.
with it. I don't think
Yeah,
he was the
and
acceptor of
he
it.
won it on the back of this exact play. It's the 1 card 4 with split damage, which is like, it's a good play. So Elliot just kind of getting a lot of value out of his single card left while taking nothing from Andrew, and there's that 1 chip.
Turns out that 1 card 4s without removing any cards out of your deck is pretty good.
Yeah, we take that. Oh, and we got the double transcend. So now we get to see what sorts of...
Elliot indicating once and for all to everybody
like,
at
no,
home.
you don't. He knows his Reaping Blade. Man, he's always run that weapon, but what a great bring into this match.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, unfortunately for Viserai players, I don't think you have another option
Yeah,
that Rosetta Thorn is gone.
Maybe soon.
Nebula Blade is always being nebulous there in the background. However, the resource curve just doesn't work for the game.
Viserai just wants that 1 cost weapon. But man, the amount of value he's getting on that into the new is actually really phenomenal.
Can I see your banish though?
Andrew taking a look at the Banish Zone. Because he's done a double transcend, the likelihood of him activating his hero ability is very high here. We'll see if he's got anything juicy.
The Bloom Off Skies. I don't know what else. He kind of
Tome of the Arcane.
Yeah, well, that's not doing anything.
I mean, he's got some non-attacks. He's got Codex. There's a chance that he finds himself something there.
Enough,
I don't know.
enough.
The likelihood is very low. Andrew, in the tank here, is a critical match for both of these players.
Transcend.
There's always an option for Andrew to just bottom that other Chi.
This and draw a card. Pack a silver.
He's cashing it in for another silver. Worked for him last time. Let's see how it plays out here.
Yeah, the silver, the unspoken hero, as it really helps fix these hands.
This is the same one as before, right?
Trading a nothing blue for a something.
And here comes not so much nothing blue. It's Bonds of Attraction, again for 1. Possibly, I might have seen a Justinic flitting around in that hand. No, it is a Fate Foreseen.
Yeah,
this could be a bit of a
alt arts
clunker.
make it a little tough to tell what these cards are. I'm a little more used to the traditional arts, but hey, they're beautiful. Can't blame them for running them.
I will react by activating Mask.
Okay.
You choose to banish a card from your hand.
Yep.
Let's see what Elliot picks here. He's got a pretty mean hand here.
Yeah. I mean, you know, you never want to banish a card ever because why would you? But like, this is kind of a best case scenario given the amount of cards that Andrew had to work with. 1 damage, banish a card.
Yeah, it's not what you want to see when you're facing down a 4-card hand. But he did have tempo from Elliot, so if he has to take a turn off, it's at least not as though he just took a bunch of damage and then had to do nothing in turn.
Right. Plays the Slither from Arsenal, giving it go again.
Banish the top card.
Fang Strike, so giving it
Excuse me,
+1.
I'm sorry, +1. Thank you.
And also banish a card from your.
So Andrew has an option here. He's banished a red off the top of Elliot's deck. Actually, he has no option because of Reaping Blade. So he's probably just going to find a blue card. That makes sense. Dread Triptych looks really
Oh, yeah,
enticing.
that's a fantastic blue. So
especially combined with Blue Moth Skies, as you were mentioning before.
is that it's a D-React in his hand, right? Yeah,
That
so
is-
just
yeah,
goes
it's a
for the
Fate Foreseen.
Arsenal and pass. Wants to clear the Arsenal. So, yeah, I mean, Elliot's got to be pretty happy about the way that played out, given the potential for New to just pop off. 2 damage, banish.
His hand certainly could have been better if he was able to keep that last card. However, depending on what's in that arsenal, it could be pretty juicy.
Yeah, Elliot does need to hit the gas and hit it hard as soon as possible, though this matchup is kind of sneaking away from him as he plays his red Mauve Skies. Ooh, Swarming Gloomveil is a good card.
Yep. And because he's activated Grasp of the Arcanite and generated a Rune Chant token, this will get +1 and go again. Double go again if you count the red Mauve Skies that came before it.
Presenting a breakpoint is really nice here, but as we know, Andrew's got a really great response to that.
Andrew's going to be able to clean this up very nicely with the Fate Foreseen that we saw him put in Arsenal last turn.
Yeah, and losing the value of the go again on the Mauve Skies, the Swarming Gloomveil already has a go again. So this is a pretty underwhelming response from Elliot.
React with a Fate Foreseen, opt in 1.
So Andrew blocks that out with the Fate Foreseen.
Not liking the card that he saw on top. Looks like it's going to go to the bottom. And let's see what Elliot has left. probably just going to be a Reaping Blade. I still don't know what is in his arsenal, but the way he's playing it makes me think that it's a card that needs a bigger setup.
No reactions from
Yeah.
Sure. And then
Yep.
Ye old Reaping Blade
I will
for a split 4.
Yeah.
No, Arcane, 1, 2, 3.
All right, Andrew is dangerously close to being allowed to gain life again.
Well said.
We'll see what his clapback is, though, here. He could.
I actually think he can because they're even. I think Elliot needs to
Oh,
be
is it?
below. I think the hero has more life, yeah. So
Right.
Andrew can heal 1 life.
However, the second he connects.
Yeah, and then we've got, here's the Bonds of Agony. So Elliot, obviously, I mean,
cards in hand.
can't be happy to see that.
Andrew has the Sacred Art in
Yeah.
hand, which will transcend.
And now we've got the Dread Triptych and a Blue Mauve Skies in Banish. So this could be a massive turn coming out from Andrew.
Okay,
Does he
what
have
do we
enough
got?
reactions to turn on the bonds, though? That's the question. No
Well,
equipment left.
So critically, the Sacred Art will generate both a Slither and a
Yes.
Fang Strike, plus it'll give him a Chi with which he can activate the mask.
Okay, so
that
that
is
is your
3.
answer.
He's probably
Elliot.
hoping that Elliot thinks that there's something a lot scarier in this hand.
Yeah,
This is
and-
one of the things that you have to do as Assassin. You have to hold back cards just to make them think that the
I'm gonna react.
amount of damage is going to be insurmountable.
I don't know if you caught Elliot furrowing the brow. I think he was just thinking there's no way he can turn this on, right? I'll go no blocks.
No way with 3 cards in hand? I don't know,
Oh,
Elliot.
Yeah.
I don't know, Elliot. Fabric Tony in chat rooting for Andrew Rudin, probably
Yeah.
because he's sporting that beautiful Fabric.gg shirt.
That's got to be it.
Mhm.
Should have told Elliot to wear his Fabric GG shirt, which he doesn't own, but that's his fault.
Yeah, indeed so. Here comes Andrew transcending, gaining his 2 reactions of the 3 that he needs to satisfy the condition of Bonds of Agony. That's
Ooh.
1.
I'll play the Slither.
That's 2.
Uh-oh.
And here comes the mask to give it 3.
Activate Mask of Recurring Nightmares.
Yeah. Oh,
You have to banish.
just absolutely picking this hand to pieces.
No pun intended.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see what's in Elliot's hand. The one thing you don't want in this situation is to have 2 of the same card in your hand, right?
Right,
Because
that
then
can
once
be
Bonds of Agony
devastating.
connects, he can rip more and more cards out of that hand because they have the same name. That being said, Oath of the Arcanine is still a juicy hit, and so is Mauvrian Skies.
Yeah.
If Andrew hits Mauvrian Skies here with Bonds of Agony, this could
Yeah.
be absolutely backbreaking for the rest of Elliot's game plan.
Goodbye, go again.
Viserai does not want to be playing these two card 1-attack
Yeah.
hands, basically.
Yep.
Deck and graveyard to banish those cards.
Although the Dread Triptych is another juicy target for the presumably upcoming
Yeah.
new ability.
Andrew does know, however, that he's already got one in Elliot's Banish Zone. So while it looks juicy, it may be better to go for the Mauve Skies just in the long run and
Yeah.
get max value out of the amount of cards you're
Yeah, I mean,
banishing out
if
of
he can
Elliot's
go
deck.
and grab like
Mauvrion Skies.
a blue Mauve Skies and like some other colors,
Mhm.
man, his new turn is going to look really, really big when he does end up pulling it out.
Absolutely.
So-
I'm still admiring this old turn right
And
here.
you know what? The blue one's in hand anyway, so no decisions to be made there.
It doesn't have to be the same color.
As he looks through the deck for any more copies he has left, just stripping Elliot of his go wide potential.
Organian Tome.
Finds a red.
Andrew says, ooh, Gorganian Tome.
Yeah,
Double check.
he
Banish
wants to hit
same
that
name.
one with his
Weakest link.
weakest link,
Indeed so.
Is it up to 3 more, or is it 3
Including that.
down? Okay.
including, yep.
So,
Andrew, knowing what his cards say,
1, 2, 3.
the hallmark
Elliot.
of a very good flesh and blood player.
Yeah, Elliot got a great poker face on as he's got to be feeling pretty bad about this. But really good sport, you know. I'm sure
And-
he's
With my
And the outlook of this turn on Elliot's side of the board now is pretty much just pitch a blue and play a vanilla.
I'll play a.
Oh my goodness. What is that card?
oh,
called?
So this.
that card just seals the deal.
It's a hero.
The
Banish one
Arcane?
card of their deck.
I'm dying here.
If they're the same color in your hand, I can banish it as well.
And you have no other cards in hand.
No other cards.
So it's just for 1.
Yeah.
Never feels good to put a card in front of 1 damage, but it's a card for a card.
You know what I'll say though?
I'll pass to you.
Say
I
it.
mean, yeah, Elliot's down a little bit of life, but here's that 1 card for once again. He ticks the tunic up. I mean, he's in a tough spot. I mean, when we see New use the new ability, it's going to be really, really scary for Elliot. But if he's able to somehow evade that for long enough, maybe he can pop off a little bit. He's doing a fantastic job of keeping this close. And you got to think that Andrew's going to take at least a damage here.
Take a look at Andrew's next hand, however. We've got Leave No Witnesses plus Hiss and a Codex. So he could basically... Oh, but... I don't think he has any blues. Yeah. Oh, that's miserable.
So, and you know, we call it the Rune Blade problem, but it's actually like also the Assassin problem.
And the Rangers.
You can end up with all reds. You can end up with all reactions. There's inconsistency across a lot of these archetypes that are trying to do lots of different things with their hands. And so we kind of see Andrew brick a little bit and just decide to take the damage. Now, it's 11 to 12. We'll have to see how he navigates this all-red hand. New, of course, being a deck that wants blues. She's the blue assassin.
Indeed so.
I'm going to hurl for 3 with Go Again.
Here comes her. This is not a bad start to this turn.
Yeah.
Oftentimes, the Go Again problem is one that needs to be addressed, and here comes Hurl. However, he cannot hurl that Lantern.
Look at this.
So if he wants to activate the Hurl, then he's going to have to use the only knife that he has on his side of the board. Yep, Elliot sporting a Pummel, which may be deployed next turn, but he might have to take some really rough damage in order to make it happen.
We see the Grasp turned sideways, probably just not turned back from the turn before. I think that means that it was activated, not that it has a counter. Or
maybe it's another bluff.
As we see Elliot looking through his graveyard.
Still left to answer is a Leave No Witnesses from Andrew for 4. Coming in Elliot. Elliot does have a juicy arsenal for that Leave No Witnesses to target and 3 cards in hand.
Yeah.
See how he chooses to navigate this. Is that his final that is his final Mordred in hand.
Yeah.
Interesting that he chooses these 2 cards to cover it up because his turn is basically going to be nothing.
So this coming in for 7.
And there's the
take 3. Yep.
The loss of the arsenal. So Elliot's just going to have to pass here.
Deck, and a card from your arsenal.
And it's the Pummel. So all 3 Pummels out of this game. No sneaky, spicy tricks anymore.
And Andrew should be gaining a silver here, but I think he may have forgotten.
A little bit of a mistrigger.
And Andrew has made those silvers sing this turn.
Yeah, and Elliot just actually using the Tunic to swing weapon. So that's another, man, what a versatile weapon. I love this from the Viserai player. I don't think I fully understood until watching this game how well this Runeblade can actually play off of few cards in hand. I love the way that Elliot is able to kind of just like continue to chip and navigate these disruptive turns.
Riku, yes, Andrew is an affluent Magic player, so I guess he's using the Ulamog as a silver token.
Yeah.
Showcasing that he is indeed an anarchist card player, and we love him for it.
Yeah, he is swagged to the brim. He's got all the marvels.
In this game and the next.
Yeah, and when you can't buy an expensive token, he just goes and buys a card from another game.
Indeed so.
Throws it in your face.
Elliot showcasing the efficiency of a Tunic and Reaping Blade. Andrew, however, showing the efficiency of Assassin Disruption.
Yep.
Eking out the life total game and also slowing down Elliot and preventing this super wide Viserai game plan.
Yeah, and this is the spot where Elliot is kind of in the dark now about how much he should block. If he messes this up and underblocks, he could just get blown out. But if he messes up in the other direction and overblocks, he's not going to have enough cards to claw back into the game. I think he's probably leaning into that 1 card 4 game plan and just hoping that Andrew can't get over the top. But the way to win this game is to find something in the middle. He can't go too far in one direction.
Right, you are. Viserai.
It's so hard to do that when you can't see their hand.
Especially when Viserai also is just not a hero that's known for, I mean, Oldhim was one thing.
Yeah.
Oldhim can take whatever you throw at him.
Yeah, he can react 5 times
swing
till
Titan's
Sunday, yeah.
Swing Titan's Fist afterwards, can play this hyper-efficient 1 card 4 game plan. Viserai is not able to do that, mainly because of the higher density of 2 blocks and also because of the inevitability of the other player's game plan.
And Elliot blocked this perfectly. Put 5 in front of it as Andrew is forced to pump it to 4 to give it the go again to play the Codex. So Elliot really, really heads up play, knows his matchups, knows what he needs to do in order to get as much value from his hand as possible. So great play from him as we see Andrew now playing the Codex, but it's not going to force the card from Elliot as it's covered with the arsenal that area has. But oh man,
Andrew's
seeing the CNC.
Andrew's searching for an eeny, meeny, miny Marvel CNC. And here that comes off the back of the Codex. So even though Elliot blocked super efficiently, Andrew finding the way to strip all of those cards out of his hand yet again. And that Riptide and Arsenal seems to be another dead card for another turn cycle.
Yeah.
And Elliot is just running out of time for which he can deploy that as a hyper-aggressive Viserai threat because you need more than 4 cards to make that thing useful, right?
Yeah, and we see a Transcend card in Andrew's hand. So this is the dagger that might be able to get through this armor that Elliot keeps throwing forward, valuing his life total, getting really efficient block value as he chips away, but it's not quite enough yet.
Still getting a card out of Andrew's hand, but we're going to see a pretty significant clapback here because this could be a pop-off new turn, especially because that Transcend card. No, it's the banished one.
Preserve? Okay. Oh, banished.
It's Passover, so he gets to choose another card to use at his disposal from Elliot's graveyard. However, I don't know if he has a way to give this surgical extraction go again.
Right. Yeah. So he can't.
That could be the critical part of whether he does the new thing or not.
That
might
is
just
really
be another
important.
mask activation.
Yep. So a little bit of a lucky break for Elliot because I think if Andrew is able to both play a blue and give it go again, he's going to have a really...
Actually, hold on. Did he save the Slither for Arsenal last turn?
Oh, did he?
He very well might have.
So we see the Transcend.
Actually, card from your graveyard, and then I will Transcend.
He's going to choose any card here, likely a very powerful blue. Of which there should be one more, maybe? I guess not. It's just a Swarming Gloom Veil.
Yeah.
So a little unlucky there for Andrew, not finding extra value off of the Passover, but we get the Chi. And yes, he's activating the mask here because he doesn't have a way to give Surgical Extraction go again. If he did, we'd likely activate new and go super wide here.
Yep. It could also be that he's playing a little bit of a longer game. I'm not sure. Again, I don't know what's in his arsenal, but maybe he just wants to fill the banish even more if that was a go again.
Well, in that case, you'd rather banish a card out of your opponent's hand.
Yeah, I mean, it was the last card in hand, so, just gets to go again with a 5-card hand this time.
Let's see what Andrew can buy for a silver. Another blue. He's really lacking in sources of go again. However, I think that left card is a Levels of Enlightenment, which could help extend this turn really cleanly.
Yeah, and this is... That's not going to work.
It has piercing, so we're game +1.
Yep, okay. Very, very sportsmanshiply of Andrew, kind of reminding Elliot that block won't do anything. Elliot then removing it.
Interesting, Elliot throwing a card in front of this Spider's Bite.
Yeah, I think you have to in this spot.
Levels of Enlightenment. I'm going to choose go again and draw a card.
Excellent choices both. Andrew, once again, getting extra value off of that silver because he was able to pitch a blue for it, giving Levels of Enlightenment another mode.
Yeah, this is a big turn coming out of Andrew. Elliot's probably going to take some damage here.
And boy, was that a good draw for Andrew. I believe that found a red Venomous Strike.
Yeah.
Which he can technically use on this Levels of Enlightenment.
It's true. As he goes and pitches. Oh, but he'd rather use it on a Surgical Extraction.
It is
one floating.
Beautiful on a Surgical Extraction.
Elliot's got to just give the whole hand here, right?
Quite possibly. The problem is if Elliot keeps doing that, he's going to be in for a bad time.
Well, I still like this play because, again, it's possible that Andrew bricks, and as long as Elliot's got enough life to work with, if Andrew ends up drawing a brick, that could spell doom for him if Elliot ends up with a 5-card hand on the other end of it.
Certainly. And luckily enough for Elliot, this Surgical Extraction will hit for 2.
Going to 6, banishing a card.
But because he has emptied his hand, Andrew will not look at his hand and banish another card.
We've got we've got the Tunic weapon, so like at least he's stripping cards, if not dealing 3 damage. So, if this is a good hand from Andrew, that he'd take the 3 over blocking.
And the downside, of course, for Assassins is that generally speaking, they want to donate 1 or 2 cards to block.
Yeah, they're definitely built to sort of be able to work off of 4, 3, even 2-card hands.
I'll declare no blocks.
But not this time. He wants all 5 of those cards to send. It looks like he sees blood in the water and wants to end this game. Another Levels of Enlightenment and a blue starter. Looks like this one is a blue Infect, so threatening a Blood Rot on hit. Really annoying card to deal with because, like, even though it's coming in for 1, it's a blue, it's actually coming in for 3. So at least Elliot's got that equipment still. Wouldn't be surprised to see him put it in front, but I think I saw just a nick in Andrew's hand as well.
I think I did too.
Such a power card in new. The blue Infect. Love to see that tech. And a stealth card. It just does everything you want it to do.
Round 4 of the July AGE Open Series. This is a critical match for both of these players. Our life totals are below double digits, and there's a blue Infect on the combat chain for Andrew Rudin.
Yeah, it's very likely that the winner of this match locks it into top 8. I can't guarantee anything. You know, the way the gem gods decide how things fall is not up to me. But sitting at 2-1, this is absolutely important to take if you want to make it up to the top 8 later this afternoon.
It doesn't look like
I will react.
Andrew has a source. Oh no, that's a hiss. Andrew is definitely going to be able to get this go again. I think we're finally going to see that new pop-off turn we've been waiting for this whole game.
+1.
I'm also going to play just a Nick, choosing
+5, going up to 7.
And banish top of your deck.
And then probably a hiss on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
I will also play his.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go
Andrew's scariest
And
3 words
that
is,
just
and
le-
I will also.
10 for blocking. Is that lethal?
It's currently lethal.
I'm also going to
Let's see if Elliot has a cheeky.
ability. I'm going to look at the top part of your deck,
See if he has a cheeky
Yeah.
react.
banish it.
That's a good one to find.
I think even with the D
currently at
react, this
10
is it
going.
because,
This turn is going to get out of control.
yeah. Elliot checking, hoping, wishing.
4. No reactions. GG.
And there it is.
Ouch.
Wow, Andrew Rudin, the upset from the right. Our first right-sided player to take one down.
And then
Excellent work, showcasing the disruptive potential and power of new.
Yep, and really well played on Elliot's side. I think
was my last
we all know that new is supposed to kind of be like the Zen counter. So any aggro deck is really going to have a rough time playing into that. But Elliot keeping the game close, making really good value plays, making use of
Riptide turn.
what it really isn't like a great blocking deck.
Yeah.
Like
So much.
work, he blocked a lot out.
The eventual hero power.
But eventually succumbing to the seductive power of Andrew Rudin.
Wonder what these players are saying. Oh, they're muted. You can only speculate.
So we'll cut back to us.
Sure.
Here we are in the booth after another really exciting round. That was a lot of fun to see. I have
was.
not seen a Viserai game in a long time, and it was great to see your brother on
Yeah,
camera
it was
as
it was a real treat. You know, he's a fantastic Viserai player. I think he played it really well. And, you know, I don't see chat being wrong that often, but in this case, they were rooting for the wrong person for the most part, Andrew being the villain in this case. And that's okay. You know, not everyone can be right 100% of the time.
They're all heroes in my eyes.
Oh,
if
very
I'm being
generous of
completely
you.
honest.
Yeah.
Because I'm just happy to be here, and I'm happy to be watching some really amazing games.
Yeah.
With
No,
my
that was
friends.
great, and
Yeah.
congratulations to Andrew, an awesome player. I love to see it when Andrew wins. We see him at the top tables all the time, and you know, the best players being at the top is how we get the great games that we get.
100%. And we've got our next round pairings coming up very shortly. More Flesh and Blood after this. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the July edition of the Arcane Games and Events Open Series. We've got round 5 coming up. It's myself in the booth, along with a friendly face, Marcus Brown. Welcome back, sir. Glad to see you. You catch any good matches while you were hanging out on break?
I did. I watched Talon versus another new. That was fairly cool. It looked like it would go to a somewhat of a fatigue. It went into second cycle, but Talon got it in the end with like trip.
Talon has his ways.
Trap damage.
Well, without much further ado, here comes our next match. We have Evan Bridges, local villain, versus Richard Truong, who we saw earlier on stream. I believe he's going to be sporting a bit of a different package this time. Looks like he's siding out that Warmonger's Great Axe for the more traditional Dawnblade against Kayo, armed and dangerous. As the players shuffle up here, what do you expect to see here, Marcus?
Well, it's not going to fatigue, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, absolutely.
With no Decimator. This is a tempo race. A lot will be dictated in the winner's die roll. Definitely a good use of stuff like Steelblade Supremacy and Glistening Steelblade will allow Richard to just steamroll Dawnblade counters.
And before the equipment even flips, we've got Richard taking a glass of wine, generating 2 very critical tokens in the form of Vigor and Agility. Let's see what else he has for this turn 0. That is not a bad start.
No, not at all. Deliberating whether he should swing into Evan or just pass priority, see what he does first.
Interesting. Richard has the opportunity now to swing the Dawnblade now that he's seen Evan discard a card. See if he chooses to do so. This is a pretty strong hand. I wouldn't fault Richard for just arsenaling and passing as he does. And here comes Evan with an agility token to pop at the beginning. Ooh, but bit of a clunky hand. We've got Send Packing and also Savage Beatdown.
I don't think there's a discard here apart from
Assault and Battery.
What he just pitched.
Right. So we're just going to go Send Packing. 6 go again. Threatening the arsenal of Richard. Still a little bit of disruption to slow down this next story turn.
He's going to give a suite of equipment and 1 card.
Yeah, this is completely contrary to the last game we saw
Yeah.
with him, where he basically held onto his equipment until the end of the game.
I get to fetch a card. Claw for 3. No go again.
No go again is the claw here because Evan has not discarded a card. Critically also, Evan is missing out on the hero text on KO Armed and Dangerous. Won't be generating any might tokens this time. Probably going to have to pass back to Richard with some sort of tempo in his favor.
I don't think that's too bad for Evan, considering that he made use of send packing in the action point from agility.
Richard, starting off with the warrior tokens from heavy hitters. Agility and Vigor pop. We've got 1 resource and go again on the next attack, regardless of what we send afterwards. Here comes a Dawnblade, ostensibly for 3. We know it's going to be a little more than that, don't we, Marcus?
Evan's got that information about the Iron Song response read, but everything else in Richard's hand, no more information is given here.
This is fascinating here. Evan immediately throws Savage Sash and Beaten Trackers in front of this. To me, that means he's going to use it next turn.
I have no reactions, so I will take 3.
However, I don't think I saw a Blood Rush in Evan's hand. Usually those kind of blocks telegraph a really big Blood Rush turn.
Richard will also pay for the Vigor to Grains with the floating resource.
Evan does, however, have an Agile Windup,
And
which he
Brave
may be
Forge.
hoping to discard at the end of this turn.
Breaking up the chain here for the Brave Forge means Doorblade will actually come in for 5.
And we know he's still holding on to that Iron Song response, which honestly is, if you need to have information about a warrior's hand, that's the one I kind of most want to know about. Because it's that 0 cost. In this case, Richard is potentially telegraphing a lot more with 2 resources floating. However, Iron Song response is the one that is always in my eyes like, is it that one? Will be Dawnblade for 5 here in round 5 of the July AGE Open. This is a win and in to the top 8 for both of these players.
Now, there's something face-up to be said about how Evan could approach this block, because if he gives Fleshbag, the Dawnblade will still connect. However, he can't react over the top. So he'll have to use it in conjunction with a card from hand.
And here we go.
Doing
just that.
Eat my words, and he'll take 1.
Maybe...
Oh, I see.
I think it was just a
Pardon
Dawnblade,
me. It
for
was just 4 because Alpha Blood only gets its reprise when you give a card from hand.
Right.
Evan only gave armor, so Evan doesn't take anything.
Evan choosing to discard the Agile Windup on his turn just so he can play the Savage Beatdown. This is one of the most awesome hands you can have from KO, in my opinion, because Savage Beatdown is usually such a difficult condition to meet. It comes in for 6. You can only play it if you've discarded a card with 6 or more power on your turn, and then it gets +6. That's usually so hard to do, but these windups from heavy hitters have made it incredibly easy. I'll just discard a windup on my turn and send Savage Beatdown. So this ultimately, even though Evan threw out the entire equipment suite, this ends up being just another setup turn and a massive chunk out of Richard Truong's life.
And I think he pocketed a Bear Fangs into Arsenal, so that's really good.
I think you're right.
Especially if he wants to pop Sash in a future turn. Passes back to Richard now.
Richard in the tank. Here comes Iron Song Determination. This is usually how really strong Dory power turns start. I'm sure Richard would have loved to see a Steelblade Supremacy in front of that, but we take what we can get.
Yeah.
What do we have in the hand here? We've got a Puncture, and we know we've got the Iron Song response still in the arsenal. Evan, I believe, said no blocks. So here comes the Refraction Bolters to give the Dawnblade go again. Got to maximize that Dominate potential while you have it. Richard just fighting for his life to get counters on this Dawnblade.
Yeah, Evan's recognizing where he's ahead on the race, especially seeing as he covered it up last turn with all his armor.
And Evan saying, I will not give you a single reprise trigger if I don't have to.
This might be an incredibly short game, like shorter than the Zen ones.
And Evan also knows, because that Iron Song response is in Arsenal, Evan could just say, I'm never, ever blocking with a card from hand again, and you will never clear that Arsenal, which is potentially not the most heads-up play, but it's just funny that you have the information to do that.
That's true, that's true.
This is a great start to this turn. I love this tone of voice from Evan, because this is always when he's feeling good. He just talks like this. He goes, so I'm doing this, and I don't care what you're doing. And blah blah blah. Yeah, you've heard that a lot, haven't you? That's how you know he thinks he's got a good turn brewing.
All right.
Ooh, and he draws up the run roughshod, which is turned on. And if he pops the sash here, that thing could come in for 0 cost. We know he's got a Bear Fangs in Arsenal.
Yeah, he has an informed Savage Sash.
What?
He almost played that CNC and then
hold on, Evan.
took it back immediately.
Let's think about this.
Hang on, I just did a Blood Rush. Let's not do that.
Yeah, there we go. Deciding, I guess, that the Savage Sash is not worth popping here. Probably just because he's got so many cards in hand, he can afford to pay for whatever he could possibly draw off this Bear Fangs.
Yeah, I think this...
No!
A Blood Rush goes to the bin.
Oh, he draws up and discards the Blood Rush. Oh, let's turn up those mics. Let's see how his tone of voice has changed now.
Yeah, because I have the agility.
Yeah, see, it's completely different now. He's
it
completely
does
shattered.
still have go again because I had an agility from last turn.
So no reaction.
I am not trying to do an impression of Evan. It's just the tone he was going for after something did not go his way.
It's important to note we're making a lot of fun of Evan.
Here's a follow-up with a claw.
But we really actually like him a lot. And we enjoy his presence. We love that he runs the armories at Odyssey. He's just one of those people that's really fun to give crap to. So, continuing on, Claw 5 go again.
Yeah, and he's still going to be able to send the roughshod for 7 here.
Mm-hmm. And that is still, even though you are hitting a really low percentage discard on that Blood Rush, it's still a really solid turn.
I think it's less than optimal, but it's still really good.
Still 21 damage.
He pockets his CNC, so he can do a CNC for 7 if he really wants to.
And that's the thing.
Turn.
Evan has had some really powerful turns, and even as he's doing it, he's still setting up every single turn for the following turn.
Mm.
Richard Truong starting off with Spoils of War plus Dawnblade, making this Dawnblade come in for 7, which is a critical breakpoint and threatening 2 copper. Why not add +2 on top of that? I'm so sorry, I forget. Spoils of War, does that give go again? It does, right?
It gives go again,
Yeah.
and an on hit of each time a weapon connects this turn, 2 copper.
Great. So Richard is going to be able to swing this Dawnblade again. He's got plenty of resources floating. He's also sitting on that Iron Song response in Arsenal. He's really hoping that he's found a 1-cost reaction to finish out this turn, because this could be a lot of damage.
No blocks, any reactions?
Another puncture, it looks like. Richard having a think about holding this puncture back. I don't think there's a cause to. Honestly, if Evan sends that CNC next turn, Richard might just happily take it at this point. Iron Song response has been stuck in his hand for a long time.
So 9?
Yep.
Like, Evan's basically played the race and ignored it and given no cards from hand for most of this game thus far.
Yep.
Just playing around response all the time.
Absolutely. And boy, is this game a lot easier when you say no blocks over and over again.
But Dawnblade's up to a 5 now, so it's pretty mean.
Evan is approaching that critical mass where he's going to be able to threaten lethal very soon. And this is a way to do it, starting off with a source of go again, one of many in this KO deck.
Mm-hmm.
Red Wild Ride. With a might token on the back of that, here comes 7 go again. And
it's another might.
Only costs 1 because we popped the sash. We also know that Evan is sitting on that CNC, which will only cost 1 because Savage Sash critically says any card with 6 power or greater, not brute cards.
He also holds another Wild Ride.
My goodness.
So it could be double Wild Ride into CNC.
Can you imagine if he draws into another run roughshod at that point? I guess he won't have the action points, but this is still a really solid start to this turn. He also has the opportunity to pop his beaten trackers. He's touching it. He's thinking about it.
Okay, there we go. So he's up to 2 action points, actually.
We have seen some really long, grindy games today. This is not one of them.
No, it's
This
not.
is going to be over before we hit the 15-minute mark, I think. 1 card dedicated to block. 4 damage hits Richard's face.
Claw has go again. We're still at 2 action points.
And I believe Evan is still sitting on a blue, so he's basically guaranteeing that he's going to be able to play that Wild Ride plus CNC.
It's very interesting. Okay. Yeah, that's... Oh.
Yeah, I think this might have been a bit of a misplay because Evan could have held the claw back. Instead, because he popped the beaten trackers gone, run roughshod with the resources left over, CNC plus Wild Ride.
I think that's his thinking here because the Wild Ride is yellow.
Yeah.
Wild Ride.
Okay.
This card. It's a 6. So go again. So this is 5.
See, he's back to feeling good again.
Okay.
Did you hear the way he said it's a 6?
It's a 6.
Yeah, that's
we're
Evan
doing
feeling
fine.
good again.
Then
He knows he's stripping a lot of cards out of Richard's hand here.
line for Command and Conquer.
Richard now thinking, I can't afford to just let this hit and get rid of this Iron Song response.
Here's 6 in my armor.
So Richard reduced down to a 1-card hand. However, 2 counters on Dawnblade means that he's still threatening a lot of damage to Evan.
He's just about scraping through here.
And even if Evan wants to take the turn off and take these counters off the Dawnblade, we know the Iron Song response is still sitting there. He's not going to get the chance to.
And Richard actually, because he's running grains, if Evan responds with no blocks and just throws his whole hand back at Richard, Richard can do a no-card hand of swinging Dawnblade for 5 with his Vigor.
Evan says, here's the last piece of equipment. I will not let you play that Iron Song response. I will die before I let you play that Iron Song response. And honestly, I think it's the correct play here. If he can, yeah, he's got a source of go again. So
Yeah, here's pulping.
and here's dominate too. So Richard is going to be able to stay alive if he donates the grains to the cause. However, it'll still get some damage through and continue Evan's turn.
Seven dominate.
I think you are, Richard, yeah.
I clearly misspoke. This isn't 6, this is 7 because KO makes might tokens.
It's exact lethal because he's only got 1 block left on grains. And that's all she wrote.
Evan Bridges, the people's champion and supreme villain of all of AGE. Another left-handed victory for our stream. Andrew has been the only one to topple his opponent on the right side of this stream today.
I see.
Evan, excellent job. We're all really proud of you.
Okay.
Shortly up after this, an interview with supreme villain Evan Bridges and what will surely be a really exciting time.
Not quite the Scourge of Pasadena, but...
No, certainly not. The Scourge of Pasadena has, like...
He's dormant right now.
He's got some whimsy to him, you know? He's still even though he's the Scourge, he's somebody you like to root for. Evan...
He's still a gentleman.
Yeah, Evan's a sweet
I can't
guy.
say that about Evan.
But man, do you want him to lose.
We're kidding. We're kidding.
We're kidding, absolutely. I'm very proud of Evan that he's gotten this far in the July AGE Open Series.
He's not playing Lexi. He's doing it fair.
No, instead he's playing the other amazing numbers deck that's in the format. Evan actually really thinks that KO is still #1 in this format. He is remaining obstinate to the fact that a lot of people are pointing to Zen as the premier aggro deck.
I don't think they're mistaken, but I think underrating KO is your own hubris. As
Yes.
we saw.
And critically, he's just keeps getting forms of really relevant disruption in these expansion slots and generics, and also from the KO Armory deck. What a boon to KO that was.
Honestly, slotting Weakest Link in when it plays with Sash still, very good.
Yeah, absolutely. So we will get Evan in the booth shortly after this, after a short break, and then it's more Flesh and Blood.
Can
Don't
you
go
believe it?
anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We have our latest champion, Evan Bridges. How do you feel about your round 5 victory, buddy?
Pretty good. I thought I had already locked top 8 after winning last round, but then I saw the standings and there was actually like some extra people with 3 wins, so I needed to win this one to fully lock it. And I knew I was playing Dory, and Dory is usually pretty easy, and he flipped up Dawnblade, and I had won the die roll, so it's like, oh yeah, I'm just going face.
Yeah, and you also got to start off turn 0 with an agile windup, which is probably the best place you could be, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I didn't really get to do much with it. It was literally just, send packing and claw.
That's true.
The send packing was actually kind of funny because it revealed the
Iron Song response.
Iron Song response. I'm like, cool, I'll just never block with cards from hand again.
We were wondering about that in the booth, actually. I was like, Evan knows what that is. He'll probably just never give a card from hand ever again.
Yep.
And you stayed true to that potential.
Not that I need extra reasons to not block with cards from hand because I'm playing KO, but
yeah. And you also found a Blood Rush nice and early, so
found 2.
You found 2. What happened with the second one?
I discarded it.
How did that feel?
It wasn't awful. Like, it's on a Bear Fangs that already has Go Again, so it's like, all right, I'm missing 2 damage, and this is a card that I would rather arsenal or play or something, anything but discard. So it's not the worst Blood Rush I've ever discarded, but yeah, unfortunate.
Are you a player that likes to see the card drawn first before you shuffle and discard randomly, or do you just throw them all down first?
You throw them all down first. So I learned this method from Barraging Blake, because what he would do when he played Rhinar, he doesn't play Rhinar anymore. He just doesn't like the hero, I guess. Yeah. So he would play a card that says draw and discard. He would draw and go... shuffle, fan him out, and then I just try to like heat seek the card that he just drew off the top,
Right.
to make sure that because I know it's not a 6.
So what you're saying is withholding information and having a poker face is a strong strategy.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'd have a better poker face than Blake anyway.
Yeah.
With that, but you know, it's just like I don't like having the fear be there just in case they can sense it. You know, there are times where like I'll play, draw, discard, do it. They discard a 6. I'm like, cool, calculate it, and I pick up my hand and there's a blood rush. I'm like,
you heard it here, folks. Don't let the fear be there. Yeah. Evan Bridges.
Never
2024.
Look. Looking is a mistake. Don't look.
Okay, just don't look. Evan, I noticed that there's quite an inflammatory title below your name. Can you tell me why you had us write Scabskins Sucks below your name?
Because Scabskin Leathers, famous Brute Legendary Boots, is a bad card. It sucks. Yeah, Beaten Trackers are what you should run instead, because you get that action point guaranteed. There are very few times in a game that, well, first of all, there's very few times that you can actually make use of rolling a 6 on Scabskins, and then, you know, there's very few times that you need to roll more than a 4 or higher to get the extra action point. Like, if you get the 1 extra action point, you're already above rate. But also, you kind of have to tailor your hands, assuming you're going to roll higher. So if you make a play that assumes you're going to roll higher than 3, and then you don't, and it feels really bad, but Beaten Trackers is guaranteed, so it's always there. You know, it only blocks for 1 instead of 3, but, you know, just win the race. Just be faster.
Right, exactly. Which you exemplified very well in that last matchup. I believe that was over before the 15-minute mark or close thereafter.
Probably. I don't think I blocked with a single card from hand.
No, you absolutely did not because of that Iron Song response. Yep. Very deft play. Any credence given to the extra block value on Scabs, or...?
It depends. What does credence mean?
I believe it was a band in the 60s, followed by Clearwater Revival, yeah.
Okay, there was no Credence Clearwater Revival given to the Scabs.
That's fair. You are no fortunate son. Let's take a look at Evan Bridges' profile.
Yeah, I forgot what I wrote.
Evan wrote down some interesting things. I want to direct our attention to the second from the last question. If you were arrested, what would your friends assume it's for? Evan wrote, violently protesting the changes that led to the death of the Chili's 3 for 10. Evan, what is the Chili's 3 for 10?
How much time we had? Okay. So, the Chili's 3 for 10 is a meal deal. Used to be offered by Chili's. So it's named something different now because it's no longer $10.
Should I leave? Is this going to be like a drum solo situation?
Yeah, get up. Center camera. Okay. So, what it was is $10. You get a drink, which, you know, for me is always Coke, or lemonade, or whatever non-alcoholic drink. Then you get an entree, and they had a wide variety of entrees, and then you also get an appetizer.
Okay, Evan, you lost me at non-alcoholic drink. Let's go back to his player profile, please.
Okay, but they made it more expensive, and then they decreased the amount of food. And, yeah, it's bad now. It's called the 3 for me, but I don't know who they're talking about when they say me, because it's not me.
Oh, I'm very excited for you to be going out of the country for the first time.
Yeah.
Where are you going, Evan?
Amsterdam.
Why?
Because hopefully they have a Chili's there that sells the 3 for 10. No, I made it to the finals of one ProQuest and lost to Colin Erickson because he got lucky.
He's also an incredibly good player.
That's true. He's very bad at opening gold foils, though. Nice Silken Form, idiot. So then I made it to the finals of another ProQuest against John Zapata, who had already gotten an invite. And so it would have been passed down to me, but I said, no, I'm just going to beat you. So I beat him and then got the invite. So I'm going to play in Pro Tour Amsterdam. Hopefully, Kayo will carry me to victory because I am bad at Part the Misfell Draft.
All right. You heard it here, folks. You've been doing some reps, though, right?
At the rock climbing gym, yeah.
Oh, okay. Fair
Glad
enough.
you noticed.
Evan is a brand new rock climber. Look at those guns, ladies and gentlemen. He just conquered his first V4, if I'm not mistaken.
True. I did the start and everything.
I
but
don't believe it
part of
for
the
a
Misfell
second.
draft, yes, I have been doing some Runaways drafts, and I have lost most of them. Haven't even gotten to the finals. I did finally have an undefeated Zen deck, but the success was a little tainted because my round 2 opponent was having connection issues, so I didn't actually have to play him, so I just skipped to the final and I beat him. So technically, yeah, we'll just hope that happens.
Yeah, based on my Runaways draft experience, I definitely thought I would get a lot more buys because of latency than I got at U.S. Nationals. So that's the downside of draft practice online, I suppose.
True.
Evan, thank you so much for joining us in the booth. Thank you so much for an excellent match. I wish you the best of luck in top 8. It's important for me to let everybody in the audience know that I actually enjoy your company, and I call you a villain a lot, and boy, do I like you to lose, but we're good friends in real life.
Did you call me the Scourge of Pasadena during the game?
No, Marcus made a reference to the Scourge of Pasadena.
Because I didn't want to step on Craig's toes. Even
No, definitely. That's what I said. I said Craig's actually likable for the most part.
True. I don't have that.
But
yes, so I'll be back in a few hours to get my medal from you.
I'm very excited. I'm not actually the person that hands out the medals. I have very little power here.
Okay, whoever has the medal, I'll make sure they give it to you so you can hand it to me.
Okay, that sounds great. You heard it here, folks. Your soon-to-be July AGE Open champion, Evan Bridges, is out, and he says, bring back the Chili's 3 for 10. Up next, top 8 announcement and more Flesh and Blood. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome back, folks, to the top 8 announcement. We have our players settled and ready to finish this out after the break. First, we'll let you know who they are. In first place, we have Peter Buddensiek. Second place, Zachary Wallach. That is Peter on Zen, Zachary Wallach on Enigma. We have Eugene Galpchak on Kayo. Colin Erickson on Kasai. Evan Bridges in 5th place on Kayo. We have Grant Strom. Do you know what deck Grant is playing?
Grant is playing New today.
Got Grant Strom on New, sitting at 6th place. We have Richard Truong. Again, not sure what deck he's on.
Dorinthea.
Dorinthea, excellent. And then last but not least, 8th place, Andrew Rudin on New. So looking forward to a very diverse top 8 once again here at Arcane Games and Events. Going to be spicy as we see which hero takes it, which player takes it, takes home our fabulous prizes. What is on the line today?
I have one right here. The July AGE Champion Medal.
Beautiful.
Very coveted. And, of course, one of our Arcane Lanterns.
Yep, cold foil, full art, or almost full. Like 4/5 art.
It's full. Ish.
Yep, Arcane Barrier 1, Arcane Lantern, beautiful card. These are the prizes in addition to our $400 first place prize. Second place gets $200. Third through fourth, $100, and fifth through eighth get $50. But let's not forget about these AGE Open points. We know that these are critical if you want to make it to the finals. Top 16 Arcane Games and Events. 30 points on the line for the winner. 25 for second. 20 for third through fourth. Fifth through eighth get 15, and 9 through 12th get 12, as well as 13th through 16th getting 8. So a lot of players came away with points. I'm sure that has some standings shifting around after these points are distributed for today.
Definitely.
But speaking of Arcane Games and Events, we have another event coming up in a month. October 25th, we have Battle Hardened San Diego on Saturday. I'm sorry, well, that's on the 24th. And the 25th, in August, excuse me, I don't know what I said, but it was in August. So in August, we have Battle Hardened San Diego. We have Arcane Games and Events on the 25th. Make sure to pick up your tickets. They are selling out fast. We expect a full house, so get those tickets before they sell out at www.age.events and lock those seats in so that you can be part of the competition. We have $2,000 on the line for both days, as well as 1 gold foil each and 2 PTIs for the Battle Hardened San Diego, as well as 1 for Arcane Games and Events on that Sunday. Looking forward to those matches. So we're going to take a little break here. We will be back on a different stream, so make sure to click the link. You can go to Arcane Games Events page on YouTube to find the new link when we switch over. That'll be the top 8 link. For those of you that want to continue following the action. We've got a lot of it coming up this evening as we go into these final matches for the night.
Don't go away.
Don't go away. We'll see you soon.